Flying Serpents and Dragons by R.A. Boulay. Prologue. Why were the ancient gods so shy? The literature and mythology of ancient cultures is filled with accounts of dragons, flying serpents, and other winged lizards. Who, then, were these flying, fire-breathing creatures that seem to have coexisted with early man, sometimes as his benefactor, but many more times as his tormentor? Perhaps they were just fabulous creatures, the product of man's fertile imagination. On the other hand, it is possible they were the manifestation of something else, of traumatic events so disturbing and deeply rooted in his past that knowledge of their true nature has been subconsciously suppressed and remembered only in allegorical terms. Quite a few civilizations of this world trace their ancestry to such dragon-like lizards or flying serpents. In most cases, they are credited with bringing the benefits of civilization to mankind, and quite often they are described as his actual creator. Ancient man portrayed these creatures as superior beings or gods, who could effortlessly move about the skies in their fiery chariots or boats of heaven. They usually lived in a heavenly abode, and often descended to interfere in the affairs of man. The earliest and most important of cultures, that of Mesopotamia, was probably founded by these serpent-like gods. The colonization of this planet by these creatures is described in one of the most dramatic and significant of ancient documents, the so-called Sumerian King List. Dated to the 3rd millennium BC, this document provides the succession of the kings of Sumer and their successors and the length of their reigns since what was, to the Sumerians, the beginning of time when their ancestors came here and descended to earth to establish a number of cities on the alluvial plain of Mesopotamia. Calling themselves Anunnaki, these Proto-Sumerians are credited with the establishment of Western, if not world, civilization. Surprisingly enough, there is considerable data on these early civilizations, the Sumerian, later to be replaced by the Akkadian and the Babylonian cultures. From the numerous cuneiform tablets, monuments, and artifacts that have been unearthed in recent times, it is possible to reconstruct the events that transpired in the early days of mankind. There is also a mass of evidence that was originally derived from the same source, but was given a religious interpretation by being transmitted through priestly channels. It was from this vast reservoir of ancient sources that the stories of the Old Testament were derived. From a combination of these ancient secular and religious sources, it is thus possible to piece together the story of our ancestry, which lies in the coming of the alien serpent gods or astronauts who colonized Earth many eons ago. It will be found that our ancestors started a colony on Earth in order to obtain metals for their home planet. In order to process and transport these metals by air freighter to the orbiting mother ship, they built 5 operational cities in Mesopotamia. One of these served as a space launch platform. The Sumerian people referred to these gods as Anunnaki, literally the sons of An, their chief god and leader. The Anunnaki were an alien race. In reality, they were a race of sapient reptiles. They required a cheap labor force, and for this reason, they created a primitive man. By combining the characteristics of the native ape man or Neanderthal-type man with their own saurian nature, they produced the Adam of the Old Testament. This Adam was half human and half reptile, however, and being a clone could not reproduce himself. As conditions began to change on Earth and the climate dried out, it became necessary for them to modify the Adam to better adapt it to the variable climate. The Homo saurus was modified and given more mammalian traits. This was the biblical fall of man, where Adam achieved knowing, or the ability to reproduce sexually. As a result of this genetic modification, man lost most of his saurian appearance and nature, his shiny, luminous skin and scaly hide. He acquired mammalian characteristics, a soft, flexible skin, body hair, the need to sweat, and the ability to produce live young. He no longer ran around naked. He now had to wear clothing for comfort and protection. For all purposes, man was now a Homo sapiens. Modern man or Cro-Magnon man had arrived upon the scene. Man soon populated the Earth as slaves for these saurian masters. The astronauts who descended to Earth sorely tested him. According to the ancient Babylonian tradition, as reported by Berossus, the Babylonian priest writing in Athens in the 3rd century BC, man's ancestry and origin can be traced to one Oans, an amphibious creature that came out of the Persian Gulf to teach the arts of civilization to man. Berossus called them Anadoti, which translates as the repulsive ones in Greek. He also refers to them as musaris, meaning an abomination. In this way, Babylonian tradition credits the founding of civilization to a creature that they considered to be a repulsive abomination. If the tradition had been invented, a more normal attitude would have been to glorify these creatures as splendid gods or heroes. Yet the fact that they chose to describe their ancestors this way argues for the authenticity of the account. The reptilian appearance of the biblical gods was a well-kept secret, and only occasionally is it perceptible in the Old Testament, as for example the obvious worship of the seraph or brazen serpent in the incident during the Exodus. There are many more references, many of them explicit, in the mass of religious literature that forms the basis for the books of the Old Testament. The view is now accepted that the Old Testament went through considerable editing and selection by the priestly transcribers. But elsewhere in the religious literature, not subject to their heavy hand, a different picture is found. In the Haggadah, the source of Jewish legend and oral tradition, it is revealed that Adam and Eve lost their lustrous and horny hide as the result of eating the forbidden fruit. The Gnostics, rivals to the early Christians, relate that as a result of eating the fruit, Adam and Eve achieved knowledge, part of which was to realize that their creators were beastly forms. The sad fact is that we have created God in our image and not the other way around. In this way, we have hidden the true identity of our creators. Most of the world mythologies and religions refer to their ancestors as flying serpents or dragons who brought the arts and crafts of civilization to mankind. The oldest of Chinese books, the mysterious Yi King, claims that the ancient goddess Nu Kwa, who was a dragon, formed the first humans. The early Chinese emperors claimed to be descendants of this dragon goddess. The oldest and most famous of the Hindu classics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, concern the intercourse of early man with the serpent gods who were also his ancestors. Central American and African mythology relate how flying serpents and dragon-like beings descended from the heavens to teach them the basics of civilization. The dragons and flying serpents that so permeate ancient mythology were actually large-legged lizards who also had the ability to travel about in their airborne craft. How else could the ancients illustrate this fact except by providing them with wings? Even the Old Testament implies that the serpent of the Garden of Eden was a lizard or reptile, for if he had lost his hands and feet as a result of the fall of man, then logically he must have previously been a legged snake or reptile. Arrival of the Proto-Sumerians, the ancient astronauts. The reptiles verily descend. The earth is resplendent as a well-watered garden. At that time Enki and Eridu had not appeared. Daylight did not shine, moonlight had not emerged. Fragment from the oldest known Sumerian tablet, the Sumerian King List. One of the most remarkable and valuable historic documents is the so-called King List, which records the names of the kings of Sumer and the lengths of their reigns from what was to them the beginning of history, a time in the distant past when kingship descended from heaven and founded 5 cities in the Mesopotamian plain. It records an interruption when the floods swept over the land, an event that we know as the Deluge or Great Flood. The King List then resumes the narrative as kingship descended once more. It describes the kings and their reigns down to part of the Isin dynasty, which began to rule about 1950 BC. The King List attributes reigns of legendary and incredible lengths to many of the rulers of the earlier antediluvian kings. In this sense, it affirms the enormous lifespan of the patriarchs of the Old Testament. While these extremely long reigns and lifespans cannot be explained, there is a consistency among the secular and religious sources that indicates they had a logic of their own, which is yet to be perceived by current scholarship. The King List has received mixed reviews among scholars, but since its records of the 4th and 3rd millennia BC have been corroborated separately by archaeological evidence, it has been accepted by many as a valuable historical document. In his work, The Sumerians, Professor Samuel Noah Kramer, the Dean of Sumerian Studies, endorses its value as a research tool. He has suggested that the King List, if used with discrimination and understanding, provides us with a historical framework of inestimable value. Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization. Our story does not begin with the creation of the world. It starts with the arrival of intelligent life on Earth, the people we know historically as the Proto-Sumerians. It is not known exactly when these ancestors of ours came here or why. It is surmised that they arrived here quite some time before the worldwide catastrophe called the Deluge. It was also long before the advent of modern man or Homo sapiens. It is generally agreed that these Proto-Sumerians were the origin of our Western civilization, and that their beginnings were in the area called Mesopotamia, literally, the land between the two rivers. The arrival of these gods is reported in the records that their descendants left behind, the Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian cuneiform tablets. The land known as Mesopotamia and the cradle of civilization lies mostly between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Originating in the mountains of Armenia in the north, the two rivers move in a gradually converging course down a wide and grassy plain to the Persian Gulf. In early times, the area was made up of marsh and lagoon, much as it is today. The introduction of an intensive river canal system to irrigate and drain the plain gave rise to a dense population and to the establishment of a great culture. The lower part of Mesopotamia became a very fertile garden area, which the Sumerians referred to as Eden, or the abode of the righteous ones. It was the location of, and gave its name to, the biblical Garden of Eden. While the southern part of Mesopotamia came to be called Sumer, the area farther up the plain at the near convergence of the two rivers was later called Akkad. The Akkadian city Bablu became prominent and gave its name to the entire region, Babylonia. After the Deluge, the Sumerian cities were rebuilt and resettled on the alluvial plain of Mesopotamia. Since the oldest of these date to about 3500 BC and were built on virgin soil, it is clear that they were not built upon the ruins of the former city. This is due to the fact that the waters of the Persian Gulf have risen some 150 feet since the Deluge, inundating the former cities. This will be discussed later. What reason or purpose brought these alien beings, or Anunnaki as they called themselves, to this planet we don't know. But from their legends and myths we can deduce that it was probably for commercial purposes. According to the King List, they came here over 240,000 years ago. This document describes the activities of the antediluvian Anunnaki as kingship descended from heaven and was first established at Eridu, the Erech of the Bible. Here 2 kings ruled for 64,800 years. Eridu was abandoned as the capital, and the kingship was moved to Bad Tibera, where 3 kings reigned for 108,000 years. Then the kingship was moved to Larak, and 1 king ruled for 28,800 years. A 4th city to then become the capital was Sippar, where 1 king, Enmejarana, reigned for 21,000 years. This Enmejarana is important to our story, for, as we shall see, he was the Enoch of the Old Testament. The kingship was then transferred to Shuruppak, where 1 king ruled for 18,600 years. Thus, as the tablet summarized, 8 kings ruled over 5 cities for a total of 241,200 years. The King List then states laconically that the floods swept over the land, putting an end to all commercial and other activities. These huge numbers have been a puzzle to scholars. They are consistent throughout the King List and therefore are not erroneous. While a rational explanation has thus far escaped historians, most researchers feel there must be some logical answer to these fanciful numbers, since a parallel can be found in the enormous lifespan of the antediluvian patriarchs. It is entirely possible that these are not Earth years as we know them. A divine year or year of an is often mentioned in the cuneiform tablets and, although not fully understood, is probably not equivalent to our normal Earth year. A reflection of this is found in the Old Testament, where 1 divine day is said to be the equivalent of 1,000 years. It was also not unusual for the ancients to compute time by other than normal Earth years, as for example in the Book of Jubilees, where a Jubilee year is equivalent to 50 regular years, that is, 7 week years. A week year was 7 years, and 1 year added for atonement when all activities were supposed to cease. Furthermore, there is an indication that the years of the King List have an underlying logic as it is found in their system of enumeration. Their numerical system was sexagesimal in character, but not strictly so, for they also made use of the factor of 10 as well as 6. Thus, the sequence 1, 10, 60, 360, 3,600 takes on a special meaning in their mythology. The number 60 held a special significance to the Sumerians, for in their system of numerical rank, it was the highest number and assigned to their chief godin. If the duration of the various terms of kingship are presented graphically, it becomes obvious that this sexagesimal system must underlie the fabulous numbers of the king list. Called a shar by the Sumerians, the number 3,600 appears to have a special meaning in this list. It can be seen that, with slight adjustment, the years of reign of the Sumerian kings are divisible by this number. It indicates that the term for the reign of a Sumerian antediluvian king was presumably a shar and was renewable every 3,600 years. The ruling gods of the Sumerian pantheon. The Sumerians and Akkadians did not call their alien visitors gods. It is in the later cultures that the notion of divine beings filtered into our language and thinking. They called them Ilu, or the lofty ones, from which the Semitic Eli and El of the Hebrew evolved. The Western word God has through usage come to mean superior spiritual beings, far removed from man and incapable of defect or error. On the other hand, man is considered to be a blemished, incomplete being, burdened with original sin and destined to worship and pay homage to an unreachable God. The Sumerian gods were far from spiritual. They were real, live, physical beings capable of committing serious errors and misjudgments. They could be called supermen, if this term could be applied genetically to a saurian race. The Sumerian gods regarded man as a convenience and nothing more. He supplied their wants, kept their cities, and provided cannon fodder for their various military ventures. The gods could be cruel and unsympathetic masters. They considered humans merely as unruly children, no more important than pets, to be governed ruthlessly and without sentiment. These accusations may seem like hyperbole to the reader, but we shall see by subsequent events that this was indeed the case. Although the term Anunnaki is used generically to apply to all the Proto-Sumerians who came to this planet, it means literally the sons of An, their great god. In the antediluvian period, a large group of these Anunnaki descended from the mothership to colonize Earth. According to the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian myth of creation, 300 of these Anunnaki descended to Earth, while another 300 remained aboard the spaceship. These were called Ijiji, and presumably were the technicians of the spacecraft. The senior gods. An, the father of the Anunnaki. An, or Anu in Akkadian, meant he of the heavens, and his name was always written pictographically as a star. He was the great progenitor and senior god who stood above all the other gods. His abode and seat of authority was in the heavens, the orbiting spaceship or Uarisaginene, literally, the chief city of the heavens. He descended to Earth only on special occasions, in time of crisis, or for ceremonial reasons. When on Earth he would stay in his temple, the Eanna, or house of An, atop the ziggurat in Uruk, his sacred city. The word ziggurat comes from the Babylonian zikru, and means to be high or raised up. It signifies the top of a mountain or a stage tower, and such a tower provided an artificial platform on the flat Mesopotamian plain. Anu had 3 children, 2 sons Enlil and Enki, and a daughter Ninkersag. The division of authority between his 2 sons caused much dissension, and the senior god spent much of his time settling disputes between them as well as his grandchildren. Enlil, the chief of the expedition to Earth. Although he was the younger son of An, Enlil became the most powerful god of the Sumerian pantheon next to An, literally, the Lord of the Command. Enlil was commander of the expedition of the Anunnaki to Earth. He had many appellations that described his authority: Lord of Heaven and Earth, Lord of all the lands, Giver of the kingships, Prince of Heaven, and Chief of Earth. Enlil was actually the archetype for the god of the western lands of Palestine and Syria, the El of the Semites, and particularly the generic El, or Elohim, of the Bible. Enlil made sure that the decrees of the gods in council were carried out against mankind. He is often depicted with bow and arrow, symbolic of the powerful weapons at his disposal to enforce his authority. Enlil disliked mankind and only tolerated humans as necessary to provide for the welfare of the gods. It was Enlil, according to the Sumerian story of the deluge, who brought on the destruction of mankind because the noise of the boisterous humans interfered with his rest. The temple dedicated to him at Nippur was called the Duranki, or Bond of Heaven and Earth, from where he directed the activities of mankind. This structure is described in part in the cuneiform tablets as some type of communication or control center. From his temple atop the Eker at Nippur, it was said that he had eyes that could scan the land. The equipment used sounds very much like some sort of radar or scanning device, for the tablets state that he raises the beams that search the heart of all the lands. Enlil's rule was at times turbulent. One day, seeing a goddess naked and bathing by a stream on earth below, he became enamored of her and descended to seduce her. The pantheon was horrified at the escapade of Enlil since it apparently abrogated one of their basic conventions. Although he was the chief god, he was exiled from the spaceship and stripped of his powers. Only after marrying and making her his chief wife did the pantheon relent and let Enlil return to resume his authority. Enlil named her Ninlil and gave her status equivalent to his own. The result of this episode was a son called Nanner, who became Enlil's favorite. Nanner was given rank in the pantheon second only to him and Enki, and honors and lands commensurate with his position. Yenki, the chief operations officer. Although he was En's firstborn, Enki was given lower rank than his younger brother Enlil, who had been born to En by another wife, who was also his half-sister. By the laws of Sumerian inheritance, Enlil became heir to the throne. Lingering resentment over his disinheritance and the growing competition over who would control activities on Earth brought Enki into direct conflict with his brother Enlil. Enki, or Lord of the Earth, was also called Ea, or He Whose House is on the Water, a tacit reference to his water palace or Abzu from where he carried out operations when he first arrived on Earth. Enki was all things to the expedition: chief engineer, chief scientist, chief of mining, and more importantly, the creator of mankind. As a master engineer, he supervised the turning of the marshlands of Lower Mesopotamia into a veritable paradise. He planned and supervised the construction of the canal system, the diking of the rivers, and the draining of the marshlands. In a self-laudatory poem, he boasts of making the marshlands a heaven for birds and fishes, of directing the invention and use of the plow and yoke, of starting animal husbandry, and bringing the construction arts to earth in order to raise the cities. Enki had many epithets. He was the god of wisdom, the god of mining, the lord of the flowing waters, and the lord of the sea and shipbuilding. He is often portrayed with a stream and fish flowing from his shoulders, symbolic of his capacity to provide navigable waters and to ensure potable water to the cities of Mesopotamia. His home was Uridu, that is, home built far away, a veiled reference to the fact that this was a colony. Eridu was the first city built by the alien astronauts on Earth and was located on the edge of the watered plain, or Eden. Enki loved to go sailing or cruising on these watercourses in his watercraft, which he called the ibex, after the nimble goats that inhabited the surrounding mountains. In this way, the ibex and the goat with a fish tail became symbolic of the god Enki and appear often on Sumerian seals and monuments. As the god of mining, Enki is often shown with a human miner holding an ingot of metal on a carrying pole. Metal was molded this way, in the form of a cylinder with a hole through the middle, in order to facilitate its being carried on a pole with a handle. He is also shown at times with his two sons Jibal and Nergal, who were in charge of mining activities. But most important of all, Enki is remembered as the god who created man and who came to his defense against the capricious Enlil. As the creator of man, he is often shown with the tree or shrub of life. The serpent was also Enki's symbol, presumably for its ability to shed its skin and therefore achieve a sort of immortality. The depiction of the serpent was one method the ancient artisans used to represent their reptile ancestors. It is also from the representation of the serpent coiled around the tree of life that the caduceus of the Greeks later evolved. Just as the capricious Enlil is remembered as the god who brought on the deluge, Enki is recognized as the one who saved mankind by his timely warning of the coming disaster to the Sumerian Noah. Enki's unauthorized creation of modern man, or Homo sapiens, further estranged him from Enlil. The antagonism between the two erupted again after the deluge among their children, who kept the Middle East in a state of turmoil for thousands of years. Ninkersag, the chief medical officer, Engen-Khursag, or Lady of the Mountain Top, was the fourth senior Sumerian god. She was a half-sister to Enki and Enlil. In earlier days, Ninkersag was of higher rank than Enki and preceded his name when they appeared together. She was later reduced in status and practically disappeared from the pantheon as a major or effective influence. It may be that she was eclipsed by the rising star of Inanna or Ishtar, who injected herself in all Sumerian and Western affairs. In the Western lands such as Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon, Ishtar appeared in several forms. As the mother goddess, she displaced Ninkursag. Her role was that of the sex or love goddess. She was also known for her militant role as the warrior goddess. Ninkursag is also known by many other names such as Eninti, the lady who gives life, and Inimh, exalted lady, Imyimmu, the creator goddess, a name from whence came our word mama. Ninkursag was given the antediluvian city of Shuruppak, where she reigned as the chief medical officer and chief nurse for the members of the expedition. Her sacred symbol was the umbilical cord and the cutter knife used to sever it. Enki and Ninkursag directed biological experiments in the laboratories atop her ziggurat at Shuruppak and in Enki's floating headquarters, which led to the creation of the first primitive man, called a Lulu. This was a hybrid mammal-reptile form. This was done at the direct request of Enlil, who wanted a creature able to take over the burdensome workload now being performed by the children of En. Following formulas and processes provided by Enki, Ninkursag produced a worker, but one with a major failing. It could not reproduce itself. By going a step further and modifying this primitive being by giving it predominant mammal characteristics, Enki and Ninkursag overreached their commission. In crossbreeding the Lulu with the wild primitive man of the period, Neanderthal man, they achieved a new worker type, modern man or Homo sapiens, better known as Cro-Magnon man. It was this activity that brought down the wrath of Enlil. In further diluting the Saurian strain, he saw it as a direct threat to the survival of the reptile race. The numerical rank of the gods. There was a very explicit pecking order among the astronaut gods of the Sumerian pantheon. They were assigned numerical ranks based on a system of 60. This number represented a special, almost mystical, significance for the Sumerians. Each major god was given a numerical name, which represented his rank in the hierarchy. In this way, numbers were used as a sort of cryptography. The numerical ranks of the Sumerian ruling deities were assigned in descending order of importance. Anu 60 unto 55, Enlil 50, Ninlil 45. Enki 40, Ninki 35, Nannar 30, Ningal 25, Utu 20, Inanna 15, Ishkur 10, Ninkursag 5. Numbers ending in 5 were assigned to the distaff side. According to Sumerian tradition, only males could command, a policy that caused much distress in the affairs of the Middle East, for Inanna refused to accept her status and intrigued and plotted almost continuously to gain political power. The number 50 not only represented the rank of Enlil, but also his position as chief of all the activities on earth. After the deluge, when the younger gods challenged the authority of the older gods for leadership, Enlil's military aide Ninurta assumed the title of 50 and thereby laid claim to the mantle of leadership, which apparently had been vacated by Enlil. Besides Ninurta, there was another claimant to the leadership. Marduk, the eldest son of Enki, was unranked in the pantheon. He also assumed the title of 50 as he proclaimed himself chief of Babylon. With the eclipse of the senior gods after the deluge, there was a scramble for power among the younger gods Nannar, Utu, and Ishkur, with Inanna seemingly always involved. It brought much disorder to the nations of the Middle East. This manifested itself in constant warfare among the cities of Mesopotamia, which became pawns in the struggle of the competing gods. Second tier of the pantheon, the younger ruling gods. Only the sons, daughters, wives, and grandchildren of Enlil were given numerical rank in the pantheon. The sons of Enki did not participate, perhaps because they were assigned geographic areas and activities away from Mesopotamia after the deluge, a precaution on the part of Enlil to prevent conflict between the cousins, but presumably also to retain control of Mesopotamia for his family. The Sumerian gods were always depicted graphically with horned crowns. In later days, the senior gods were represented by a horned crown sitting on an altar. When the names of the gods were written out on the cuneiform tablets, they were always preceded by the pictographic symbol of a star or a dinger. The term dinger was a combination of digen, meaning the righteous one, and ger, the word for a bird or flying object. He subsequently became known as the god of justice in the Babylonian pantheon, as shown on a tablet, circa 900 BC, found at Sippar. Shamash was worshipped as the sun god who daily traversed the skies and the one from whom no secrets were hid, probably because his spacecraft surveyed all that went on below. In this tablet, two horned gods in heaven hold divine cords that connect with the altar of Shamash below. The cords represent his connection or shuttle flight between heaven and earth. As the divine cord holder, it was said he traversed the skies and measured the bounds of the earth. Shamash was often depicted with wings indicative of his role as chief astronaut of the Anunnaki. An Assyrian relief from the palace of Ashurnazirpal II at Nimrod shows him in a winged wheel hovering over the symbolic tree of life. It is flanked by two nobles and two winged astronauts, each bearing the symbols of immortality, the pinecone and the situla, or water bucket. Inanna, love goddess and chief troublemaker. Inanna, or the beloved of Anu, was a twin to Shamash and granddaughter of Anu. Since Anu descended to earth only occasionally to visit his sacred city of Uruk, Inanna convinced him to let her rule the city in his absence. Later she became the patron deity of Agade just before its destruction. Better known by her Semitic name of Ishtar, she is depicted as a powerful goddess throughout the post-Diluvian period, in the Western lands as well as in Mesopotamia. Her sacred symbol, the eight-pointed star, is always predominant among the symbols of the ruling gods. By virtue of her gender, Inanna or Ishtar could not legally rule, yet she managed to inject herself into politics everywhere. One poem describes her descent to the netherworld to try to seize power from her older sister, Ereshkigal. Another myth relates how she managed to trick Enki into giving her some of the tablets of destiny, or Mes, which gave her the authority and the means to install herself as ruler of Uruk. In the famous Gilgamesh epic, she offers her favors to the hero of the epic who resoundingly rejects her advances, thereby enraging her to the extent that she tried to destroy Gilgamesh. The image presented by the Sumerian and Babylonian literature is a mixed one, that of the love goddess on the one hand, and that of the militant warrior on the other. She not only interfered in the affairs of Mesopotamia, but also dominated the pantheon of the western lands of Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, and Anatolia, where she was known under various names such as Ishtar, Ashtoreth, Astarte, Ashura, and Anat, among others. Inanna was the prototype for both warrior and love goddesses in the Mediterranean area and later became the model for the two Greek goddesses, Pallas Athena and Aphrodite. Ishkur, lord of Anatolia and god of the Old Testament. The youngest son of Enlil, Ishkur, or he of the mountain land, was assigned Anatolia as his domain. Ishkur attempted some inroads into the politics of Mesopotamia, but mostly he limited his activities to trying to extend his sphere of influence and control over Palestine or Canaan. Better known by his Semitic name Adad, he was the god of thunder and lightning. He is often depicted holding the forked lightning bolt. Adad was in all probability the Yahweh, Jehovah, of the Old Testament who tried to use Abraham at first, and later Moses, to extend his sphere of influence over the land of Canaan. This role is discussed below. The Nibiruan Tablets of Destiny. Control over the operations of the cities and the activities of mankind was exercised through a system of directives and formulas called the Mes in Sumerian. The exact meaning of the word is lost in antiquity, but it seemed to denote a set of rules or regulations assigned to every entity and phenomenon to keep it operating successfully. Sometimes they appear to be physical objects that one could pick up and carry. Possession of the Me gave the owner absolute control of a certain aspect of life or behavior. Perhaps they were something like our present-day computer chip on which data and operational orders were inscribed and were used to activate a piece of equipment. In the myth, Enki and the World Order, the Mes appear to control an aircraft under the command of Enki. In this story, Enki is described as the lord who drives the great Mes. The Mes were in the possession of Enki and were released gradually and sparingly to benefit mankind. The primary source of information on them is the story Inanna and Enki, where civilization is divided into over 100 elements, each of which required a Me to keep it functioning. Some 60-odd ones are readable in this myth, and they include, for example, kingship, priestly office, wisdom, peace, counsel, judgment, falsehood, art, musical instruments, weapons, libel, prostitution, law, and the destruction of cities. This myth concerns the successful attempt of Inanna to extract some of these MEs from Enki. According to the story, Enki had prepared a sumptuous feast to entertain the beautiful but ambitious granddaughter of Anu. When Enoch, the antediluvian patriarch, was deified upon his ascent to the heavenly abode, he was given 70 names, according to the Hebrew Apocalypse of Enoch. Also called the First Book of Enoch, this document is believed to have originated in Babylonian Jewry and is attributed to the Rabbi Ishmael, the renowned Palestinian scholar who died in 132 AD. These 70 names conferred power and authority on Enoch, second only to the chief deity. The divine names gave Enoch the power to smite kings, elevate the humble, subdue rulers, confer wisdom, make judgments, and control the procession of time and the seasons. Presumably, the latter meant the authority to adjust the calendar when necessary, such as when worldwide catastrophe made the old calendars obsolete. The antediluvian cities and their purpose. When the kingship had come down from heaven, Anu founded the 5 cities, gave them their names, apportioned their uses. The first of these cities, Eridu, he gave to the leader Nudimmud, an epithet for Enki. From the Sumerian story of creation. According to the Sumerian king list, there were only 5 cities that held the kingship before the deluge, or, in other words, which served as capital cities to the antediluvian Anunnaki. The order in which they are given is the succession in which they ruled, although they were probably all built at about the same time. The reason for moving the capital from one city to the other may have been political. On the other hand, the shifting of the watercourses due to periodic flooding and the drying up of the southern part of the Mesopotamian valley, as the climate changed, may have been the compelling reason for moving the capital to more northern and readily accessible cities. Strangely enough, the king list does not mention the cities of Uruk and Nippur, which were also built before the deluge. These were designed as ceremonial and sacred cities, which probably accounts for their being left out of the king list. The 5 cities of the king list were strictly operational cities. They were operational cities built by Enki and his engineer astronauts for the express purpose of obtaining rare metals, processing them, and ferrying the ingots to the orbiting mother ship. The 5 cities were a cohesive group, each providing an essential function to the main purpose of the expedition. Their function is alluded to in their names, and are as follows. Eridu, operational headquarters of Yinkai. Literally home built far away. Eridu was the first city to assume the kingship and directed all operations on Earth, as Enki supervised the draining of the marshlands, the raising of the cities, the establishment of agriculture and animal husbandry, and generally making the land more hospitable and productive. From Eridu, Enki also directed the development of the mines, presumably in Africa, the transportation of the ores, and the processing of the metals at Bad Tibra. Eridu was the first city built on this planet, which probably gave our world its name, Earth, the 3rd planet in our solar system. The origin of the word Earth is unknown and its origin lost in antiquity, but logically and linguistically it can be traced back to Eridu. The name assigned to their planet by its occupants can be traced back to the root Eridu. In Old High German, Earth is Erda. It is Earth in Middle English, Era in Greek, Eretz in Aramaic, and Eretz in Hebrew, to name just a few. It seems that all philological roads lead back to the first city built on this planet by our alien forefathers, Eridu. Bad Tibra, the metals processing center. The name Bad Tibra means city where the ores are processed. In the king list, it retained kingship for the longest time of all the cities, almost half of the period of time recorded before the deluge, which is indicative of its primary importance among the cities. Sumerian Tibra is derived from the same Proto-Sumerian substrata word as Hebrew Tubal, which means metal worker. This relationship is seen in Genesis, wherein Tubal-Cain, the son of the patriarch Lamech, is credited with the invention of metals. Tubal-Cain, who forged the various implements of copper and iron. Bad Tibra was the first strictly operational city built by Enki and reflects the reason the Anunnaki came here, to obtain and process certain metals, presumably gold and silver, and perhaps other rare metals. The king list assigns the city of Bad Tibra to Nujig or Nugig, which means he of the bright sky, and was an epithet for Nannar, the favorite son of Enlil. Arriving by ship from the African mines, the ores would be processed at Bad Tibra into transportable form and then would be shuttled up to the mothership to be eventually shipped to the home planet. For this reason, a beacon city was needed to guide the incoming and outgoing shuttles. Larak, the Space Control Center. The name Laraka means "see the bright light," and was the third city assigned to the kingship. Its name indicates its function, that of guiding the metal freighters arriving and leaving Mesopotamia. The king list has the city assigned to Pablesag, meaning the Great Protector, and it was one of the titles of Ninurta, the military aide of Enlil who recovered the Ames from the rebel Sun Tzu. Little is known of this city, and like that of Bad Tibara, it has not been located archaeologically. Sapar, the space launch platform. The fourth city built was Sipar, or Bird City. It was the landing platform for the space shuttles, especially those hauling metal cargo. One of the Sumerian myths states that this city was built for the god Utu, one of the circle of 7 great gods who decreed the fates. Better known as Shamash, his Akkadian and Semitic name, Utu was chief of the astronauts. When the space platform and related activities were moved to the western lands after the deluge, Shamash was placed in charge of the space city of Baalbek, as well as the land of Lebanon. Since it was the stairway to the stars, Sapar was of major importance among the antediluvian cities. Its sole king in Mejarana literally means the Lord whose emes bond heaven and earth, an allusion to his ability to control the flights between Sapar and the orbiting ship. And Mejarana was himself the hero of a Sumerian tradition that has him transported to heaven, much the same as the biblical Enoch, who was also translated to heaven. The evidence that identifies Enoch as in Mejarana is found in the writings of the pseudepigrapha discussed below. Shuruppak, the chief medical center. The fifth city to be built was Shuruppak, or the place of the utmost well-being. This city was dedicated to the chief nurse and medical officer of the expedition, the goddess Ninkersag. She tended to the medical and health needs of the Anunnaki, and to a certain extent to the needs of humans, from her temple atop the ziggurat at Shuruppak. Uruk, the sacred city of the great god Anu. Uruk, or Great City, was dedicated to the chief god Anu. Its temple atop the ziggurat was the ceremonial center for Sumer. It was his residence when away from his space city and on visits to Earth, which became less frequent as the world became more populated. Anu's influence seems to have declined in the days just before the deluge, and his authority was taken over by Enlil. Since he rarely used his ceremonial city, Anu turned it over to Inanna at her request. Nippur, administrative center of Enlil. This was the city dedicated to Enlil and where he ruled from his Eker or house on the mountain. At Nippur, Enlil exercised supreme command over all the Anunnaki on Earth before the deluge. One of the hymns dedicated to him provides a graphic description of a control center bristling with communications and other electronic equipment scanning the horizons. From the Eker, it was said that Enlil's eye scans the land, and his lifted beam searches the heart of all the lands. Nippur was rebuilt after the deluge as his sacred city. It is also the city where, according to the third book of Enoch, the Lord kept his Shekinah, or spacecraft, at the entrance of the Garden of Eden until the days of Enosh, when he abruptly left for his heavenly abode, never to return except on special occasions. It was also at Nippur, at the river Chebar, that Ezekiel first saw the fiery chariot, which is described so vividly in the book of Ezekiel. The Abzu, or floating palace of Yenkai. Abzu, or Apsu in Akkadian, is derived from the combination of Ab, or Ap meaning the Father, the Creator, or the Great One, and Zu, or Su meaning one who knows, the Wise One, thus suggesting it was the source of all wisdom and knowledge. The Abzu seems to have had 3 different meanings to the Mesopotamians, depending on the time period or era to which the tablets refer. Originally, Abzu was the term for our sun. In the Sumerian creation myth, which deals with the formation of the universe, the Abzu is called the primeval one and the begetter of the planets of our solar system. Later, when the Anunnaki had arrived here and began to set up operations, the Abzu is clearly the abode of Enki located near the city of Eridu. After the deluge, the meaning takes on sinister connotations. It becomes the deep, from whence the Greek word abyssos and the modern abyss, and refers to the netherworld, presumably to the ancient mines. Mining does not seem to be the main preoccupation of the post-Diluvian period. While they may still have been operational and worked on a limited basis by a prison population, they had become mainly a place of detention. It is the second meaning, that of the floating headquarters of Enki, that pervades the literature relating to the antediluvian days. In the myth, Enki and the World Order, one of the longest and best preserved of the narrative poems, the Abzu of Eridu is described as a splendid shrine, nestled among the shade trees filled with birds and navigable canals stocked with fish. In this Eden-like garden, Enki takes pleasure trips over the marshland and canals in his Mager-type boat, which he refers to as the ibex of the Abzu. This ship is presumably some sort of small runabout, as Magur means ship to turn about in. The ibex is an allusion to the wild goat of the surrounding mountains and is often used to represent the person of Enki on cylinder seals and statuettes. Probably the most beautiful of these is the statue of the ibex peering through a shrub, found in the royal palace at Ur and dated to about 2500 BC. Lavishly done in gold and lapis lazuli, it shows a winged ibex peering through a shrub, which represents the tree of life, or immortality. Enki is often depicted as residing in this Abzu or water palace. A cylinder seal of about 2000 BC shows it as his home, surrounded by water. Yinkai as the Oans of the Babylonian legends. The traditions of ancient Mesopotamia recount the story of an amphibious ancestor who taught the arts and crafts of civilization to mankind. Written in the 3rd century BC by the Babylonian priest Berossus, it describes the origins of civilization as his forefathers believed it. Although the works of Berossus have been lost, many fragments have been preserved by a number of contemporary writers such as Apollodorus, Alexander Polyhistor, and Abydos, one of Aristotle's disciples who also wrote an Assyrian history of his own, now lost. The account speaks of a group of creatures that came out of the Persian Gulf called Anadoti, led by one Oans. They reportedly were amphibious creatures with the head of a man, the body and tail of a fish, yet legged like a man. Led by Oans, these creatures taught man all of the ancient knowledge. According to the legend, Oans instructed man how to build cities, to found temples, to compile laws, to survey the lands, and how to grow food. He also taught them mathematics, the sciences, and every kind of art. Apollodorus referred to Oans and the Anadoti as Musaris. The word Musaris means an abomination in Greek, just as Anadoti means the repulsive ones. In other words, the creatures credited with founding civilization were frankly described by the ancient Babylonian people, who revered them as repulsive abominations. If the tradition had been invented, a more normal attitude would be to glorify these creatures as splendid gods and heroes. Yet the fact that they chose to describe their ancestors this way argues for the authenticity of the account. It was the Babylonian tradition that they owed their knowledge to creatures who came up from the sea who were disgusting and loathsome to gaze upon. Of further significance is that the Oans of Berossus and Apollodorus bears a striking resemblance to the Sumerian Enki, who founded the Mesopotamian civilization and brought civilized arts and sciences to mankind. Enki lived in his water palace or Abzu located on the edge of the Persian Gulf. Enki's Abzu was sealed and was presumably submersible. Oans was said to return to his watery abode in the evening to spend the night. Even the name Anadoti is quite similar to the people of Enki, the Anunnaki, from whence it was probably derived. The Greek term may have originated with the Sumerians and was later carried over as a description of a race that was both reptilian and loathsome. When our Saurian ancestors arrived here to exploit the resources of this planet, they must have found the physical conditions here ideal for living, perhaps very similar to those of their home planet. What were these conditions that were so compatible to the alien race that came here hundreds of thousands of years ago? Physical conditions before the deluge. And on the second day, he made the firmament in the midst of the water. And the waters were divided on that day. One half of them went up above, and one half of them went down beneath the firmament. From the Book of Jubilees. At the time of the arrival of the alien astronauts, or Anunnaki, the climate of the Earth was moist and stable, not running to the extremes in temperature as it is today. This was due to the enormous amount of moisture being held in the Earth's atmosphere, a veritable cloud canopy. This condition is described in the Book of Genesis as the separation of waters. It is in this moist climate that the Anunnaki arrived to exploit the Earth's resources. They were a sapient reptile race and found conditions here very congenial to their existence, for it approximated those on their home planet. It is no accident that all the early settlements were founded at the mouth of large river systems, where moisture was abundant. Besides the Tigris and Euphrates, other civilizations sprang up in the Nile Delta and in the Indus River system. Donald Patton developed the theory that the Earth had a primordial vapor canopy in his book The Biblical Flood and the Ice Epoch. He surmises that it was in some ways like that surrounding Venus today. The canopy of Venus consists primarily of carbon dioxide and hydrocarbons, with some water vapor. The Earth's primordial vapor canopy, on the other hand, was composed mostly of water vapor, some carbon dioxide, and virtually no hydrocarbons. This cloud cover condensed out at the time of the deluge. Patton believes that plant life was luxuriant in that early period because of the proportions of carbon dioxide and water vapor in the atmosphere and the capture of long-wave radiation, which resulted in the greenhouse effect. This greenhouse effect meant that temperatures would tend to be uniform between night and day, as well as between summer and winter. There had to be little circulation of the atmosphere, and this absence of cyclonic activity precluded the formation of storms and other forms of precipitation. Although the surface of the Earth was shielded from the direct rays of the sun, plant life was rich and abundant due to the proportion of carbon dioxide to that of water vapor in the atmosphere. The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was probably many times higher than it is today. Two climatologists, Owen Toon and Steve Olson, in their article on The Warm Earth, maintain that the early atmosphere of the Earth may have contained as much as 1,000 times more carbon dioxide than it does today. In those days, people obtained much of their water from underground sources. As stated in Genesis, God had not sent rain upon the earth. Instead, a flow would well up from the ground and water the whole surface of the soil. Water was also provided by the rivers, which descended from the mountains, fed by natural springs. The heavily saturated atmosphere also condensed at nightfall, thus producing heavy dew, which provided a certain amount of moisture. This also made night conditions unbearable for man when the heavy dew was precipitated. It may explain why caves were in wide use by early man in Europe between 60,000 and 10,000 BC. Presumably they were used for shelter as protection from wild animals, but also, by building bonfires at their entrances, they provided relief from the oppressive climatic conditions. With a canopy of water vapor, humidity, even in the daytime, would have been at near maximum, and temperatures would have hovered consistently at the dew point. With the coming of night, temperatures would have dropped slightly and dew point would be quickly reached. At this time, a thick, somewhat clammy and uncomfortable layer of dew would begin to form. By building a bonfire at the mouth of the cave, primitive man could thereby maintain the temperature above dew point all night and thereby increase his comfort. Desiccation of the land. During this early period, the climate was benign all over the world. The stable and moist atmosphere was ideal for the huge vegetarian dinosaurs and other large reptile forms. Had the antediluvian climate remained the same, who knows what reptilian forms would have evolved. In their analysis of the reasons why dinosaurs and reptiles became extinct, Allaby and Lovelock in their book The Great Extinction suggested that if the climate had remained unchanged until the present day, there is no reason to suppose that the reptiles would have declined. They maintain that furthermore, mammals might still be living in nocturnal obscurity and had intelligent beings evolved. Let us say beings with advanced technologies. They might well have scaly skins and probably long tails. Physical conditions, however, began to change dramatically. The land began to dry out. Since there was no cyclonic activity to produce rain, moisture had to be gotten from the ground or from spring-fed river systems. A limited amount of moisture was also provided by the heavily saturated atmosphere, which condensed at nightfall. The changing climate was no longer friendly to the alien saurians. Mammals had become better adapted to the changes and were slowly replacing the reptiles as the dominant form on Earth. The lush vegetation was declining, and the Anunnaki were beginning to suffer. A Sumerian myth called the dispute between cattle and grain describes how the Anunnaki originally lived off the land. They knew not the eating of bread, knew not the dressing of garments. Ate plants with their mouth like sheep, drank water from the ditch. Since conditions on Earth had changed, the Anunnaki could not feed themselves. The myth describes how two goddesses were created in the spaceship to help the Anunnaki to obtain food, the cattle goddess Lahar and the grain goddess Ashnan. The Anunnaki could not learn to feed themselves for some reason that is not given, and the experiment proved unsuccessful. This is why the myth states further that man was created. At this time, the Anunnaki were vegetarian, and it was not until later when food became scarce that they turned to eating flesh. This is reflected in the Ethiopic Apocalypse of Enoch, which describes how the Nephilim began to eat the flesh of animals, all the time pleading the scarcity of vegetable food. Both religious and secular sources indicate that man and the serpent gods living among them were vegetarian and not meat-eaters. According to Genesis, man did not eat flesh until after the deluge. This was not true of the Nephilim and Anunnaki, who turned to eating the flesh of animals and eventually that of humans. The desiccation of the earth may have been partly caused by the numerous catastrophes of the period. Earthquakes and other natural catastrophes in the antediluvian period are often alluded to in the religious literature as well as the Sumerian myths. Earthquakes and other catastrophes. Earthquakes and other natural catastrophes were not unknown to early man, for they are mentioned in many ancient sources, both religious and secular. The Haggadah, the source of Hebrew oral tradition, refers to a period of calamities that occurred in the generation of Enosh, the second after Adam, when the earth was beset by 4 revolutions in nature, presumably a reference to major earthquakes, perhaps caused by a shift of the earth on its axis. Other ancient sources reveal that, in the days of Enosh, there were severe disruptions in the water supply, and that the mountains became barren, and so many people died that the corpses rotted where they lay and were not buried. Such a shift would have an effect on the calendar as well, especially the length of the year. In the first book of Enoch, there are several admonitions to the people against errors in the compilation of the length of the year. Enoch tells Methuselah that the year is completed in 364 days, and not to note this correction would upset all the order of the days of celebration. It would thus appear that, at least for a while, the length of the year was 364 instead of 365 days. Even the Greek writer Herodotus, in his histories, refers to ancient perturbations of the earth. The Egyptian priests at the ancient city of Heliopolis informed him that in the preceding 10,000 years, the sun had removed from its proper course 4 times. It seems that the axis of the earth had been displaced 4 times, for the sun was said by them to have changed its usual position, twice rising in the west and twice in the east. Curiously enough, the statement of Herodotus agrees with the ancient religious sources, which speak of 4 major disturbances during the days of Enosh. The sun's eccentric behavior is also found in the Hebrew oral tradition, which affirms that in the era before the deluge, the laws of nature were suspended, the sun rose in the west and set in the east. The century just before the deluge must have been one of many natural catastrophes, which was a forerunner of the major one to come, the 120-year period in Genesis. There is a curious statement in Genesis 6, which just precedes the account of the deluge, that refers to a period of 120 years. For generations, scholars have interpreted the verse by the Lord to mean that man was granted a lifespan of 120 years. The account of Genesis says, "My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh, but his days shall be 120 years." This interpretation as relating to man's lifespan seems odd. However, in view of the fact that the text deals with God's intent to destroy mankind in the coming deluge. If so, then why offer man long life? Subsequent statements in Genesis do not support such an arbitrary lifespan. After the deluge, the descendants of Noah lived longer than the limit of 120 years. Shem lived to be 600, his son Arphaxad to be 483, and his son Sulla to be 433, and so on, down to Abraham, who died at the ripe old age of 175. Isaac then lived to be 180, and Jacob 147, and it was not until generations later with Moses, who died at 120, that the so-called prophecy appeared to come true. Furthermore, since the days of Moses, there has been a steady decline in man's lifespan until today, when 80+ is considered to be the average. Obviously, the statement in Genesis does not apply to lifespan, but to something else, whose meaning was omitted during the early formative years of the Old Testament. Moreover, the location of this fragment immediately before the account of the deluge strongly suggests that it is somehow related to the universal catastrophe. This testimony is brought out in many of the ancient religious documents. Ancient rabbinical literature, for example, relates how Noah had been informed of the coming catastrophe 120 years before and told to exhort the people to amend their ways. In other words, the 120 years was one of probation, when man was given the choice of avoiding destruction by changing his ways. A similar warning is pronounced in the Slavonic Apocalypse of Enoch, also called the Second Book of Enoch. But here the warning is given to Methuselah instead of Noah, who is told to warn the people to mend their ways in view of the fact that the destruction of the earth draws near. Methuselah was also informed that the earth will change its seasons in anticipation of the time of destruction. Apparently, there would be severe disturbances on earth during this interim period of 120 years. During this interval, conditions on the earth were unsettled and numerous disturbances anticipated the major destruction to come. The skies of the period must have been terrifying, for the solar system was playing a game of celestial ping-pong. The Second Book of Enoch tells of a period of chaos just before the deluge when society broke down and when peoples and nations waged war against each other. References to such unrest are not limited to the religious documents, but are also found in the Sumerian cuneiform literature. In the Atrahasis epic, the Babylonian account of the deluge, man is afflicted with plagues and other pestilence just before the disaster. Interruptions in the flow of waters from the mountains caused the Mesopotamian plains to become salty and unproductive. This reduction of fresh water allowed the Persian Gulf to back up the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. As a result, the waters became brackish, and as the epic describes it, the fountains were stopped so that the flood could not rise at the source. The field diminished its product. The wide-open plain brought forth salt. Her bosom revolted, so that no plant came forth, no grain sprouted. The Eden of the Bible had become a brackish, desolate plain. According to the epic, living conditions had become unbearable. There was mass starvation, disease became rampant, and the survivors had to resort to cannibalism. A dwindling food supply was not the only problem. There was one of overpopulation as well. Using the genealogy of the book of Genesis as a source of demographics, it can be shown that there was a high population density in that area. Assuming there were 20 children per family, a very conservative figure considering the long life of the inhabitants and the system of polygamy, and counting only 10 generations from Adam to Noah, the extraordinary total of over 1 billion people can be deduced. While this number may be mathematically correct, logically it represents an impossible census for the number of people existing at the time of the onset of the deluge. More likely, it suggests that there was an extremely high mortality rate among humans. The Old Testament begins at Sumer. The most difficult and the most obscure of the sacred books, Genesis, contains as many secrets as words, and each word conceals several others. St. Jerome, the Anunnaki as reflected in the scriptures. Is there evidence in Western religious literature that corroborates the activities of the Anunnaki as it is found in the numerous myths, poems, and hymns of Mesopotamia? These Sumerian sources deal with the same events, the creation of man, its subsequent modification into a modern man or Homo sapiens, the existence of god-kings, the coming of the deluge, and many of the subsequent events of recorded history. There is a large body of religious literature besides the book of Genesis that deals with the period before the deluge. Sources such as the 3 books of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, the Gnostic teachings, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Haggadah or the oral tradition of the Jews, the rabbinical writings, the works of Josephus, and many works of the pseudepigrapha. Much of what is not intelligible in these ancient religious writings is explained in part in the large library of available Sumerian, Babylonian, and other cuneiform inscriptions. It will be demonstrated that the scriptures and Sumerian literature, regarded in a historical context and stripped of their spiritual and mythological verbiage, support and augment each other remarkably. For it is clear that Sumer was the fountainhead for the events and stories of the Old Testament and other Western religious writings. Much as biblical apologists have tried to avoid or cloud the issue of the origin of the Old Testament, the historical facts clearly show that its antecedents are in the valley of Mesopotamia. The Sumerian culture, which can be traced as far back as the beginning of the 4th millennium BC, was the source of all the myths of Middle Eastern civilizations that followed, such as the Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian people who inherited much of the Sumerian culture. This culture was subsequently transferred to the west to the lands of Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and Anatolia. Akkadian, a Semitic tongue, superseded the actual language of the Sumerians rather early. Sumerian is non-Semitic and its origins are unknown. It seems to have no affinities at all, and to have suddenly appeared on Earth out of nowhere. The Akkadians and Sumerians later intermingled and eventually formed a fusion of the two languages. From this Sumerian-Akkadian milieu evolved the Semites, and eventually the Hebrews or Jews. The Hebrews did not invent their language or literary forms. Their culture was inherited from the older Mesopotamian and Canaanite cultures. It should be more widely realized that when those famous biblical figures Noah and Abraham lived, there was no such thing as a Hebrew in existence. Both the Jews and Arabs traditionally claimed descendancy from Abraham, who was neither Jew nor Arab but a resident of the city of Ur in Mesopotamia. The earliest reference in the Old Testament said to show Abraham's alleged Hebrew ancestry is an error perpetuated by mistranslation. In their eagerness to prove Hebrew antiquity, translators have incorrectly referred to Abraham as such in Genesis 14. The context in which this reference appears is the invasion of the Eastern kings into Canaan and Abraham's reaction when his nephew Lot is taken prisoner. As the text goes, the invaders seized all the possessions of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their food, and departed, taking with them Lot, the son of Abram's brother, together with his possessions. He had been living in Sodom. A fugitive brought the news to Abram the Hebrew, who was camping at the terebinths of Mamre the Amorite, kinsman of Eshcol and Aner, these being the confederates of Abram. Evidently, Abram, was a stranger in the land at the time. He had just migrated from the city of Ur in Mesopotamia. Manifestly, both he and Lot were visitors or travelers. The translation of the word Ibri as Hebrew has no linguistic support. The root br means to pass through or to cross. Hence, Ibri, as it appears in the text of Genesis, would mean one who is passing through or a visitor. In reality, the news was brought to Abraham that the invaders had captured his nephew, his friend, and fellow traveler. The Semitic Ibri is obviously related to the Akkadian Ibru, from whence it probably derived. In the Akkadian version of the Gilgamesh epic, his friend Enkidu, with whom Gilgamesh shares most of his adventures, is referred to as Ibru. The Chicago Assyrian Dictionary defines it as a relationship between persons of the same code of behavior and the obligation of mutual assistance. This definition fits the situation of Abraham and Lot perfectly. Abraham's subsequent activities in the land of Canaan leave no doubt that he was a stranger and a visitor. For example, after his battle with the invading army, he had to report to Melchizedek, the king of Salem, where he paid a tithe of 10% of all the loot that had been recovered. Later, when Abraham eventually settled in the land of Canaan near Gerar, it was at the sufferance of Abimelech, the Philistine king who also controlled the lands around Gerar and Beersheba. Abraham had a later confrontation at Beersheba with Abimelech, who made it clear that he was in command of the land, backing up his claim with troops led by General Phicol. Abraham later had to purchase a plot of land in order to bury his wife Sarah. He paid 400 shekels of silver for this land, an extremely large amount of money for a small piece of land containing a cave. While this sum was abnormally high, Abraham as a foreigner was in no position to demur. These activities of Abraham were not the actions of a native, and Abraham lived among the Canaanites with their forbearance. It was the custom, if not the law of the land, that a stranger or alien could not own landed property. This probably accounts for the high price that Abraham had to pay. The borrowed legends of the Old Testament. The oldest part of the Bible, Genesis chapters 1 through 6, which deal with the antediluvian period, was not written down in its present form much earlier than 800 BC. On the other hand, most of the Sumerian stories and legends were composed and published about 2500 BC, or not long afterwards. The cuneiform tablet versions reported events that took place before the deluge, as well as activities just after the event. The uniqueness of the events of the Old Testament comes under critical scrutiny, since there is nothing here that cannot be found in the ancient myths and literature of Mesopotamia and the land of Canaan. If the activities of Abraham can be dated to about 2100 BC, and his antecedents are in Mesopotamia, then all the events of the Old Testament that took place before Abraham and the deluge must have had their origin among the indigenous people. What is not often perceived is that the Jews had at their disposal a vast store of creation and other myths wholly unknown to us, from which they borrowed selectively. For instance, we know that the Eden of the Bible was located in the river delta region of Mesopotamia, and that the story of the creation of Adam is a Sumerian account. The story of the Ark, the deluge, and Noah came from Sumerian accounts. In fact, the story of the deluge was not limited to the Middle East, but was universally known. There are also Ugaritic, northern Canaan, parallels to the Hebrew Bible. The story of Daniel was taken from a North Canaan poem dated as far back as 1500 BC. The Ugarit epic of Karat deals with the capture of a bride of King Karat by a distant king. It later became the Helen of Troy motif. But more importantly, it is the source of the stories of Genesis 12 and 20 where twice Abraham had to get his wife Sarah back from the hands of other kings. This story was uploaded to YouTube by Ink and Panels Manawanas for recaps. If you're enjoying this story, please support us by becoming a subscriber and remember to press the like button. The story of Job comes from a Babylonian poem about a virtuous man named Tabutol-Bel who was sorely afflicted for some inscrutable reason and tormented by the gods. The story of Jonah has many origins and apparently was universal, for Hercules was swallowed by a whale at precisely the same place, Joppa. Persian legends tell of their hero Jamahid, who was devoured by a sea monster that later vomited him out safely upon the shore. A similar tale appears in India in the epic classic Samedev Bhatta, where a fish swallowed Saktadeva and later escapes. The story of Samson is so strange and foreign to Hebrew lore as to indicate that it was borrowed in toto from Canaanite mythology. In fact, his name is derived from Shamash, the Canaanite sun god who ruled Lebanon. There are so many parallels that there is no question of contemporary borrowing by the Hebrews. How then did this influence penetrate the Bible so completely? Sometime during the 2nd millennium BC, the Babylonian script, language, and literature permeated the lands west of Mesopotamia. Babylonian had become the diplomatic language of the Middle East, so that correspondence between princes of Syria, Phoenicia, and Palestine with their Egyptian overlords was carried out in Babylon. Therefore, in order to learn the writing and language of the Babylonians, it was necessary for these peoples to study their literature, and for this purpose texts were required. Among the tablets discovered at Tel Amarna in Egypt were copies, in the form of school exercises, of the Babylonian stories of Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, and the story of Adapa, the mortal who was misled into refusing the food and water of immortality. So it is not unreasonable to assume that many of the Sumerian and Babylonian traditions, such as the stories of creation and the deluge, were known also to the Hebrews, or at least to their leaders. When he left Ur in the valley of Mesopotamia, Abraham presumably brought these Sumerian traditions with him. His father Terah was a high priest in the government of Ur and would certainly have had an intimate knowledge of Sumerian culture. It is therefore manifest that Sumerian tales of the gods of heaven and earth, the creation of man, and the deluge were the fountainhead from which nations of the ancient world drew their knowledge and beliefs. The invisible Bible. It is now generally accepted that the Old Testament is a condensed version of events that happened in man's early history. It is also evident many Christian texts, or apocrypha, and Jewish texts called pseudepigrapha were left out largely due to the fierce political and religious rivalry in early days between sects, between Jews, Christians, and Gnostics. In fact, the pseudepigrapha was completely lost from the transmitted heritage, documents that stem from 200 BC to AD 200. The term pseudepigrapha has evolved from the Greek meaning, writings with false superscriptions, but the term is used today by scholars, not because it denotes something spurious, but rather because the term has been inherited and is now universally used. What was retained in books of the Old Testament after centuries of emendation by the priesthood was a highly introspective version of the vast amount of literature available. Manuscripts such as the 3 books of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, and others tell a different story of the creation, of Adam and Eve, and the activities of the antediluvian patriarchs. These lost books of the Bible explain many of the puzzles and inconsistencies of the Old Testament. The Gnostic literature was completely left out of the scriptures. Being serious rivals to the early Christians, the Gnostics were harassed and utterly defeated, and their literature was consigned to oblivion. In the early Christian church, the most systematic and organized Gnostic cult was Manichaeism, which spread from Mesopotamia through Asia Minor to North Africa and the European territories of the Roman Empire. In the first 4 centuries, Gnosticism was so popular that it posed a serious challenge to the early Christian church. In the 2nd century, Valentinus, a major Gnostic thinker, sought selection as pope in Rome and almost succeeded. This marked the high point of Gnosticism. Had he not been defeated, one wonders what that major influence St. Augustine, born a Manichaean, would have later done and probably changed the course of history of the Catholic Church. As a result, Gnostic texts disappeared or were left uncopied, which achieved the same end. Until recently, all that was available of Gnostic literature were the refutations to the Gnostics by the early Christian fathers. Then in 1945, extensive Gnostic treatises were found in earthenware jars in Egypt at a small town called Nag Hammadi. The find was as significant to biblical research as that of the Dead Sea Scrolls to Palestine. It is in the Gnostic tracts that the existence of the serpent gods is clearly indicated. It is Eve who gave life to Adam, and the serpent in the garden is a noble and virtuous creature. It is easy to see why the Manichaeans were persecuted so avidly. Even so, as a religion it persisted in Europe as late as the 13th century. The two main streams are intertwined throughout the Old Testament and sometimes exist side by side as, for example, in Genesis where there are 2 versions of the creation. The deity is called El, plural Elohim, some of the time, and Yahweh the rest of the time. Biblical scholars agree that the usage of Yahweh appears to be an anachronism and may have been inserted at later times. Hebrew Elohim is grammatically a plural form and is often translated as God at times, but also gods or divine beings at other times, mainly because the text is often ambiguous. Generally, the name for the deity is El, which appears to be the generic term for the deity in Western Semitic as well as Biblical Hebrew. It apparently was borrowed from the pantheon of indigenous people of the land of Canaan. Who then was this El who was the supreme deity of the Canaanites? As the ruling god of the Western Semitic pantheon, the leading Sumerian deity Enlil was transcribed syllabically as Iliulu, then became Ili in Akkadian or Semitic, and later El in Hebrew. El thus became the name for Enlil, the supreme being in Palestine, and carried over into the Old Testament. While the rest of the world believed in many gods, the compilers and editors of the Old Testament tried to proclaim a faith in a sole God. In spite of these monotheistic attempts, however, there remain many instances where the biblical narrative falls into the plural form of El or Elohim. In Genesis, for example, when the notion to create Adam is brought up, the words used are all plural, and Elohim, plural, said, "Let us create man in our image and after our likeness." Later, in the Garden of Eden, when the serpent is tempting Eve, he says, "You are not going to die. No, the gods, Elohim, will know that the moment you eat it your eyes will be opened and you will be the same as the gods, Elohim, in telling good from bad." Again later, after the fall, the deity complains, "Now that man has become like us," plural, discerning good from bad. In other cases, the deity often addressed remarks aside, as if to other members of the celestial staff. Even after the deluge, when man was trying to erect a tower in Babel, the deity remarked to an associate, "Let us, then, go down and confound their speech." Therefore, notwithstanding attempts by early editors to proclaim a policy of monotheism, evidence of a pantheon has not been completely erased from the text of the Old Testament. The problem of the usage of Yahweh. According to the book of Exodus, the appellation Yahweh did not come into use until the time of Moses, for Moses is told by the deity that, "I am Yahweh. I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as El Shaddai, but I did not make myself known to them by my name Yahweh." Scholars agree that the name Yahweh was a later addition by priestly scribes. The tetragram YHWH or Yahweh became the distinctive personal name for the God of Israel and is used most frequently throughout the Old Testament to represent the deity. The origin of Yahweh is unknown, and while many explanations for its meaning have been proposed, the most logical seems to be that the divine name is a form of the verb to be or HWH, thus meaning the one who is. This is manifest in Exodus 3, where Moses queries the Lord on his real name, so that he can inform the tribes of Israel who wish to know what to call their God. God said to Moses, "I am who I am." And he said, "Say this to the people of Israel, I am has been sent to you." This verse has given scholars all kinds of problems, and it is footnoted in most translations of the Bible with the caveat that it can also mean, "I am what I am," or "I will be what I will be." Its ambiguity is probably due to the fact that it is a liturgical epithet. It means exactly what it says. I am the one who is or who exists. In ancient times, divine names were held to have intrinsic power in themselves, and certain appellations could only be used by the priesthood. In the Sumerian and Babylonian pantheon, only descriptive names are used. The true names of the gods are not known. Yahweh, or the one who is probably an attempt by Hebrew priests to substitute an innocuous name for that of the deity, thereby defusing any possible harmful consequences. This is also found in the rabbinical tradition where the name Yahweh holds certain powers, and in ancient times only a few priests were allowed to pronounce the name. El Shaddai, the fearful and terrible God. As we have seen, in addressing Moses, the deity informed him that he had appeared to his ancestors as El Shaddai. This El Shaddai name appears in Genesis no less than 6 times, and is considered to be the descriptive title for the God of the Hebrews. The Hebrew root, shaddad, from which it is believed to be derived, means to overpower, to treat with violence, or to lay waste. These meanings give the deity a fearful character, that of devastator or destroyer. It is partly for this reason that the God of the Hebrews is known as an uncompromising and vindictive God. Shaddai may also be connected linguistically to the Assyrian word shadu, or mountain. In actuality, both of these meanings can be applied to the Hebrew god El Shaddai, for he is none other than the god of lightning and thunder of the Hittites, a northwestern version of the Sumerian god Ishkur and the Semitic Adad. He was the Anatolian mountain god, and is often depicted with thunderbolts in hand. After the deluge, when the Anunnaki redescend to rebuild the cities of Mesopotamia, the lands known as the Fertile Crescent were divided among the children of Enlil. Nannar/Sin was given authority over all of Mesopotamia and the western lands, except for Anatolia, which was assigned to Ishkur/Adad, and Lebanon, which was allotted to Utu/Shamash. The goddess Inanna/Ishtar moved her base of operations to Lebanon and ruled there with Shamash. The pantheon of the Levant consisted of 3 major deities after the deluge: Adad, Shamash, and Ishtar. From Anatolia, the land of the Hittites, Adad extended his influence as far south as Jerusalem. This is illustrated in Ezekiel 16, where the origins of Jerusalem are found in the statement, "Your father was an Amorite, and your mother a Hittite." The lesser gods, the Nephilim and the angels. Not only does the Old Testament suggest that there were many deities, but these lesser gods seem to have descended to earth to interfere in the affairs of man. This is explicit in Genesis 6, which states, "Now when men began to increase on earth and daughters were born to them, the divine beings, Elohim, saw how beautiful were the human daughters and took as their wives any of them they liked." It was then that the Nephilim appeared on earth, as well as later, after the divine beings had united with human daughters to whom they bore children. The biblical term for these lesser deities seems to have been Nephilim. Is the descent of the Nephilim reflected in the literature of Mesopotamia? Could they be the Anunnaki who also descended to earth in the antediluvian period? We shall see that these were different names for the same group of people. The term Nephilim has given theologians and translators problems over the centuries, so much so that today it is the policy to leave the term intact in modern translations. Nephilim is derived from the Hebrew NFL, literally the fallen ones, or better still, those who dropped down. It has been interpreted to mean fallen angels, in the sense of those who were cast down, or the evil angels, although the text does not justify this conclusion. The noted Jewish biblical commentator of the 19th century, Malbim, claimed that in ancient times the rulers of countries in the Middle East were the sons of deities who arrived on earth from the heavens. He maintains that they were the sons of pagan deities and called themselves Nephilim. Genesis asserts that they came down to earth in 2 groups. It was then that the Nephilim appeared on earth, as well as later. The descent of the 2 separate groups of Nephilim, or angels, down to Mount Harmon in northern Palestine is reported in the Book of Jubilees. A group descended in the days of Jared in the 10th Jubilee. Later in the 25th Jubilee, during the days of Noah, another group came down to earth. Since a Jubilee year is 50 regular years, this source claims that they descended to earth about 750 years apart. In the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian account of the creation, there is a group of Anunnaki who also descended to populate the earth. These divine beings also intermarried with the daughters of man. The so-called angels of the Old Testament have become a general term to describe lesser deities who have been quite active in the affairs of man. In biblical Hebrew, the word often used is malach. However, other terms such as B'nai Elohim, or sons of God, are often translated as angels. It has been used as a cover term for any of the lesser deities coming in contact with mankind. These messengers got around very easily by some sort of flying device. Hence, the representation of angels with wings, a symbol of their ability to fly. This was the only way the ancients knew how to convey this fact. The incident of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah illustrates the ability of these angels to fly about at will. As events unfold in Genesis 18 and 19, several angels were briefing Abraham on the coming destruction of the cities. The traditional translation states that when they decide to visit Sodom, they set out from there and face Sodom. The distinguished biblical scholar E.A. Spicer in his work Genesis suggests that this translation is erroneous and that it could be more accurately rendered as they looked down upon the face of Sodom. This reading, of course, gives a completely different meaning to the incident. Later, after the angels take Lot and his family to safety outside the city, the traditional text states, "Let him safely outside the city." Again, Spicer suggests an alternate translation of "brought them out and deposited them outside the city." Thus, the revised text makes it quite clear that the angels first reconnoitered the cities by air, then seeing the necessity to rescue the relatives of Abraham, removed them by some sort of aircraft and deposited them outside at a safe place. The denizens of Eden, the legged snakes or reptiles. According to Genesis and other documents, and long before humans ever existed, the serpent, we shall call him that for want of a better word, for he is obviously a lizard, lived in the Garden of Eden and did all the necessary work to maintain it. This biblical serpent was not just a lowly snake. He could converse with Eve. He knew the truth about the tree of knowledge, and he was of such stature that he unhesitatingly challenged the deity. Additional information of this creature is available from other sources. Ancient Jewish legends describe the serpent of Eden as man-like. He looked like a man and talked like a man. This is further elaborated on in the Haggadah, that vast reservoir of stories and legends which form the oral tradition of the Jews. The section that deals with the creation describes the serpent who inhabited the garden before the creation of Adam as an upright creature that stood on 2 feet and who was equal in height to the camel. He is given many excellent qualities and mental abilities, which are superior to that of man. In fact, the Haggadah states that it was his superior mental ability that led to the ruin of man as well as his own. The task of the serpent, according to this source, included supplying the deity with gold, silver, gems, and pearls, an obviously mundane commercial task for a group of supposedly spiritual beings. It is noteworthy that again we have that preoccupation with gems, as in Genesis, which describes the products of Eden. The gold of that land is choice. There is bdellium and lapis lazuli. Preceding man and then later cohabiting the Garden of Eden with him, the serpent was manlike in many ways. He was tall and stood upright on 2 legs. He did all the work of the gods, particularly the mining and agricultural work. And above all, the serpent had an intellect superior to man. These are all the attributes of the Anunnaki. The term serpent, as applied to this creature, raises many problems. It could best be described as a large lizard or reptile in modern-day terms. The ancients may have given a different meaning to the word serpent, which today we define as a legless reptile. In this respect, the problems are due to giving modern meaning to the translation of the ancient word. For example, ancient or classical Greek had no word for serpent, paresi. The word draken was applied to serpents as well as other fabulous snake-like creatures. In fact, compound words based on snake or serpent were variations of draken. For example, the word for snaky or twisting like a road was drakenphoros. Dracontonia meant the slaying of a snake or serpent. In the Septuagint, the pre-Christian Greek version of the Hebrew Scriptures, the word draken is used to denote snakes, large reptiles, and other large, terrible, or ferocious creatures. In this way, the confusion of dragon and serpent led to mythological creatures who were winged, legged, and fire-breathing. The serpents of the ancient world were later represented as large lizard-like animals with wings to denote their ability to fly about, a metaphor for some sort of aircraft. Their ability to defend themselves by flame-throwing devices, or perhaps their dangerous rocket exhaust, was transformed into the mythological appearance of a fire-breathing dragon. It is against this background that man is interjected into the antediluvian civilization of the serpent gods. The Sumerian cuneiform tablets are more specific in this matter. The Anunnaki, or children of the serpent gods, tire of their burden of performing all the distasteful tasks of mining and agriculture and appeal to the chief god to alleviate their suffering. It is here that man enters upon the scene. The creation of man and the fall. I shall establish a savage. Man will be his name. Verily, savage man I shall create. He will be charged with the service of the gods, that they might be at ease. Sumerian creation epic. One of the oldest fragments of Sumerian mythology describes conditions on Earth as the alien astronauts or Anunnaki arrived, and before they had descended to build the cities of Mesopotamia. It tells of a time when the face of the sun and the moon could not be seen, when the Earth's surface was watered profusely and the clouds descended down to the Earth's surface. It was then, as the tablet states, that the reptiles verily descend. In the epics of Mesopotamia, man's creation was secondary and even incidental to the creation of the universe and to the colonization of this planet by the alien visitors. After the astronauts had landed, the recovery of the swamps and the building of the cities commenced under the leadership of Enki. All the cities built had a specific purpose, seemingly to support the mining operations, which culminated in the metal processing center at Bad Tibra. The building of the cities, the constant repairing and rebuilding of the canals and dikes, the mining operations, all required considerable effort on the part of the sons of En. It is with this background that man arrives upon the scene. Man's creation was conceived and executed not as an end in itself or as a natural development of the civilization of Mesopotamia. Rather, man was created as an expedient to satisfy a group of discontented aliens. Man's purpose was to serve the gods. He was made to ease the burden of the gods and to assume the laborious and distasteful tasks being performed by the increasingly unhappy and rebellious Anunnaki. Man was meant to be the breadwinner, the laborer, and the caretaker of the gods. The scriptures speak of the work done in the Garden of Eden before man was created. It was the serpent who performed all the work that later man had to do. Besides the farming, the serpent gods also mined the minerals as they supplied Elohim with silver, gold, gems, and pearls, thereby revealing one of the main activities of the serpent gods before the advent of man. Early attempts to create a primitive man. The difficulties of their children below did not go unheeded by the gods in the orbiting spaceship. Earlier vegetation was so luxuriant that they did not have to produce much of their food, and they literally lived off the land. With the change in climate and environment, they now had to grow much of their own food. At this they were not very proficient. Thus, this wild creature is presumably the Neanderthal that is mated with the reptilian Anunnaki. From this combination, it was hoped to produce a hybrid that was more adapted to the changing environment. The desiccation of the earth and the changes it was bringing to the flora and fauna made it necessary to produce a primitive worker. The Adam of the Bible was not the Homo sapiens of today. He was what one might call Homo saurus, a hybrid mammal-saurian creature that was to become our ancestor and the first step in the creation of modern man. In just a few years, man had taken a quantum jump in evolution. He had suddenly evolved from the wild ape man to a hybrid that would become a new species known as Cro-Magnon man. The hybrid that was created probably looked reptilian since he was created in the image of his gods. Genesis is very specific about this, for it states, "Then God said, I will make man in my image, after my likeness." Adam was thus created in both the image or Selim and likeness or Dmut of his creator. The use of both terms in the biblical text was meant to leave no doubt that man was similar in appearance to the gods. It is this likeness or lack of it, as we shall see, that is at the root of many of the admonitions of the Bible and the Sumerian literature. Later, as man intermarried with his species, the reptile strain deteriorated, and he became more mammal-like and less reptilian in appearance. The mammal genes dominated the reptilian genes, and man became more human and less godlike. It explains man's sinful nature and his fall from grace. Original sin was man's deviation from the basic original reptilian or godly pattern. It also explains why man was forbidden to make any likeness of his gods. Genesis makes the point repeatedly that before the fall, man was naked while he occupied the Garden of Eden. It was not until he ate of the forbidden fruit that he realized that he was naked and put on clothing. Other ancient religious sources substantiate this condition of man, but they also reveal the reason why he was naked. According to the Haggadah, the bodies of Adam and Eve had been overlaid with a horny skin, and moreover, of Adam it was said that it was as bright as daylight and covered his body like a luminous garment. Adam thus had the outward appearance of a reptile, with its scaly and shiny skin. It was for this reason that Adam and Eve did not wear, nor did they need clothing for protection or for comfort. The book of Genesis also makes it clear that Adam did not sweat in the Garden of Eden before the fall. That was his punishment for eating the forbidden fruit, for he was told, "By the sweat of your face shall you earn your bread." Adam did not sweat before the fall for the simple reason that sweating is characteristic of mammals and not reptiles. As long as they remained in the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve did not propagate. The Sumerian tablets explain why, because they were mules and could not reproduce their own kind. The incident that the Bible refers to as the fall of man was his acquiring the ability to procreate by taking on many of the traits of mammals. It is explicit in Eve's punishment that she is to bear the pangs of live birth like a mammal. Enki did the final genetic change. It was unauthorized and caused much dissension among the gods, and remained an issue festering between Enlil and Enki. Enki is remembered as the creator, the defender, and the benefactor of mankind. Enlil despised mankind as an abomination and a deterioration of the Saurian strain. He is remembered as a cruel and vindictive god, and the one who brought on the deluge. Primitive man or Homo saurus was placed in the Garden of Eden to grow food, for as Genesis says, the Lord planted a garden in Eden, in the east, and placed there the man whom he had formed. Since man was created in Enki's Abzu at his headquarters city of Eridu, and it being in the westernmost part of the Mesopotamian plain between the two rivers, it would appear that the fertile area east of Eridu would be the Garden of Eden. Coincidentally, the Sumerians called this area Edion, or the home of the righteous ones. According to Jubilees, Adam and Eve were placed in the Garden of Eden to till and reap it. He protected the garden from birds, beasts, and cattle, and gathered fruit and food. The duties of Adam are described in similar terms in one of the Babylonian versions of the creation of man. It was his duty to maintain the canals and watercourses and to raise plants in abundance in order to fill the granaries of the Anunnaki. Until the event known cryptically as the fall of man, primitive man cohabited the Garden of Eden with the serpent gods, and together they did all the necessary work. This workforce, apparently, was not sufficient to do the essential work, and a modification was needed to make the Homo saurus more efficient. In order to provide for a larger workforce, it was decided to provide the Adam or Lulu with a reproductive capacity, the fall of man or the creation of Homo sapiens. The event that biblical scholars refer to as the fall of man begins with Adam and Eve, who have been placed in the Garden of Eden by the deity to till and to tend it. Among the many delightful things to eat were the fruit from the two trees in the middle of the garden, the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and bad. Adam and Eve are told, "You are free to eat of any tree of the garden, except only the tree of knowledge of good and bad, of which you are not to eat. For the moment you eat it, you shall be doomed to death." Then the scriptures add laconically, "The two of them were naked, the man and his wife, yet they felt no shame." Later, when they ate of the forbidden fruit, the immediate and only result was that then the eyes of both were opened, and they discovered that they were naked. One wonders why all this emphasis is placed on nakedness. It is as if the expulsion of Adam and Eve from the garden was a dramatic way to explain how mankind came to wear clothes. It is obvious that the wearing of clothes was merely a manifestation of something else, the acquisition of knowing or knowledge. The Hebrew stem, yd, that is used throughout Genesis means not only to know, but more specifically to experience. As applied to connubial relations, the stem yd means to know sexually, that is, to have sexual relations. In fact, it is applied not only to normal marital relations, but also to clandestine conduct, even to homosexuality, and to sex among animals. Thus, by achieving knowledge, man acquired some sort of sexual fortitude or prowess. The knowledge that was withheld from man was of a more profound and serious nature than just being aware of his nudity. It was something good for man, but something that the creators did not want him to have. As long as Adam and Eve lacked it, they lived in the Garden of Eden without offspring. Having obtained it, Eve was condemned to suffer the pangs of childbirth. The tale of Adam and Eve is the story of a crucial step in man's evolution, the acquiring of the ability to procreate like a mammal. In achieving this, however, man had to forfeit some of his saurian heritage, his so-called divinity. Man loses his saurian appearance and his divinity. Genesis sketchily describes the physiological changes that resulted from the punishment of Adam and Eve. As their chastisement, Eve will have to suffer the pain of childbearing while Adam will have to earn his bread by the sweat of his brow. Logically, it would appear that heretofore Eve did not produce live young, nor did Adam sweat. Other religious sources reveal some of the changes that were brought about by this momentous event. In the section on the creation of the world, the Haggadah explains what happened in the garden after the pair partook of the forbidden fruit. The first result was that Adam and Eve became naked. Before, their bodies had been overlaid with a horny skin and enveloped with the cloud of glory. No sooner had they violated the command given them than the cloud of glory and the horny skin dropped from them, and they stood there in their nakedness and ashamed. It is clear here that their nakedness had to do with losing their horny skin and their cloud of glory. Similar descriptions are found in the old rabbinical legends. Describing man before the fall, it was said that his skin was as bright as daylight and covered his body like a luminous garment. Later, when Eve ate of the apple, the immediate result according to these sources was that, at that moment, all the adornments God had given Adam's bride fell away from her, and she saw that she was naked. This luminous and bright skin was their cloud of glory. Other legends state that the change brought about by the fall was that the brightness of his skin, which had covered him like a garment, disappeared. The nakedness that is emphasized so much in the ancient documents is related in some way to some sort of protective outer skin that was luminous and shining, the so-called cloud of glory. Man's nakedness was in losing this protective horny hide or skin, or, in other words, his reptilian or divine appearance. Henceforth, man would have to wear clothing to protect his vulnerable mammal skin. Man would now begin to sweat as a mammal, a physiological function not intrinsic to reptiles. Man created in the image of the reptile gods. The book of Genesis makes it abundantly clear that man was originally created in the image of his God, and God created man in his image. In the divine image created he him, male and female created he them. Since Adam of Genesis and the Lulu of the Sumerians were created in the image of the serpent god, shouldn't traces of this fact be found in some of the ancient scriptures? Indeed, it is reported in the Gnostic version of the creation of man. One tract describes Eve's reaction in the Garden of Eden. She looked at the tree, and she saw that it was beautiful and magnificent, and she desired it. She took some of its fruit and ate, and she gave to her husband also, and he ate, too. Then their minds opened. For when they ate, the light of knowledge shone upon them. When they put on shame, they knew that they were naked with regard to knowledge. When they sobered up, they saw that they were naked, and they became enamored of one another. When they saw their makers, they loathed them since they were beastly forms. They understood very much. Thus, a fitting description of Adam and Eve and their creators would be as follows. They had a scaly or horny hide. This hide was shiny and luminous as is seen in some reptiles. They did not sweat, which is the province of mammals. They did not wear clothes since they were unnecessary. They had a pale green skin or hide. The evidence for the color of their skin is found in the Haggadah, which describes how Adam was created from dust taken from the four corners of the world. The dust was of various colors: red, black, white, and green. Red was for the blood, black for the bowels, white for the bones, and green for the pale skin. Had Adam been a Homo sapiens, the color of dust used for the skin presumably would have been pink or brown. Homosaurus, or reptile man, was probably much larger and taller than modern man. Many of the ancient sources refer to him as having the stature of a giant before the incident in Eden. For example, rabbinical records disclose that Adam, who had been a giant, diminished in stature to the size of an ordinary man. The antediluvian patriarchs and the Sumerian kings were part saurian, were apparently very large men, and stood out physically among the hordes of mankind. The Reptilians, the descendants of the Nephilim who lived after the deluge, were also giants, and like the antediluvians, their span of life seems to have diminished as the saurian blood became more and more diluted with time. Man forfeits long life to become a mammal. While there were 2 trees in the garden, only the tree of knowledge was taboo. Apparently, man had access to the tree of life or immortality since it was not forbidden to him. Now that he had achieved the ability to procreate, the biblical deity worried that he could also partake of the tree of life and thereby achieve immortality. What if he should stretch out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever? So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to till the soil from which he was taken. He drove the man out and stationed east of the Garden of Eden the cherubim and the fiery, ever-turning sword to guard the way to the tree of life. According to the scriptures, there was no turning back for man. He had now taken the decisive step and achieved knowledge, and could start the mammal race known as mankind or Homo sapiens. In obtaining this, however, he had to give up long life or immortality. The two were mutually exclusive as indicated in the book of Genesis. Man could have retained his divine form and long life, but remain a mule at best, a sort of limited homosaurus. Seeing that man now required clothing for protection against the elements, an apparently sympathetic deity made shirts of skins for the man and his wife and clothed them. This generous deity, however, probably had other reasons in mind, for as the Haggadah reveals, the clothes were made of skins sloughed off by the serpents. Was this done to remind man of his serpent origins? It was an ironic way of impressing on man's memory that he originated as a saurian and that he existed at the tolerance of the serpent gods. This theme reoccurs time and time again in the later relations of man with his saurian gods and was formalized in the ritual of circumcision. The myth of creation as seen in the tale of Adapa. While no Sumerian myth has been found thus far that parallels the fall of man as related in the Old Testament, there is one poem that tells of a story that is probably the source of the Genesis account. The tale of Adapa was found in the archives of Egyptian kings at Elamarna, as well as in the library of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal. Ostensibly, it was universally known in ancient days. Its main theme, like that of the Gilgamesh epic, is man squandering an opportunity for gaining immortality. Adapa was a model specimen of the Homo sapiens created by Enki in the Abzu. Like the Adam of Genesis, Adapa had achieved knowledge but not immortality. The tale begins with the statement, "With wide understanding, to him he, Enki, had given wisdom, but eternal life he had not given him." Enki had trained Adapa to do specialized chores for his household. He procured food for the table, did the baking, and prepared and tended the dinner table at Enki's water palace. As the story unfolds, one day Adapa was out in his boat fishing to obtain food for Enki's table, when the south wind came up and swamped the boat. Adapa cursed the wind and, as the story states, broke the wing of the south wind. This is a curious phrase indeed, and in view of another Sumerian poem, seems to be the wing of an aircraft. In the myth of Zu, one of the weapons unleashed against Zu and the one that finally defeated him was the south wind. Its context makes it sound like an unmanned winged craft of some sort. In Adapa's case, he seems to have disabled it accidentally. Meanwhile, up in his heavenly abode, the chief god is worried that the south wind has not blown over the land for 7 days, and asked his vizier to investigate. When he reported back that a mere mortal had disabled the south wind, and was furious and angrily summoned Adapa to his spaceship to give an account of himself. Enki, who was not only man's creator but quite often his defender and benefactor, briefed Adapa on how to act in the presence of the great god. Adapa is told how to reach the heavenly ship Oven. In the account, Enki made him take the road to heaven, and to heaven he went up, obviously taking a shuttle from Sapar, the space city. He is warned that he will be offered the bread of death. Thou shalt not eat it. He will then be offered the water of death. Thou shalt not drink it, warns Enki. Adapa was ushered into the presence of the god and who asked him pointedly why he had broken the south wind. Adapa explained that he was catching fish for his master's table. The sea was like a mirror until the south wind came up and overturned his boat, thus indicating that his boat was swamped by the blast of wind from the apparently low-flying south wind, and was impressed by Adapa's intelligence and moreover by the fact that he had learned forbidden things, that is, information that was privileged to the gods and their semi-divine children. He further questioned Adapa on why Enki had disclosed the plan of heaven and earth to a worthless human like him. Furthermore, and asked why Enki had made a shumu for him. The chief god wondered what to do with Adapa now that he knew the road to the gods, since he had traveled from earth to heaven in a shumu, a journey only allowed to the gods. In this sense, the Sumerian word shumu obviously refers to a rocket ship or shuttle to reach the orbiting ship in the heavens. To continue the story of Adapa, it was decided to have him join the ranks of the gods by providing him with the bread and water of life. In this way, Adapa would achieve immortality and become like one of the gods. Actually, it would mean reverting back to his reptilian nature. This may be why Enki, who did not want his creation tampered with, forewarned him. When Adapa refused the food and water of immortality and wanted to know why, Adapa told him of the warning of Enki, which infuriated him, and he sent down a messenger to chastise Enki, and finally relented. However, but it was too late for Adapa. Symbolically, man had missed the chance of achieving everlasting life. Adapa returned to Earth, a trip during which he saw the wonders of space. As Adapa from the horizon of heaven to the zenith of heaven cast a glance, saw its awesomeness. Adapa was ordained a high priest at Eridu, and he was promised that henceforth the goddess of healing would also tend to the ailments of mankind. But what is more important to the story of Adapa as a parallel to that of Adam and Eden is that it was decided by the gods that he, like Adam, would be the ancestor of mankind, and decreed that as his destiny, Adapa would be the seed of mankind. The food and water of life are often portrayed on Sumerian cylinder seals and murals. The gods are sometimes shown with a pine cone in one hand and a water bucket or situla in the other hand, representing the food and water of eternal life or immortality. The sad story is that man could not have the best of two possible worlds, mammal form and long life. It explains why man's lifespan shortened progressively as each generation diluted the saurian gene further. The gods were unhappy with the deterioration of the saurian traits, and in the years to come would not let man forget his choice. It echoes throughout the chapters of the Old Testament as the weakness of the flesh. The further man evolved from his saurian origins, the less he remembered of it. Through a long process of selective amnesia, abetted by a secretive and self-perpetuating priesthood, mankind has succeeded in denying all knowledge of his saurian ancestry. The genealogy of man. It is our thesis that our ancestors were reptile forms who came to Earth from another planet long ago to obtain certain metals. Finding the climate benign, they founded a colony in Mesopotamia. As the climate changed, as shown by the demise of the dinosaurs, it became unbearable for the Anunnaki. It was then decided to produce a primitive worker more suitable to the climate. The result was a Homo saurus, half ape-man and half reptile. This creature, however, could not reproduce itself. To solve this labor problem, the Adam, or Lulu, was given dominant mammal characteristics, and the result was the first Homo sapiens. In terms of evolution, modern man appeared on the scene some 40,000 years ago, as if by magic. Homo sapiens, or Cro-Magnon man, was not an ape-man, and so different from the form it replaced as to require a quantum jump in the process of evolution. It is the perplexing problem of the missing link that has baffled evolutionists for over 100 years. Is it possible that the so-called missing link will never be found? And more importantly, if this missing link is ever discovered, it will most likely be in the ruins of the ancient civilization of the Valley of Mesopotamia. Chapter 6. The Serpent Gods and Immortality. Make a seraph and mount it on a pole, and if anyone who is bitten looks at it, he shall recover. Book of Numbers. The perception of the serpent as evil. Besides Adam and Eve, the other important denizen of the Garden of Eden was the serpent. He is given qualities which rival and surpass those of Adam. Even Genesis concedes the point when it asserts that the serpent was the shrewdest of all the wild beasts that God had made. The Haggadah describes the serpent as tall, two-legged, and with superior mental powers. He was lord over all the beasts of Eden. God spoke to the serpent, "I created you to be king over all the animals. I created you to be of upright position." In the Haggadah, there seems to be little doubt that he walked like a man. In Genesis, the serpent was severely punished for his role in the downfall of Adam and Eve. His fate was henceforth to crawl on his belly. In this way, Genesis implies that at one time the serpent was a legged creature and lost his limbs as a result of the eating of the forbidden fruit. The Haggadah is more explicit and plainly states that his hands and feet were hacked off. In appearance, the legged serpent must have been a fearsome creature, dominating all the animals as well as man. In fact, when Adam and Eve were expelled from Eden, they wore shirts of skin. But since Adam and Eve were vegetarian during this period, and man was not allowed to eat meat until after the deluge, these skins must have been those sloughed off by the reptiles. Many ancient sources verify this. Ancient Jewish legends indicate that the clothes worn by Adam and Eve were not only made of reptile skins, but that they protected them from predators. When they wore the coats, Adam and Eve were told, all creatures on earth would fear them. The serpent skins were symbolic of the ruling race, and not only reminded Adam and Eve of their origin, but also acted as a talisman to protect them from wild creatures. The notion of the serpent as evil is a fairly recent one, for it is one that developed during the early Christian era. In actuality, the biblical serpent is often connected with godly knowledge, healing, and immortality. The Hebrew word for the creature who tempted Eve is Nash, which is usually translated as serpent, but literally means he who solves secrets. Even in ancient Greek, the word serpent posed problems in translation. In the Septuagint, the early Greek version of the Old Testament, the serpent is called drakon. In ancient Greece, the word drakon was used for all large fearsome creatures such as serpents, large reptiles, and other terrifying animals. Thus, the term drakon carried over through semantic channels to the association of a large winged, legged serpent as a dragon in Western literature and culture. In all probability, the dragons and other fabulous creatures of mythology are but distorted forms of the serpent god. It is a semantic problem fostered by man's revulsion in linking his ancestry to a saurian god. Two streams of understanding seem to have contributed to the legend of the serpent as evil and repulsive. The first is the master-slave relationship. Man replaced the Anunnaki as workers and began to perform all the menial and distasteful tasks. The memory of this domination by cruel and merciless reptiles was further exacerbated by the descent of the Nephilim in the days before the deluge. These spacemen intermarried and lived among mankind, and both scriptures and Sumerian sources reveal that they were a barbarous and cannibalistic race. By the time of the advent of the deluge, man had come to despise and even to persecute these saurian offspring. Ancient sources strongly suggest that anyone showing signs of serpent god ancestry was hunted down and destroyed. The second major factor in the evolution of the idea of them as evil was the enmity between Enlil and Enki. When the lands were reclaimed after the deluge, Enlil saw to it that his sons were placed in charge of the lands of the Middle East, and that Enki's sons were allotted foreign lands such as Egypt and the Indus Valley. The sons of Enki returned to the Middle East, however, and his oldest son Marduk seized control of Babylon and claimed the coveted title of 50. Enki is remembered as the creator and benefactor of mankind, and is associated with godly knowledge, healing, and immortality, exactly the qualities attributed to the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Thus, the biblical fall of man takes on the character of a confrontation between Enlil, the Elohim of the Old Testament, and Enki, the usurper serpent god. The same conflict is seen in the tale of Adapa when Enki prevented Enlil later came to represent Un as he became the senior god, from tampering with his creation. There are echoes of this dissension in the third book of Enoch, when this patriarch was to be given godhood and immortality. The angels, representing the older order, protested that God was revealing divine secrets to man. They remind him that did not the primeval ones give you good advice when they said don't create man? To the conservative and older gods, man was considered to be an inferior animal. For time and time again, he is criticized for his sweaty and dirty mammalism. In the third book of Enoch, man is scorned by the minor gods or angels who characterize him as mankind born of woman, blemished, unclean, defiled by blood and impure flux, men who sweat putrid drops. This disgust of the angels towards their sweaty and hairy mammal cousins is reiterated throughout the Old Testament, where this dislike is masked under the imagery of the weakness of the flesh. The Anunnaki delighted in their reptilian appearance, their sleek, lustrous, and gleaming bodies, and mammal traits were repugnant to them. From an objective point of view, the elegance and beauty of the reptile form has much to recommend it. It is difficult to see how physical repugnance to these creatures developed. The problem of revulsion is a difficult one, and better left to psychoanalysts. It seems largely to be a learned experience, a result of what we are taught when we are young. On the other hand, the lingering memory of the brutish and barbarous treatment by the reptilian ancestors may exist in our subconscious and contribute to the dislike of reptiles. Immortality as achieved by regeneration. In ancient legends, man seems to always achieve some sort of knowledge, yet he loses immortality. It is as if the two are mutually exclusive. Adam gets knowledge, but is banned from the garden and from partaking of the fruit of the tree of life. So it is with Adapa, who is given knowledge by Enki but is cheated of the drink and food of life that would have made him immortal. Many of the adventures of Gilgamesh are attempts to achieve immortality. He is denied a trip up to the heavens to plead to the gods for long life. He is then refused it when he reaches Utnapishtim, his grandfather. He finally obtains the magical plant that heals and extends life, but a serpent, no doubt an imagery of the serpent gods, steals it from him. In world mythology, the serpent has been the symbol of long life, of cure and regeneration, and of immortality. Serpents have everywhere been associated with healing. For example, the Mayan Chilam Balam relates that the first inhabitants of Yucatan were the Chans, or people of the serpent, who came across the water from the east with their leader at Samna, who was called the Serpent of the East. He was a healer and could cure by laying on of hands, and even revive the dead. In the Old Testament, the role of the serpent as healer is illustrated in the incident of the brazen serpent, or seraph, which was raised on a pole and became a cure for the ailments of the tribes during their exodus from Egypt. The duality of knowledge and immortality, as represented by the two trees in Eden, is not generally found in ancient sources. Aside from the brief references in the tale of Adapa, ancient literature concentrates on man's efforts to achieve immortality and extended life. The symbolic tree of life and the magical food and drink were popular subjects among the various cultures of the Middle East and often appear in their art forms. The opposite is true of the Old Testament, where immortality is all but forgotten, and the emphasis is on the sins of man caused by his downfall when he achieved knowledge. An exception is found in the pseudepigraphic document called The Life of Adam and Eve, which narrates episodes in the life of Adam and Eve after these two left Eden. Dated to the 1st century AD, it is available in both Greek and Latin versions. It provides a little-known event of Adam's attempt to obtain some of these rejuvenative remedies. According to the text, Adam was old and sickly and near the end of his life. He requested Eve and his son Seth to return to Eden for the oil from the tree of mercy, with which he might be anointed, relieved of his pain, and have his life extended. At the gates of Eden, they are met by the angel Michael, who refuses the plea of Seth with the argument that the magic elixir is not for man. The Hebrew concentration on a view opposite that of the ancient secular traditions would suggest that the emphasis on knowing by the early priesthood was a deliberate deviation, in order to force on their people a doctrine of original sin and the fall of man, and thus achieve a large degree of control over their minds and behavior. The search for regeneration, a form of immortality, has been a common theme of ancient literature and mythology. It is a sub-theme in the Gilgamesh epic where, after telling his grandson that the gods had refused him immortality, Utnapishtim has compassion for his grandson, and in order not to let him return empty-handed, he is informed of a magical plant that restores youth and vitality and where to find it. Thus, on his return home, Gilgamesh follows the directions of his grandfather and manages to obtain this magical plant. He decides, somewhat unwisely, not to partake of it immediately, but rather to take it back to the city of Uruk and there share it with his friends. This turns out to be a mistake, for when Gilgamesh stops by a pool of water to bathe, the plant is stolen from him. In order to wash the grime from his long journey, Gilgamesh decided to take a much-needed bath. He foolishly leaves the magic plant on shore unattended. As he is bathing, and much to his consternation, a snake or seru smelled the fragrance of the plant, came up through the water, and carried it away. As the serpent left, it threw off its skin. In this way, the story represents the regenerative ability of the serpent to extend its life by shedding its skin periodically. In man's search for the panacea of long life and vitality, science has yet to provide the answer. As a natural process, regeneration is not very developed in man and the higher mammals, being capable of regenerating only hair, skin, nails, liver, and certain other tissues. It is much more pronounced in the lower animals, for example, salamanders and lizards, which can replace their tails, lobsters and crabs, which can grow new limbs, and the flatworm, which will form a number of new individuals when it is cut into pieces. While the gods throughout the ages have forbid regeneration, veiled references are often found in the literature. When the snake stole the magical plant of Gilgamesh and immediately shed its skin, it was demonstrating a form of immortality. Shedding of the skin has in this way entered the theology of the Hebrews and Christians in the form of the rite of circumcision. As part of the covenant between Abraham and his God, and later reinforced by being repeated many more times to his descendants, he is told, "You shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and that shall be the mark of the covenant between me and you." Just as the serpent achieves long life through sacrificing and leaving off part of himself, so man may also be saved by ritually sacrificing part of himself. The rite of circumcision also served as a perpetual reminder to man that his true origins lay in the serpent god creator and that he existed at the forbearance of these gods. Of those who achieved true immortality and joined the gods, only two are recorded in the ancient literature. The gods made it clear that it was not granted lightly. Utnapishtim is one of the few who was given immortality. After the deluge, Utnapishtim and his wife were taken up into the spaceship where Enlil placed him through a ritual process. Hitherto, Utnapishtim had been but a man, but now Utnapishtim and his wife shall be unto us gods. He was sent to live at the source of the two rivers where Shamash rises, in the land of Dilmun. Unlike his counterpart, Noah did not achieve immortality. The gods of the Old Testament were much more jealous and uncompromising gods. One of the patriarchs before the deluge achieved this distinction. It is passed over cryptically in Genesis, which states that Enoch walked with God. Then he vanished because God took him. Nonetheless, the three apocalyptic books of Enoch provide the full story, details that were omitted from the Bible. Enoch was not only made immortal, but also deified, so that he became second in power to the chief deity himself. This unusual metamorphosis was done in order to provide an objective magistrate who could preside over the trial of the Nephilim, who had been accused of committing all sorts of crimes on earth. Is long lifespan possible? Longevity among the ancients is proverbial. The name of the patriarch Methuselah has been synonymous with an extra long lifespan. If the ancient records, both religious and secular, are to be believed, the antediluvian kings and patriarchs enjoyed an unusual long lifespan. These claims are so consistent, and even allowing for exaggeration, one is forced to concede that there must be some truth in them. Tacitly, modern man is beginning to take these claims seriously, for today he is toying with the possibilities that aging can be brought under control, even reversed, and that lifespans can logically be extended to a remarkable degree. Theories of aging currently studied by modern science range from the concept of purely genetic control of aging to the concept of reducing environmental onslaughts on the human organism. Scientists now believe that the mechanisms that cause aging are extremely complex and variable, and rather than a single cause, may be many phenomena working in concert. Most theories of aging can be placed into two general categories: error theories and programming theories. Error theories are based on the premise that random events, such as environmental assaults, cause damage to the body cells. This damage accumulates over time, resulting in cellular, molecular, and organ malfunction. Programming theories are based on the assumption that aging is programmed into the cell itself and is the expected result of a purposeful sequence of events written into the genes. One of the oldest theories of aging is the wear and tear theory that states that at the molecular level, DNA is continuously damaged, but the body cannot repair the damage, and it accumulates, leading to molecular and finally organ malfunction. The metabolic theory argues that the faster an organism lives, the quicker it is to die. Caloric restrictions appear to be the only factor repeatedly shown to alter the rate of aging in animals, and nutrition would seem to control the change in certain hormones controlling metabolism. The free radical theory focuses on the damaging effects of free radicals, highly unstable chemical fragments produced during normal metabolism that react and damage other molecules. Age-related accumulation of free radical damage may interfere with the vital work of key cell structures. Thus, all the various proponents of the error theory state that the body will produce faulty chemicals and proteins, which will be synthesized and accumulated. This process leads to damaged cells, tissues, and organs resulting in death. In the Old Testament, explicit references to our serpent god ancestors have been all but eliminated over the centuries through a long process of selection and editing. When allusions are found in the scriptures, they are interpreted as merely allegories. There is a strange incident related in the Book of Numbers concerning a bronzed or brazen serpent, which raises many questions that are never fully addressed by biblical scholars. In the second year of the Exodus, after they had left the comforts of Mount Sinai and were struggling across the wasteland, the tribes had a skirmish with the king of Arad in the Negev and prevailed after much difficulty. The incident of the brazen serpent happened then. They set out from Mount Hor by the road to the Red Sea to skirt the land of Edom. But the people grew restive on the journey, and the people spoke against the Lord and against Moses. "Why did you make us leave Egypt to die in the wilderness? There is no bread and water, and we have come to loathe this miserable food." The Lord sent seraph serpents among the people. They bit the people, and many of the Israelites died. The people came to Moses and said, "We sinned by speaking against the Lord and against you. Intercede with the Lord to take away the serpents from us." And Moses interceded for the people. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Make a seraph figure and mount it on a standard. And if anyone who is bitten looks at it, he shall recover." Moses made a brazen serpent and mounted it on a standard. And when anyone was bitten by a serpent, he would look at the brazen serpent and recover. It is difficult to escape the conclusion that the meaning of the incident is obviously idolatry, an activity stringently forbidden in the scriptures. The Hebrew word seraph is an unusual one and appears only a few times in the books of the Old Testament. In Isaiah 14 and 30, the seraph is referred to as Meopheth seraph, or literally flying serpent, and is associated with Philistia and the Negev, lands which were traditionally the home of the descendants of the Nephilim after the deluge. The brazen serpent, which was made by Moses at God's command, was revered in the temple sanctuary until the 8th century BC when, according to 2 Kings 18, King Hezekiah, angry over idol worship, broke in pieces the bronze serpent that Moses had made. It is doubtful if this was the original seraph made by Moses about 1450 BC and that it survived till this time. In either case, it demonstrates that the worship of serpent gods was well established among the Israelites during the period of the Judges and Kings, and it suggests that Yahweh had at least at one time been identified with the serpent god. The term seraph has worried biblical translators and commentators over the years. It is translated as fiery serpent in the King James Version. However, the modern tendency is not to translate it at all, but to render the Hebrew word as given. Seraph does not fit any convenient classification or translation. It seems more probable that it is a borrowed word from the Canaanites who acquired it from their Mesopotamian heritage. The roots of the term may well be Mesopotamian. The flying or fiery serpent, atop a pole worshipped for its healing properties, symbolically represents Enki, the Sumerian god of healing, who was often associated with the snake symbol. There is also a curious resemblance of the snake wrapped around a pole with the later caduceus of the Greeks. In the Gilgamesh epic, the serpent which steals the magic plant from the hero is called a seru, and the similarity of the words suggests a common origin. The term is also encountered in Hindu mythology, which has Sumerian antecedents. The Nagas, the mysterious serpent gods who dwelt in India in ancient days, were called Sarpa, or serpents. In her studies on Hindu religion, the theosophist Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky asserts that the Nagas, or Sarpa, of India are unquestionably the Jewish seraphim, as derived from Serapi, or Sarpa meaning serpent. There is a little-known ancient religious document which not only refers to the serpent gods, but also cryptically to the gods of the Sumerian pantheon. As such, this Christian hymn probably has its origins in a Sumerian prayer. Called the Prayer of Joseph, it is of a group called Magical Papyri, of Greek origin and dated to the 2nd century AD. It starts out as a hymn of praise. Father of the patriarchs, Father of all things, Father of all the powers of the cosmos, Creator of all, Creator of the angels and archangels, the Creator of the redeeming names, I invoke you. After a few more invocations, the prayer continues dramatically. You who sit upon the mountain of holy Sinai, you who sit upon the sea, you who sit upon the serpent gods, the God who sits upon the sun god. This paean is interesting and pertinent for a number of reasons. Besides the tacit reference to the serpent gods, it also refers to the God who sits upon the sea. Although the line is incomplete, suspiciously so, all the missing words are in critical places. It appears to be a veiled reference to the water god Enki and his water palace. The sun god referred to is presumably Utu/Shamash, just as the god of Mount Sinai is Ishkur/Adad. Thus, the invocation seems to be addressed to Enlil, the ruling god of the Canaanite pantheon, who later became known as El in the Old Testament. Furthermore, the redeeming names are probably the tablets of destiny or the divine names, which have been equated with the MEs of the Sumerians. Serpent gods are not just found in the history or mythology of the ancient Middle East. Dragons, flying serpents, and serpent gods appear in the mythology of peoples throughout the world, and everywhere are the creators and benevolent ancestors of man. In some cultures, there also remains the lingering memory of a serpent race that was cruel and barbaric. Serpent gods in the Indus Valley Civilization. Aratta is often mentioned in the Sumerian literature as a faraway land controlled by the goddess Inanna from her tutelary city of Uruk. According to the epic in Merkur and the Lord of Aratta, it lay beyond Anshan, now Iran, and a journey to Aratta required the crossing of 7 mountains and the dreaded river Khor. It has been suggested that Aratta may be the same as Harappa of the lost Indus Valley Civilization. Harappa, along with Mohenjo-Daro, was a city of the ancient Dravidians, the legendary serpent people who preceded the Aryan occupation of India. In the 1920s, archaeologists made some amazing discoveries in the Indus River Valley. The ruins of 2 large ancient cities were excavated. One called Mohenjo-Daro was on the Indus River proper. The other Harappa was on the Ravi, a major branch of the Indus located in the Punjab or land of the 5 rivers. Like the cities of Mesopotamia and the Nile Valley, they were built on the alluvial plains. However, unlike these other cities, Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa seem to have sprung up fully planned. Both were identical in layout. While no ziggurats were found, each city had a mound 10 meters high, a sort of artificial platform. These cities did not evolve from primitive villages, but were completed as cities within a century or so. They were built from scratch, as if by an outside force. In other words, they were constructed as a colony, probably by the Sumerians, and presumably by Enki, their chief engineer. The city sprang up about 3500 to 3000 BC and later came to a violent end around 2000 BC or soon thereafter, according to archaeological evidence. What has puzzled historians is that the people who lived here are not related to the Aryans who came some 500 to 600 years later and settled in the Punjab and Gangetic Plain. Like the ancient Sumerians, the people of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa spoke an unknown language. Artifacts found here also link it with the Valley of Mesopotamia. Button seals from these sites are very similar in style to the cylinder seals of Sumer. In fact, one shows a wild man wrestling 2 beasts, very similar to the one of Gilgamesh standing between and strangling 2 lions. These 2 cities are probably none other than the Sumerian colonies which were established after the world became inhabitable again after the deluge. Historians have suggested that these cities were the center of the Dravidian culture and inhabited by the Nagas, a race of serpent men. The Nagas, the serpent race of ancient India. The ancient Book of Zion, probably the oldest of Sanskrit sources, speaks of a serpent race which descended from the skies and taught mankind. Madame H. P. Blavatsky spent 3 years in Tibet, Bhutan, and Sikkim, accumulating thousands of Sanskrit sources, which were compiled into the Book of Zion. These sources concern the ancient people called the Nagas or Sarpa, which were semi-divine beings with a human face and the tail of a dragon. Blavatsky believed that these sarpa are undoubtedly the seraphim of the Old Testament. The seraphim would thus have the same etymological roots as the sarpa of ancient India. Hindu mythology and literature is also replete with the sexual liaisons of gods and mankind, and of the procreation of numerous strange beings called Dravidian and Dasyus. This race reportedly lived in large walled cities. They were a coarse, cannibalistic people, dark-skinned and flat-nosed. The Aryans who came later ran into the remnants of these serpent people. They are vividly described in the Ramayana. Near Bhagavata stands the place where dwell the hosts of the serpent race, a broad-wayed city, walled and barred, which watchful legions keep and guard. The fiercest of the serpent youth, each awful for his venomed tooth, enthroned in his imperial hall is Vasuki, who rules them all. The deluge had wiped out the antediluvian Dravidians. When the earth was repopulated, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro became the center of the Dravidian culture. Much of the evidence that Dravidian, Dasyus, and Nagas were all different names for these people can be found in the great epics of India, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. Both epics concern the early Aryan contacts with these serpent people, some of which were friendly, others hostile. Due to the intermarriage of the Aryans with these people, a sort of ambience, a love-hate relationship, seems to permeate these two great epics. In the epic Mahabharata, a group of celestials arrive by aerial car to attend the wedding feast of the Aryan kings. The gods came in cloud-borne chariots, came to view the scene so fair. Winged Suparnas, scaly Nagas, bright celestial cars in concourse sailed upon the cloudless sky. These Nagas intermarried with Aryans, producing kings and heroes. For example, in the Rig Veda there are names like Divodesa, which indicate that there was some crossbreeding between Dasyus and Aryans soon after 1500 BC. Many of the ancient Hindu gods mated with humans and, like in Sumer, produced a hybrid mammal-reptile, the semi-divine kings which resound throughout the literature of both Sumer and India. The Hindu literature of India asserts that divine people had descended and conducted biological experiments with apes. In fact, Hanuman the monkey god, who with Rama is the hero of the epic of the Ramayana, was conceived when the god Shiva gave a sacred cake to Anjan, the ape. This obvious reference to a genetic experiment produced Hanuman, the super monkey, very much reminiscent of the Enkidu of the Gilgamesh epic. The Hindu epics about the serpent gods. In one of the great epics of India, the Ramayana, is the story of Sita, the bride of a northern prince called Rama, who is abducted by Ravana, the serpent king of Ceylon. Rama chases the army of Ravana across India with the help of a force of monkeys under the command of the monkey general Hanuman. Ravana retreats to his island kingdom of Ceylon, supposedly safe from pursuit. But Hanuman builds a bridge of boulders across the straits separating the island from the mainland, and Rama rescues Sita. Throughout the story, Ravana is described in barbaric terms. He feeds on humans and drinks the blood of his foe. He is formidable in battle and almost defeats Rama when he uses his special Naga weapon, described as a Nagadart serpent noose, which seems to paralyze his enemies and drain their energy and life force. Like all divine and semi-divine creatures in mythology, Ravana had access to sophisticated weapons. Ceylon, the island kingdom of Ravana, is the stronghold of the Nagas. It is described as the home of the Nagas in very ancient Chinese sources. In one of the first literary references to Ceylon, when it traded with China before the Aryan occupation of India, it is described as a land of strange reptilian-like creatures. Because of its gems and spices and its convenient location as an entrepot, it became popular with Chinese merchants. F.A. Xin, the Chinese pilgrim trader, disclosed that originally the island was occupied by Nagas or serpent deities with whom merchants of various countries carried on a trade. The Nagas never showed themselves to the outsiders. They simply set forth their precious commodities with price labels attached to them. The visiting merchants made their purchases according to price and took the things away. The other great epic of India is the Mahabharata, the longest and perhaps the greatest epic poem in any language. Much older than the Ramayana, it consists of 88,000 verses. The main theme is the rivalry between two branches of the same family, the Kurus. The Pandavas and the Kauravas fight a war which culminates in the near destruction of both branches of the family at the great battle of Kurukshetra. As the story begins, King Parixet of the Kauravas shot a deer while hunting with bow and arrow. Pursuing the deer, he asks an ascetic if he had seen the wounded deer. Observing a vow of silence, the sage did not answer. This angered Parixet, who then took a dead snake and placed it around the sage's neck. The ascetic's son Sringa was incensed and put a curse on Parixet. Thus started the bloody feud between the two families. Significantly, a third party intervenes. Angry over the blasphemous use of one of their own kind, the serpent gods enter the story. Taksaka, the king of the serpent people, sends snakes that cause the death of Parixet. The story of the blood feud is actually narrated as something which happened in the dim past. Since the ancient kingdom of the Kurus flourished along the upper course of the Ganges in the 14th and 13th centuries BC, the events may have taken place in the early days of the Aryan invasion, when there was much intercourse with the Nagas. The Mahabharata story begins with the great sacrifice of King Janamejaya. As the sage Vyasa, the son of Parixet, narrates the story, King Janamejaya performs a ceremony to avenge his father's death, a snake sacrifice called the yajna. Its purpose is to totally destroy the Nagas, the serpent gods, which supposedly could assume snake or human form at will, and one of which killed Parixet. In the ritual, the priest invokes the names of the serpents as they toss live snakes into the fire. Astika, the son of the serpent king Taksaka, intervenes and pleads with Janamejaya to let his relatives live. The war stories and other narratives were then told as revolving tales at these sacrifices, which were of long duration. It is the view of the Indian historian D. Kosambi that the yajna itself was not so much an account of a great war, but rather it was the story of the great yajna sacrifice. In other words, it was a symbolic ceremony of propitiating their serpent ancestors while at the same time expelling them from their cultural heritage. In the struggle between the two branches of the Kurus to control the plains of the upper Ganges, there is a reflection of the wars of the sons of Enlil and Enki in the area of Mesopotamia. In the Hindu epic, the Pandavas seem to be the victors since they regain most of their kingdom, which had been lost earlier. Started with conventional weapons of the period, such as spears, swords, bow and arrow, the war escalates into the use of more powerful and sophisticated ones supplied by the gods on both sides. These weapons have all the characteristics of modern missile and nuclear systems. In one instance, one side hurls a missile, which is countered by an opposing missile in the sky. The explosion of the two missiles as they meet causes many deaths below on the ground. The battle has modern connotations. It is as if one side launched a ballistic missile, which was countered by a nuclear-tipped anti-ballistic missile and destroys the incoming missile, causing a deadly rain of radioactive fallout. After a prolonged war, the Kauravas find themselves losing and in desperate straits. It is then that they decide to end the war through the use of forbidden tactics. In the middle of the night, they descend on the unsuspecting sleeping Pandavas and slaughter most of the warriors. Incensed by the breach of the rules of warfare and the decimation of their army, the Pandavas decide that they have no choice but to use the ultimate weapon, the celestial weapon, that is capable of defeating all other weapons. The leader of the Kauravas decides to discharge a similar weapon, one which apparently produces radioactivity, for he declares, "I will direct this weapon upon the wombs of the Pandava women." He predicts that the Kuru line would become extinct, for the fetus will die. His warning comes true, for the weapons produce sterility in all the Pandava women. The war between the Kuru cousins finally ends in a stalemate with the near obliteration of both branches of the family. Serpent gods, or dragons in Chinese history. While the serpent god shows up in the form of the dragon in Chinese history and mythology, there is no doubt that we are dealing with the winged, legged serpent or naga of the Hindus. China chose the dragon as the national emblem for profound reasons. They believed that the celestial dragon was the father of the first dynasty of divine emperors, and as a result the dragon's pictorial emblem became regarded as inspiring divine beneficence to the land of China. According to Chinese history, Asian dragons were present at the creation and shared the world with mankind. Like the Western serpent, the dragon was linked with the development of man, and it was the dragon that taught him the essential arts such as how to make fire, how to weave nets for fishing, and how to make music. The Chinese dragon was unrivaled in wisdom and its power to confer blessings, and as a result came to symbolize that most beneficent of men, the emperor, who was believed to have dragon blood. The imperial accoutrements show this affinity with the dragon. The emperor sat on a dragon throne, rode in a dragon boat, and even slept in a dragon bed. According to Charles Gould in his classic work on Chinese mythology, the belief in the existence and friendship of the dragon is thoroughly woven into the life of early Chinese history. The V King, the most ancient of Chinese books, whose origins are cloaked in mystery, describes the days when man and dragon lived together peaceably and even intermarried, how the dragons came to represent the emperor and the throne of China, and how the chief dragon had its abode in the sky. In the year 212 BC, the Emperor Tsinshur Huangti ordered all ancient books destroyed and the persecution of learned men for a period of 4 years, and as a result of which, at one time 460 savants were buried alive together. During this orgy of suppression of ancient knowledge, the V King was considered so sacred that it was specifically exempted from the edict. In this classic, many of the ancient emperors are described as having dragon-like features as, for example, Wani, which Gould dates to 2697 BC. The Emperor Yao, 2356 BC, is said to have been conceived by a dragon father and a human mother. Emperor Shun, dated to 2255 BC, is described as having the countenance of a dragon. The serpent as good and evil in ancient Egypt. The duality of the serpent as a source of both good and evil is seen in Egyptian religion, probably due to certain singular historical events. In the Old and Middle Kingdoms, it is benevolent and associated with the gods and immortality. Later, starting with the New Kingdom, in particular the 18th dynasty, it becomes a sinister creature and an object to be hated and exorcised. On the walls of the tombs of the earlier dynasties, the snake is depicted as a friendly creature which bears the king on his back into the stellar sky. It is symbolic of the kings being carried by the serpent god to the land of immortality, to the land of the gods. At about this time, the snake was adopted as a symbol of kingship or godship and began to appear as the uraeus, the divine SP on the headdress of the pharaoh. But in the New Kingdom, after the first kings of the 18th dynasty had rid the country of the hated Hyksos, the serpent takes on an evil character. It becomes an evil object to be exorcised at rituals. Called a pep or apop, Greek apophis, it is the manifestation of the foreign barbaric Hyksos who had invaded and occupied Egypt for hundreds of years. Apop was the original Hyksos ruler and with his descendants ruled from the 14th through the 17th dynasty. Many of the rulers adopted the name Apop, and in particular the last Hyksos king to be defeated by Ahmose and Kamose, the founders of the 18th dynasty. Apop possessed many epithets, and in ceremonies meant to destroy him was cursed by a number of names. The ritual is reminiscent of the yajna ceremony of the ancient Hindus who called out the various names of the snakes as they were thrown into the fire. The Egyptian hatred was deeply rooted in the memory of the cruel rule of the Hyksos kings, who systematically destroyed Egyptian culture and monuments. We shall see that these hated people were none other than the descendants of the Reptilians, the offspring of the antediluvian Nephilim, who ruled the lands of the Middle East after the deluge. Serpent gods in American and African mythology. Among the Mayas of Central America, snake symbolism was very common. Most of the serpents depicted in their art are feathered, indicating the ability to fly. The ancient Mayan book Chilam Balam relates that the first inhabitants of Yucatan were the Chans, or people of the serpent, who came across the sea from the east led by its Samna, a serpent god. He was the most important deity in the Mayan pantheon, and as the dominant sky god, ruler of the heavens, he is one of the few Mayan gods not to be associated with death and destruction. Its Samna was the creator god, the one who infused the breath of life into man. As such, he fits the description of the Sumerian god Enki perfectly. Eric Thompson, the dean of Mayan studies, maintains that the term Itzum, from which the god's name is derived, should be translated as lizard or reptile. In fact, Itzamnal, the city of the god Itzamna, literally means the place of the lizard. There are also many anthropomorphic forms of the god Itzamna where he is depicted as half human and half serpent. The benevolent serpent god is also found in the later Mexican mythology in the Aztec civilization, which superseded the Mayan one. Quetzalcoatl is the plumed serpent god who brought the benefits of civilization to Mexico and taught the science of astronomy and mathematics to man. Legends of serpent gods also abound throughout the mythology and religion of Africa. To the Dogon of Mali and Upper Volta, their ancient god created the sun and moon, then the earth from a lump of clay, and finally the first primitive beings who were twins called Numo, half human and half snake. In the Nyoro tribe, legends say that God sent the first human couple down from heaven when he established the world. The man had a tail and produced 2 maidens and a boy. These in turn bore the chameleon, the father of mankind. Other African tribes also trace their ancestors to lizard-like people. To the Kumbi, the first men that God created had tails. The Uho tribe describes men with tails who had climbed down on a rope to earth. To the Jaga, their ancestors came down to earth from heaven on a thread from a cobweb. The ancestor was called the Tailed One. Chapter 8. The Patriarchs, demigods of the antediluvian period. And a child came out of the dead Sopanim, and he sat on the bed by her side. And Noah and Ner looked at him, and behold, the badge of priesthood was on his chest. It was glorious in appearance. The antediluvian days are remembered as the reign of the god-kings in the Sumerian king list and as the era of the patriarchs of the book of Genesis. The sources make it clear that these leaders, which formed the aristocracy that ruled in these days, were of divine blood. That is, they were part Saurian. A second group on earth was the Nephilim or the Anunnaki who descended to live here and to intermarry with human women. The third group to populate the earth was mankind, the Homo sapiens produced by the Anunnaki as a labor force to do all the menial tasks. Of the three, we are concerned with the demigods, the priest-kings of the antediluvian period, which are remembered in the Old Testament as the descendants of Adam and Eve. 2 lines of descent, Cain and Seth. The line of descent from Adam and Eve provided by the book of Genesis poses many problems, for it not only lists the progeny of Cain, but then adds the parallel line of Seth. It even duplicates some of the Cainite names and approximates some of the others. It would therefore appear that there were 2 separate streams of tradition, but both derived from the same distant source. The original center of dissemination was manifestly in Mesopotamia. While the name Methuselah is clearly Akkadian, Mutuus Alai, or man of God, the rest of the names have nothing in common with their Mesopotamian antecedents, and it would seem that before they reached the Hebrews, they had gone through a secondary center of dissemination where they were transformed with local records and traditions. There is a third list mentioned in the pseudepigraphic literature that has been neglected, presumably because it does not agree with the proposition in Genesis that Abraham inherited the mantle of priesthood from Noah. Provided by the second book of Enoch, this list of priest-kings ends with the patriarch Melchizedek, who is transported to the heavens just before the deluge. It contains many strange and unfamiliar names that do not appear elsewhere in the scriptures. Also called the Slavonic Apocalypse of Enoch, it is dated to the 1st century AD and describes Enoch's ascent to heaven, his deification, and his return to earth. It is perhaps better known for its line of succession, which avoids Noah and instead passes it on to his brother Ner and then to his son Melchizedek. In Genesis, the line of Cain was discontinued suddenly, and presumably this change in attitude was related to the murder of his brother Abel. Cain was exiled to the lands east of Eden, where he later produced a son also called Enoch, who was reportedly the builder of cities, 7 in fact, all named after his sons. It is perhaps coincidental that there were 7 major cities built by the Sumerians before the deluge and suggests a common source of origin. Genesis continues the line of Cain, uneventfully, through Irad, Mehujael, Methuselah, and then ends with Lamech. Not content with dropping the line here, the scriptures left behind a puzzle, a cryptic verse that has been the bane of biblical scholars. The verse which ends the line of Cain is as follows. Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice. O wives of Lamech, give ear to my speech. I have killed a man for wounding me, a boy for injuring me. If Cain be avenged 7-fold, then Lamech 77-fold. Genesis then drops all mention of the Cainite line and abruptly begins the genealogy of Seth. Obviously, the verse contains the clues to this sudden change of policy. If the line was doomed, what were the reasons? The solution to this enigmatic verse, which ends the line of Cain, probably lies in the existence of the 2, even 3, parallel lines of descent. The Cain-Abel murder mystery. The biblical explanation for the first recorded murder in the history of mankind is somehow not convincing, for according to Genesis, Cain killed Abel because his sacrifice was snubbed by the Lord in favor of Abel's. Logically, this alone would not seem provocation enough to cause Cain to commit fratricide. It seems more like a spurious explanation invented by the ancient chroniclers. The answer lies elsewhere, and the works of the pseudepigrapha bear this out. A more complete and sinister version of the crime is provided in the ancient document The Life of Adam and Eve. When Eve conceived and bore Cain, she said, according to Genesis, "I have added a human being with the help of the Lord." In the case of Abel, however, the text says merely that next she bore his brother Abel. Genesis thus suggests, although obliquely, that of the two, the birth of Cain involved the deity. Further clarifications of the paternity of Cain are found in the Apocalypse of Adam, a Gnostic document of the 1st century AD, wherein Adam reveals to his son Seth that the Lord, who created us, created a son from himself, and Eve, your mother. If the deity was the father of Cain, while Adam sired Abel, it explains many of the events which happened subsequently. For if the deity were his father, Cain would be semi-divine, part reptilian, and more godlike. It would explain his fierce and bloodthirsty nature and account for the murder of his brother Abel. About the birth of Cain, this document observes that Eve bore a son and he was lustrous. This is a good description of the shiny, luminous hide of the reptile gods. An unusual and somewhat bizarre description of the crime of Cain is also found in this document, which narrates some episodes in the life of Adam. There are two versions, the Latin or Vita version and the Greek or Apocalypse one. In the Vita version, Eve has a vision where it is, as is the blood of our son Abel was in the hands of Cain who was gulping it down in his mouth. The apocalyptic version is somewhat more dramatic, as Eve tells Adam, "My lord, I saw a dream last night, the blood of my son Amalabes, called Abel, being thrust into the mouth of Cain his brother, and he drank it mercilessly. And it did not stay in his stomach, but came out of his mouth. They got up to see what happened, and found Abel killed by Cain." The crime of Cain was, apparently, not only to commit fratricide but also to eat the flesh and blood of his brother. This behavior seems more reptilian than human, since Cain was sired by the deity, unlike his brother who had Adam as his father. Cain was therefore half saurian. This may have been the main reason for aborting the line of Cain, to be superseded by that of Seth. Whether provoked or not, Cain committed a serious crime, much more serious than just an error in offering a sacrifice. The days of Enosh were also marked with many earthquakes, which caused untold misery. Drought and famine followed, and then there was a mass dying off of the population. According to the 3rd book of Enoch, the Lord decided to remove his Shekinah, or spacecraft, from the area of the Garden of Eden in the days of Enosh and return to the heavens. Sumerian sources reveal that at first the chief god resided at Uruk, the Erech of the Bible, but for undisclosed reasons, decided to return to his heavenly abode, never to come back except on special occasions. He may have left because of the numerous earthquakes and bad conditions at the time of Enosh. Enosh is said to have lived 905 years. At the age of 90, he begot Kenan or Kainan, meaning metalsmith or craftsman. Little is known of Kenan from ancient sources, since the second city built was called Bad Tibra, or city for metal processing. There seems to be an association whose meaning has been lost. Kenan lived 910 years and begot Mahalalel at the age of 70. Mahalalel, or praiser of the Lord, lived 895 years. Nothing is known of him. When he was 65, Jared was born, or 460 years after Adam had left Eden. Thus Adam, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, as well as Cain, would all still be living at the time we enter the era of Jared. Jared was the first patriarch not to marry his sister. Perhaps it is symbolic of the end of an era where intermarriage among siblings was not only condoned but practiced as a general custom as, for example, among the Egyptian royal family. The days of Jared would be, by calculation of the figures given in Genesis, from the year 460 AA to 1422 AA, that is, AA equals after Adam or the years elapsed since the birth of Adam. William W. Hullo in his article on antediluvian cities suggests that Jared or Yerd, as it is sometimes given, means he of Eridu. This would place Jared at the city of Eridu, just as Enosh was at Bad Tibra and Enoch at Sapar. The days of Jared are of major significance to human history, for it was then that the Nephilim first descended. Jubilees states that in his days the angels of the Lord, who were called Watchers, Nephilim, came down to earth in order to teach the sons of man and perform judgment and uprightness upon the earth. The arrival of these astronauts during the days of Jared is also reported in the first book of Enoch and later verified by documents found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. Enoch, or Enmejarana, the favorite of the gods. The information on Enoch in Genesis is sparse and little mention is made of him. Enoch was 165 years old when his son Methuselah was born. Enoch then lived 200 more years, at which time Enoch walked with God, then was no more, because God took him. The phrase, walked with God, has been generally interpreted to mean that he ascended to heaven during his lifetime. This cryptic phrase implies, nevertheless, the existence of some fuller narrative about Enoch, lost or omitted from the Old Testament. Enoch became a hero in Jewish apocalyptic literature, and 2 books were ascribed to him, the Ethiopic and Slavonic books. The figure of Enoch was especially significant in the spiritual movement from which the Dead Sea Scrolls originated. His story and writings are treated in the Book of Jubilees, and he plays an active role in the Hebrew Apocalypse of Enoch, which is ascribed to the Palestinian scholar Ishmael. Enoch's ascent to heaven is actually just the beginning of a fabulous career, wherein Enoch became divine and was made chief of the heavens, second only to the deity himself. After his ascent, he came back to his family briefly to teach his son Methuselah the wisdom he had learned and written down in heaven. After a brief stay here, he returned to the spacecraft for 6 Jubilee years. During this period, he apparently commuted between the spaceship and Earth. The apocalyptic literature mentions his residence in Eden and on Mount Qatar, an unidentified place, which could very well be the city of Sippar in Mesopotamia. Enoch's rise to power. The elevation of Enoch to the status of a god is recounted in the Slavonic Enoch. Enoch himself reveals the experience. When 165 years were complete for me, I fathered my son Methuselah, and after that, I lived 200 years. On the assigned day of the first month, I was in the house alone, and I lay on the bed sleeping. Then 2 huge men appeared to me, the likes of which I had never seen on earth, and they stood at the head of my bed and called me by my names. Enoch awoke and was terrified. Then these men said to me, "Be brave, Enoch. In truth, do not fear. The eternal God has sent us to you. And behold, you will ascend with us to heaven today." He was told to tell his sons and household that he was leaving. He was then taken up, on their wings, to the heavens. Enoch was given a tour of the spaceship. In one area, he saw 200 dejected angels, and was told that they were the ones who had descended, committed many crimes, and were being held for trial. Enoch's clothes were taken away, and he was anointed and given clothes of glory, a symbolism to show that he was changed physically, made over like one of the gods. This is just the reverse of what happened to Adam in the Garden of Eden. He lost his cloud of glory and then was given clothes. It appears from what happened subsequently that Enoch received some form of divinity here at this time. Then a pen for speed writing was given to Enoch, and books were read to him while he copied dictation about the marvels and secrets of heaven. He remained on the ship for 60 days, then was returned to Earth to spend 30 days to impart his knowledge to his sons. He was then picked up and flown back to the spaceship, where he was to be the chief investigator for the inquiry into the crimes of the Nephilim. The Hebrew of 3rd Book of Enoch contains the testimony of Rabbi Ishmael, the famous Palestinian scholar, where he dreams he is taken to heaven and meets Metatron, who appears to be the most powerful being there. "Why is your name like the name of your creator with 70 names?" asks Ishmael. "You are greater than all the princes, more exalted than all the angels, more beloved than all the ministers." Enoch answers, "Because I am Enoch, the son of Jared." He then describes how he was made chief of the heavens over the objections of the angels. Enoch is made acting chief with all the titles and powers of office. He is given the divine names, the 70 names, which confer power over the heavens and earth. These names seem to be like the tablets of destiny or the MEs of the Sumerian gods. They are formulas of devices which give the owner absolute control over certain aspects and categories of life. Enoch served as Metatron, from the Greek Metathronos, or the one who serves behind the throne, for 6 Jubilee years or 300 years. According to this document, he was resettled in Eden, and while little is known of these 300 years when he served as Metatron, he presumably commuted back and forth between a city on Earth and the spaceship. The crimes and trial of the criminal astronauts. Jubilee states that in the days of Jared, the angels of the Lord, who were called Watchers, came to Earth in order to teach the sons of man. These are the Nephilim who are described in Genesis 6. Now when men began to increase on Earth and daughters were born to them, the divine beings, Elohim, saw how beautiful were the human daughters and took them as their wives, any of them they liked. It was then that the Nephilim appeared on Earth, as well as later, after the divine beings had united with human daughters. There were 200 astronauts who descended in the days of Jared onto Mount Hermon in northwest Palestine near Lebanon. In the Babylonian records of creation, the Enuma Elish, a large group of divine beings descended to Earth. Tablet 6 of the epic reveals that the Anunnaki were quite restless in their spaceship. Having achieved freedom from labor with the creation of man, they were becoming increasingly bored and restless. It was then decided to resettle part of them on Earth. Accordingly, 300 of them descended to Earth, while another 300 remained on the spaceship. Called the Ijajai, they were presumably the ones with specialized functions, the technicians of the spacecraft. The well-intentioned plans of the Nephilim or Anunnaki appear to have changed for the worst, for soon thereafter they began to engage in a variety of activities that raised the wrath of both God and man. The Ethiopic Book of Enoch suggests that their descent was a secret and unauthorized act of a group of rebellious angels. In those days, when the children of man had multiplied, it happened that there were born unto them handsome and beautiful daughters. And the angels, the children of heaven, saw them and desired them, and they said to one another, Come, let us choose wives for ourselves among the daughters of men, and beget us children. And Semias, being their leader, said unto them, Let us all swear an oath and bind every one among us by a curse not to abandon this suggestion, but to do the deed. Then they all swore together and bound one another by the curse. And they were altogether 200. During this time, Enoch was performing the work of a scribe at a hidden location on Earth. No one of the children of God knew by what he was hidden and where he was, notes the account, although it makes it clear he was among the Anunnaki of the Mesopotamian Valley. He is then approached by the Nephilim of heaven and told to go among the Nephilim of earth and apprise them of their crimes. Enoch, scribe of righteousness, he is told, Go and make known to the watchers of heaven who have abandoned high heaven and have defiled themselves upon the earth. Enoch approached the Nephilim and warned them that there will not be peace with you. A grave judgment has come upon you. They will put you in bonds, and you will not have an opportunity for rest. You have shown to the people deeds of shame, injustice, and sin. As a group, they were all frightened, and fear and trembling seized them. They begged Enoch to draw up a letter of forgiveness and to petition the deity on their behalf. Enoch did as they requested. At this time, the records say, Enoch was in the area of Dan, near Mount Hermon, where the Nephilim are said to have originally landed. Enoch flew up to heaven in a spacecraft or a fiery chariot, and in his words, the winds were causing me to fly and rushing me high up into heaven. The deity who heard Enoch's petition on behalf of the earthbound Nephilim greeted him. The deity was angry and not disposed to be merciful, mainly because it was not proper for a mortal to intercede for the Nephilim. It just was not done in the scheme of things. Rather, it was more fit and proper for them to intercede on the behalf of mankind. He chastised them thoroughly. For what reason have you abandoned the high, holy eternal heaven? He contended that they had been spiritual beings possessing eternal life, but have defiled yourselves with women and liked them producing blood and flesh, which will die and perish. It seems that their offspring were more mammal than reptile, and again we see that equation, contrasting eternal life and the physiology of the Anunnaki with that of mortals of blood and flesh. But the plans of the Nephilim on Earth went awry, and they produced creatures quite unlike their reptilian forebears. The divine race was becoming diluted, and the mammalian genes appeared to dominate the reptilian strain, which became recessive. This factor may have been the main reason which led to the experiments in genetic engineering, one of the major crimes leveled against the Nephilim. In order to redress the unforeseen and unwarranted dilution of the Saurian strain, the Nephilim began experiments in changing the genetic codes, hoping in this way to re-establish their strain as the dominant one. These experiments apparently got out of control, for one of the accusations against the Nephilim was to practice alchemy by changing a man into a horse or mule or vice versa, or transferring an embryo from one womb to another. Other cryptic references indicate that these experiments also involved animals, for they began to sin against birds, wild animals, reptiles, and fish. Monsters of all sorts were produced. These in turn oppressed mankind in the years before the deluge. The Nephilim then turned to cannibalism, not a great change morally to a race used to human sacrifice. The increase in human population and the catastrophes of the period produced extreme food shortages. The religious literature relates how the giants consumed the produce of all the people until the people detested feeding them. So the giants turned against the people in order to eat them. The gods in heaven were incensed over these activities and swore to eliminate the offspring of the Nephilim, which caused havoc on earth. The deity directed the avenging angels to proceed against the bastards and the reprobates and against the children of adultery, and destroy the children of adultery, and expel the children of the watchers from among the people, and send them against one another, so that they may be destroyed in the fight. The Athrasis epic version of the creation describes a condition of famine and desperation just before the deluge. The land had become barren because of the drought. People roamed about in despair due to disease and illness. The dead were everywhere and, as the tablets reveal, each family devours the other, and then finally eat their own young. The actual trial of the children of God is not described in the books of Enoch, yet there was a decision handed down for Enoch to transmit to them. He testified about the watchers who had sinned with the daughters of man. He testified against them all, relates the book of Enoch. The verdict is given, and in Enoch's words, "Judgment is passed upon you. From now on you will not be able to ascend to heaven unto all eternity, but shall remain inside the earth, imprisoned all the days of eternity. Before that, you will have seen the destruction of your beloved ones." There are two parts to the verdict. The Nephilim will be imprisoned in the earth, and secondly, their offspring will be destroyed. Their imprisonment in the earth is reflected in the Mesopotamian epics, where some of the Anunnaki suffer a similar fate. In the Sumerian epic Descent of Ishtar to the Netherworld, some of the Anunnaki live in the Netherworld where the goddess Ishtar visits them. It is a land of no return, a land of darkness and misery, where the prisoners eat clay for bread and drink muddied water for beer. Enoch is Metatron and Enmejarana. Enoch went to heaven in a fiery chariot according to the Haggadah, and here he was changed physically and made divine as the first step in becoming chief of the heavens, second only to the deity himself. The Hebrew book of Enoch describes his ascent to power over the objections of the angels. Apparently, the deity did not trust the angels and brought Enoch up to the heavens to straighten things out. 3 of the ministering angels asked the Lord, "What right has this one to ascend to the height of heights?" The Lord replies, "I have chosen this one in preference to all of you, to be a prince and ruler over you in the heavenly heights." He is given the name Metatron and the title Prince of the Divine Presence. These titles and powers of Enoch have made it difficult for biblical scholars to try to fit him into the doctrine of monotheism. Enoch, or Metatron, is placed in charge of the heavenly staff and given access to all parts of the heavenly abode or ship. Enoch also assumes control over all the vehicles, rockets, and other technical equipment. In modern terms, Metatron is the chief executive officer answerable only to the president or the chairman of the board. The similarities between Enoch and Enmejarana, the Sumerian king, are so striking as to indicate that the stories about Enoch and the stories of the legendary god-king of Sapar come from a common source. While the biblical records preserve a partly expurgated narrative of Enoch, many of the original mythological motifs of Enoch continue to exist in the oral tradition until they reach their present form in Jewish pseudepigrapha, medieval legends, and mystical literature. Both Enoch and Enmejarana were the 7th ruler before the deluge, Enoch being the 7th patriarch in the line of Seth, and Enmejarana the 7th antediluvian king of the Sumerian king list. Often called a priest king in the books bearing his name, Enoch ruled both on earth and in the heavens. Enmejarana ruled at Sapar, the space port of the antediluvian gods. His name Yenamidiuarana means the Lord of the Emes that connect heaven and earth, or in other words, the king who controls the tablets of destiny that control the flights between heaven and earth. This may be why Enoch is given so much importance among the patriarchs, because he was in charge of Sapar, the spaceport and the Sumerians' most important city. According to Jubilees, Enoch made incense offerings on Mount Qatar, listed as one of the 4 sacred places on earth, along with the Garden of Eden, Mount Sinai, and Mount Zion. Qatar is otherwise not identified in the religious literature, except that it is referred to as the Mountain of the East. Since the reference point of this entry in Jubilees is Mount Sinai, the Mountain of the East would be in the general direction of Mesopotamia. It would logically be the ziggurat at Sapar, the artificial mountain where Enmejarana was priest-king. The mysterious Lamech, the son of Methuselah. Methuselah, the son of Enoch, is given little coverage in Genesis. His son Lamech, however, is the subject of an historical mystery. In both the Cainite and the Sethite tradition, Lamech is the son of Methuselah. Genesis devotes much space to explaining the activities of the line of Cain, and then drops the line altogether. Quite cryptic in nature, there is some meaning here that has been lost to antiquity. According to this lineage, Lamech had 3 sons, Jabal, Jubal, and Tubal-Cain. His wives were Ada and Zillah. He was thus the first admitted polygamist, and the father of the founders of nomadism, the musical arts, and metalworking. Lamech is the 7th generation according to the Cainite lineage, and the numbers 7 and 77 seem to play an important part in his poem in Genesis. Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, "Hear my voice. O wives of Lamech, give ear to my speech. I have killed a man for wounding me, a boy for injuring me. If Cain be avenged 7-fold, then Lamech 77-fold. The reference to killing a boy and a man, leading to a curse to the 77th generation, has been a puzzle to scholars for centuries. Who then were these people who were so important as to bring such drastic retribution to Lamech? The answer may be found in the Haggadah, which provides details of the slaying of Cain. In the story, Lamech was reportedly old and blind, and when he went hunting, he was led by his son Tubal-Cain, who would tell his father when game came into sight, so that Lamech could shoot at it with his bow and arrow. Once he aimed at some horned creature, which Tubal-Cain thought to be a beast. In fact, it was Cain bearing the sign of Cain, a horn in the forehead, according to the Haggadah, but more probably a pair of horns on the head. In fact, if this chronology is used, at the time of Lamech's birth in the year 874 AA, all of the patriarchs were still alive, Adam and Cain being the first to die in 930 and 931 AA, respectively. Therefore, the events of the days of Jared, when the Nephilim first descended, through the generations of Enoch, and a child came out from the dead Sopanim, and he sat on the bed at her side. And Noah and Ner came in to bury Sopanim, and they saw the child sitting beside the dead Sopanim and wiping his clothing. And Noah and Ner were very terrified with a great fear because the child was fully developed physically, like a 3-year-old child. And he spoke with his lips, and he blessed the Lord. And Noah and Ner looked at him, and behold, the badge of priesthood was on his chest, and it was glorious in appearance. Noah and Ner dressed the child in priestly garments and gave him the name Melchizedek. Noah suggested to Ner that the presence of the child be kept secret from the people, for they would not understand, and put him to death. This badge of priesthood that he bore on his chest, and that made him so unique that he was immediately recognized as part divine, was none other than the mark of the Nephilim, probably a patch of scaly, lustrous hide. This sign of divinity, a patch of scaly skin, is also mentioned in the Hindu classics. In the Mahabharata, one of the demigods, Karna, is born of the sun god Surya and an earth mother. As such, he is born clad in a coat of armor, like a divine being. Karna makes a pact with the gods to give up his divine armor in order to obtain a sophisticated weapon. After accepting the celestial weapon, Karna begins to keep his end of the bargain. He begins to cut off the armor from his body with sharp tools. The gods, the mortals, seeing Karna cut off part of his own body, roared with approbation because no sign of pain was visible on his face, or were any scars left on his body. Just as the Hindu sun god was Karna's father, the same may have been true of Melchizedek. Melchizedek, also called Adonizedek, Joshua 10, means my Lord is Zedek. Zedek was the Hebrew name for the Roman sun god Jupiter. Noah probably also carried the mark of the Nephilim, as we shall see. Later Ner was informed that soon a great catastrophe would envelop the earth and destroy mankind. But his son Melchizedek would not perish. A messenger appeared later to take Melchizedek away, for he said, "When the people find out about the child, they will seize him and kill him." Melchizedek was taken aloft to his new home, the ship orbiting the earth. The Melchizedek priesthood. The tradition of the priesthood of Melchizedek is entirely dropped from the Old Testament, and instead it is vested in Aaron, brother of Moses, later to be replaced by the tribe of Levi or Levites. The priesthood of Melchizedek was kept alive, however, by the Mormons who gave this tradition precedence over all other priests in the scriptures. The higher priesthood of the Mormon Church, or more correctly the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is called the Melchizedek priesthood. Aaron and Levi are given less importance, for the lesser priesthood is called the Aaronic priesthood, of which the Levitical priesthood is but a subdivision. The Book of Mormon traces the origins of the Melchizedek priesthood back to the days of Abraham, to the person of that name who was high priest and king of Salem, later Jerusalem, to whom Abraham paid homage and a tithe of 10%. The strange appearance of Noah. Genesis asserts that Noah found favor with the Lord. Noah was a righteous man. He was without blame in that age. Noah walked with God. The only other patriarch who walked with God was Enoch, who became deified in his lifetime. Although Noah was not deified or made divine in the religious literature, his Sumerian counterpart Utnapishtim was made immortal and sent to live with the gods. For some reason, the Hebrew priesthood decided not to immortalize Noah. Like his nephew Melchizedek, Noah was physically different. In the lost book of Lamech, scraps of which have been recovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Noah was so physically different when he was born that Lamech appealed to his father Methuselah, who in turn asked Enoch whether or not Noah had been conceived by the Nephilim. Methuselah was told that Noah was not from one of the divine beings, but was from his own son Lamech. What then is this physical difference that so disturbed Lamech? Was this the difference that caused such consternation to Noah and his sons after the deluge? Genesis 9 makes much of the incident after the deluge when Noah, drunk from too much wine, collapsed in a drunken stupor in his tent. Ham entered and saw his father naked and told his two brothers, who proceeded back into the tent with a cloth and covered the naked Noah. Finding out that his son Ham had seen him naked, Noah loses all sense of reason and puts a curse on Ham and his son Canaan. One wonders about this irrational reaction. Was it because Noah wanted to hide the vestiges of his reptilian past? The sensitivity of Noah in being seen naked can only mean that he bore the sign of the Nephilim. Just like his nephew Melchizedek, it may have been a large badge-like area of scaly skin or hide on his chest. Relations between humans and the Nephilim and their offspring were so severely strained just before the deluge that open warfare had actually broken out, and any vestige of reptilian ancestry in man was considered to be a badge of shame. Melchizedek was whisked away by the deity in order to prevent the people from killing him. Chapter 9. The Rephaim, warrior gods of the western lands. The offspring of the alliance between the angels and the Canaanite women were the giants, known for their strength and their sinfulness. They have many names. Sometimes they go by the name Rephaim. The Haggadah. After the deluge, a race of semi-divine warriors inhabited the lands of the Levant. Called the Rephaim, they were apparently installed as the defenders of the western lands and the space facilities at the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC. At this time, they owed their loyalty to the kings of Mesopotamia, especially to Nannar/Sin, who was the legitimate overlord of these lands. When their cities in the Transjordan and elsewhere were destroyed by the Eastern kings who invaded in the 21st century BC, the Rephaim lost all fealty to legitimate authority and became an independent martial force in the western lands. They then became a formidable and uncontrollable force that dominated and plagued the people of these lands for the next 1,000 years. It was the Rephaim who built the impregnable glacis-type fortifications whose ruins are found all over the Levant from Egypt to Anatolia. It was their descendants, called the Hyksos, who occupied Egypt for over 400 years and under the biblical name Amalekites, prevented the Hebrew tribes under Moses from entering the land of Canaan. Under various regional names such as Anakim and Philistin, they controlled the lands settled by the Hebrew tribes for the period known as that of the Judges. As a political and military force, They were finally destroyed by the combined efforts of the Judean kings Saul and David, in combination with Chamos and Amos, the first kings of the Egyptian 18th dynasty. The history of the Reptilian is, as we shall see, interwoven with the destiny of the Hebrews from the days of Abraham until those of Solomon. The warrior gods, the Reptilian. In 1929, archaeologists excavating at Ras Shamra on the coast of Syria, a few miles north of the modern city of Latakia, found a library of clay tablets dating to the 15th to 12th centuries BC. This site turned out to be the location of the ancient city of Ugarit, a main commercial stop on the trade route from northern Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean. Several of these tablets refer to an enigmatic people called the Reptilian. These tablets have been called the Reptilian texts because of the close analogy with the Hebrew term RPM or Reptilian. The tablets concern a summons to attend a great banquet being given at an unspecified place to honor their great chief god El. It describes how the Reptilian prepare their horses and chariots, and after traveling for 2 days, arrive the next day at the site of the feast. A great number of animals are slain for the banquet, and vast quantities of wine are supplied. This banquet lasts for 7 days. In these tablets, the heroes are referred to as the Reptilian of Baal, but they themselves are also considered to be deities since they are occasionally called Ilnam or gods. The noted biblical scholar Adrian Curtis in his book Ugarit, Ras Shamra, has suggested that these Reptilian of the Ugarit tablets should be distinguished into 3 categories. The Reptilian of the earth, or the Reptilians. These appear to be the elite charioteers who came to the banquet. The Reptilian of old, or Repim Qdmyn, or the royal ancestors. They were probably the antediluvian Nephilim. The Reptilian who are gods, or Repum Ilnam, or the heavenly Reptilian. These are presumably the Anunnaki who remained in the spaceship, sometimes called the Ijiji. It is the Reptilian of the earth which concerns our researches here. They are the descendants of the Nephilim, and their assignment was to protect the Western lands as a semi-divine race of professional warriors. 2,000 years of domination. The Reptilian were people indigenous to the land of Canaan in the 3rd millennium BC. They first appear in Genesis 15 when, in the days of Abraham, they are listed as one of the native peoples of Canaan. In the year 2068 BC, when Yahweh concluded a covenant with Abraham at Hebron, he cataloged the people of the land as follows. To your offspring, I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenite, the Kenizzites, the Kadmonium, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Reptilian, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. At this time, the Reptilian are listed as one of the major nations of the land. Some 600 years later, at the time of the Exodus, when the Israelites were about to cross the Jordan River into Canaan, Deuteronomy 7 lists the 7 nations of Canaan as the Hittites, Girgashites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. The Reptilian are conspicuous by their absence. It would seem that in the intervening years they were wiped out as a nation or as a cohesive political force. As we shall see, many of the Reptilian and their cities of the Transjordan were destroyed in the days of Abraham. The remnants settled in the western and southern part of Palestine. As a scattered people, they were still a powerful force to contend with, and were known under various local names such as Anakim, Amalekites, and Philistines. The warrior class of giants. The scriptures make it clear that the Reptilian were the descendants of the Nephilim, and that they were giant ferocious warriors who dominated the western lands for 2,000 years with their superior iron weapons and chariots, and that their fortress cities were virtually impregnable. They are described as giants in the book of Numbers when, during the Exodus, Moses decided to send scouts north into the land of Canaan to reconnoiter the land before any serious penetration would be attempted. The 12 scouts returned with a very pessimistic report. They went into the Negev and came to Hebron, where lived Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the Anakites. However, the people who inhabit the country are powerful, and the cities are fortified and very large. Moreover, we saw the Anakites there. All the people that we saw in it are men of great size. We saw the Nephilim there. The Anakites are part of the Nephilim, and we looked like grasshoppers to ourselves, and so we must have looked to them. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. 40 years later, as the Israelites attempted again to enter Canaan, This time, by taking the roundabout way through the Transjordan, they again encountered the Anakites. As they skirted the land of Moab, they were told not to harass the Moabites or to engage them in war. The land, they were told, was formerly inhabited by the Emin, a people great and numerous and as tall as the Anakites. Like the Anakites, they are counted as Reptilians, but the Moabites call them Emin. Thus, the Anakim or Anakites are equated to the Nephilim and the Reptilians, the former being their name before the deluge, and the latter the term they were known by after the catastrophe. The Reptilians and their cousins were a fierce martial race, giant in stature, equipped with iron weapons and war chariots. When the average inhabitant of the western lands was about 5 to 5.5 feet tall, the 9 and 10-foot Reptilian must truly have been an imposing sight. After the Israelite reconnaissance team returned from Canaan, they reported to Moses that the Anakim they saw were giant people. "We looked like grasshoppers to them," they declared. King Og of Bashan, reportedly the last of the Reptilians in that area, was described as a huge man whose bedstead was 9 cubits long and 4 wide. A cubit was measured by the length of a man's forearm and varied slightly among the ancient people. Using a cubit of 18 inches, the bedstead would be 13.5 feet by 6 feet. A cubit of 15 inches would make it 11 by 5 feet. The Philistine Goliath who fought David was 6 cubits and 1 span tall, according to the scriptures. By the above calculations, he would be 10 or 8 feet tall, depending on the size of the cubit used. Goliath and his brothers were called RPH, or Reptilian in Hebrew, although traditionally the term has been translated as giant. The famous Samson was probably also a Reptilian. While the Old Testament dotes on his fabulous accomplishments, his size is not given. In the Haggadah, however, he is called a RPH, or giant. Born near Beth Shemesh in Lebanon, his name is clearly related to Hebrew Shemesh, which means sun or the god Shamash. His mother was reportedly impregnated by Yahweh's envoy, one of the demigods. Samson refused to marry one of the Hebrews and instead chose a Philistine woman, presumably because she was one of the Reptilians. Judges 14 describes one of his exploits, which sounds very much like the parties of the Reptilians at Ugarit. When he was at Timnah, a town near Beth Shemesh, it is said that Samson staged there a party for 7 days because that is what the elite fighters used to do. He is undoubtedly repeating the exploits performed by his ancestors at Ugarit. Samson's home was just a few miles from Baalbek or Beth Shemesh, the sacred place where the Mesopotamian gods met and feasted in the 4th and 3rd millennia. As warriors, the Reptilians were an awesome force. They had a variety of iron weapons that outclassed their opponents. Their large composite bow was said to outrange any other bow. In the 2nd millennium, their iron chariots terrorized the countryside. At the time of Abraham, the fortifications of the Reptilians were strategically located along the King's Highway in the Transjordan to protect the lands from the north, east, and south. The invasion of the Eastern Kings in 2085 BC and the destruction of these fortified cities marks the end of their loyalty to established authority. They migrated to the west and built new fortified cities patterned after the glacis-type design. This military class was known in the Old Testament by a variety of names, depending on where they lived and their tribal associations. They did not mix with the other indigenous people and were given native names such as Emin by the Moabites, Zamzummim by the Ammonites, and Avim by the people of the Negev. Originally occupying Lebanon and the Mount Hermon area, they spread north to coastal Syria and to the Transjordan, where they built a string of fortified cities. In the western part of Palestine, they became allied and intermarried with the Caphtorim, who had come over from Crete and settled in the coastal areas, later to be known as Philistines and Phoenicians. Those that lived among the native people were generally called Anakim or Anakite, named after their ancestor Anak. Hebron was their capital city. A particular group of Reptilians settled in the Negev and the Seir area and became known as Amalekites, or descendants of Amalek. These became the scourge of the Hebrews during the Exodus. The glacis-type fortification. Excavations at Jericho have revealed that it is one of the oldest cities in the world. It was occupied continuously, with occasional interruptions and destructions since circa 800 BC, until about 1500 BC, when it was destroyed for a final time, never to be rebuilt. For our purposes here we are concerned with the Bronze Age period. Archaeological remains show that Jericho flourished as a major city from about 3200 until about 2200 BC, when there was an abrupt break in occupation. At this time, the strongly fortified city was destroyed by a heat so intense that the bricks of the walls encircling the city were burnt red right through the center. The site was rebuilt and reoccupied, but after 2000 BC, an entirely new system of defense was introduced here, the glacis or scarp type of fortification. This system of defense is not only found at Jericho, but also all over Palestine, northern Syria, and even in the delta of Egypt. Its invention is usually attributed to the Hyksos. The system of defense consists of a steeply sloping scarp of soil surfaced with brick, tile, or plaster, surrounded by a stone wall and a moat. At the top of the sloping scarp or glacis is another wall. Thus at Jericho, a reconstruction of the defenses shows a stone revetment 10 feet high and a plastered slope at an angle of 35 degrees running to a height of 35 feet above the revetment. On its crest, there is a high wall of brick. This brick wall thus stands back from the stone wall at the bottom of the slope a distance of 65 feet. A cross-section of the defense fortification reveals its formidable appearance. After 2000 BC, many of the cities of the West were defended this way. These cities were destroyed at that time, never to be rebuilt for 1,000 years. Moving westward, these Reptilians learned from this experience and rebuilt their cities in such a way as to prevent such a wholesale destruction again. At the same time, they lost their loyalty to the Sumerian kings, refuted established authority, and became maverick troops, roaming the lands as bands of armed warriors. It was much like the roving knights of the 14th century AD in Europe, who had lost all fealty as the feudal system broke down and terrorized the lands of northern France. Secure behind their impregnable glacis-type defenses, the Anakim of the 19th through the 11th centuries BC terrorized the surrounding lands. These forays are described in the Book of Judges. Leaving their citadels and their war chariots, they ravaged the countryside and pillaged at will. Any organized effort at resistance was quelled immediately. They reinforced their dominance of the land by keeping control over the manufacture and the use of iron. The first book of Samuel reveals how there was no smith to be found in all the land of Israel, and any repairs to metal tools such as plowshares and sickles had to be done by the Philistines and their allies the Kenite, who were skilled in metalsmithing. In this way, the Reptilians remained in control of the lands of Egypt and Palestine for centuries. Transjordan, home of the Eastern Reptilian. When the kings of Mesopotamia invaded Palestine in 2085 BC, they passed by way of Damascus, then followed the King's Highway, which ran south to Elath on the Gulf of Aqaba. This route brought them up against the citadels of the Reptilians, a sort of Maginot Line that stretched the length of the Transjordan to protect the land of Palestine from such an incursion. The power of the invading kings, numbered as much as 800,000 according to the Haggadah, must have been overwhelming indeed, for they not only crushed these fortified cities, but they never were rebuilt and the land remained unoccupied for 1,000 years. The account in Genesis gives their route as follows. Entering the Transjordan from the north, they first defeated the Reptilians at Ashtaroth Karnaim. Heading south, they then swung west to destroy the Zuzim at Ham, the citadel that protected the crossroad over the Jordan to Megiddo and the sea. Returning to their original route, they then defeated the Emin at Shavkiriathaim in southern Transjordan. Successfully penetrating the Arabah, they then swung over to destroy the Amalekites in the area of Kadesh. Although only a few cities are mentioned in the Genesis account, there were presumably many others destroyed. The identification of these people is provided by the biblical account, which gives the route of the Israelites 600 years later. At this time, they encircled Palestine to enter the Jordan Valley by the same route as taken by the invading kings, except they did it from the south. Deuteronomy 2 states that the land of Ammon was formerly inhabited by the Reptilians, whom the Ammonites called Zamzummim, a people great and numerous, and as tall as the Anakites. They had been wiped out as a nation earlier, and their land resettled by the Ammonites. The Zuzim of Genesis and the Zamzummim of Deuteronomy are one and the same people. In the Jewish Midrashic literature, the name Zamzummim means great masters in war, and the people were reportedly the offspring of the alliance between Canaanite women and the Nephilim of old. The Emin are also referred to in Deuteronomy. In speaking of Moab, it states that it was formerly inhabited by the Emin, a people great and numerous and as tall as the Anakites. Like the Anakites, They are counted as Rephaim, but the Moabites call them Ammon. After the Israelites had skirted the lands of Moab and Ammon, they came to the country of Sion. At that time, the eastern part of Palestine, or the Transjordan, was divided as follows. From the Wadi Zered at the bottommost part of the Dead Sea to the river Arnon stretched the land of Moab. Its capital was Shavkiriathaim, the fortress capital of the Ammon destroyed some centuries earlier. North of the Arnon and up to the Wadi Jabbok lay the land of the Ammonites where the Zamzummim lived and were widespread as far as the Jordan River where their capital at Ham was destroyed in the same invasion. Upon crossing the Jabbok, the Israelites challenged the Amorites led by King Sion, who had made Heshbon his capital. North of these lands was the kingdom of Og of Bashan, whose capitals were Edrei and Ashtaroth. Ashtaroth Karnaim had been the first major city of the Rephaim to be challenged and destroyed by the invasion. The kingdom of Og comprised Bashan and the Mount Hermon region and extended to the Jordan River in the west. Salca was at its eastern extremity and Dan in the northwest. In Deuteronomy, Og is called the last of the Rephaim, and particular mention is made of his huge stature as shown by the size of his bedstead, which measured 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. It was captured by the Israelites and put on display in the city of Rabbah. The ease with which Joshua captured the lands of Transjordan indicates that they were scantily populated by the remnants of the Rephaim. However, it was not always so. At a Bronze Age site near Bab Edra, just above the coastal plain east of the Lisan, the tongue of the Dead Sea, archaeologists found evidence of a dense civilization that flourished from 3300 BC until about 2100 BC, at which time it was destroyed by a conflagration that is reflected in the ruins. The area seems to have been abandoned. A vast cemetery found here attests to a very large population during the Bronze Age, the time when it was occupied by the Rephaim. These people used the charnel house type of burial, consisting of a circular well-built mud and brick structure, sometimes lined with stone. The charnel house was usually placed in a section of slope cut horizontally so that part of it was below ground and the upper part protruding above the surface. It is estimated that there are at least 20,000 of these burial chambers in the area. Anywhere between 12 and 15 burials were made in each tomb. These burial chambers seem to have all been abandoned at about the same time. Before the inhabitants left, they burned a number of bodies inside. Most of the mortuary buildings contained a large deposit of ash near the doorway, indicating that this was the last event that occurred before the tombs were sealed. It remains a puzzle to this day. In view of the ease of the advance of the invading kings in 2085 BC through a series of formidable defenses of the Rephaim, and the evidence that the area remained unresettled for 1,000 years, would suggest that the invaders used some kind of weapons that contaminated the land. The contamination of the dead in Transjordan would explain the reason for burning the bodies and sealing the tombs, and why the area remained relatively uninhabited for 1,000 years thereafter. It may have taken that long for the poisoned land to recover and for the memory of the Holocaust to be erased from the minds of the native population. It explains why the Rephaim moved westward and settled the lands there. Hebron, metropolis of the Anakim. Shortly after Abraham arrived in the land of Canaan in 2092 BC, he went to Egypt where he stayed for a while only to return to Canaan suddenly in 2086, the year before the invasion. At Bethel, he split his forces, and while Lot took part of the army to the valley of Siddim, Abraham retired to the areas south of Mamre in the Hebron area. With the help of the Anakim generals Eshcol, Aner, and Mamre, Abraham pursued the departing invasion army. Who, then, were these allies of Abraham? They are identified in the book of Joshua as Anakim. Kiryat Arba was the ancient name for the city of Hebron, and it was the metropolis of the Anakim. Kiryat Arba meant the city of Arba and was named after the father of the Anakim. When the Israelite spies went up and scouted Canaan during the Exodus, they came to the region of Hebron, which they said was inhabited by Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, all called children of Anak. These sons are described as Nephilim and were of extraordinary stature and power. The names of the sons of Anak do not appear elsewhere in the Old Testament, probably because they are not of Semitic origin. It is noteworthy, however, that in the list of the Hyksos kings who ruled Egypt, one bears the name of Sheshai. Like the Amalekites, the Anakim are vilified by the Hebrew scriptures. The Amalekites had prevented the Israelites from entering directly into Canaan after their flight from Egypt. When the Israelites finally settled in Canaan some 40 years later, they were told, according to Joshua 11, that the Anakim had been eliminated from the lands of Judah and Israel. Joshua moved at the time to wipe out the people of Anak, from the highlands, from Hebron, from Debir, from all the people of Israel, and from all the highlands of Judah. Along with their towns, Joshua utterly destroyed them. None of the people of Anak were left in the land of the Bene Israel. The Philistines occupied the western hill country as early as the time of Abraham. After the destruction of Sodom and the other cities of the valley of Siddim, Abraham and his family settled near Beersheba. In order to live here, they had to pay tribute and make a treaty with Abimelech, the king of the Philistines, who apparently controlled the area at the time. Abraham had to purchase land rights and obtain permission to live there. After the pact was sealed, Abimelech and Phicol, chief of his troops, left and returned to Philistine country. This statement makes it clear that the Philistines did not live here, yet they controlled the land. It is also evident that the appearance of Abimelech's chief of troops meant that they had a large military force on hand to enforce their claims. The Amalekite Hyksos equation. The Exodus is believed to have occurred in the middle of the 15th century BC, at the time of natural disasters that spoiled the end of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt. It was a period of chaos, which made it possible for Moses to lead a ragtag army of refugees out of Egypt to try to reach the land of Canaan. The complete collapse of government and military power in Egypt allowed the Amalekites to penetrate the land easily from their position in the Negev. In their attempts to enter the land of Canaan, the refugees under Moses ran into this irresistible force of professional warriors. They too were on the move, but in a westerly direction. A pitched battle at Rephidim and numerous skirmishes convinced Moses that they could not penetrate this formidable army. The Amalekites moved into the delta of Egypt and occupied it almost unopposed by a disintegrating government and disorganized army. Upon leaving Egypt, the Israelites entered the wilderness of Shur and appeared to be headed for the land of Canaan by the most direct route. It was the 15th day of the second month after leaving Egypt that they camped at Rephidim. It is here that they ran into the main body of the Amalekite horde. Although Moses claimed it as a victory, it was a costly one, for they were hard-pressed and very close to defeat. This was but one of a series of battles with the Amalekites. The migrating force led by Moses was harassed continuously by the descendants of the Reptilians, as it is recounted in Deuteronomy 25. Remember what Amalek did to you on your journey, after you left Egypt. How, undeterred by fear of God, he surprised you on the march, when you were famished and weary, and cut down all the stragglers in your rear. The ferocity of the attacks of the Amalekites closed the direct approach to Canaan at Rephidim. Yet they were to be blocked once more before they decided to turn south and take a more indirect route into Palestine. It was then that a curse was placed on the Amalekites, as pronounced in Exodus 17. I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under the heaven. The Lord will be at war with Amalek throughout the ages. The barbarity of the Amalek attacks is described in the works of the Haggadah. This battle apparently took place after the Amalekites had captured the cities of the delta of Egypt. Here they had obtained the archives where the Hebrews had lived and had obtained the tables of descent for the Hebrews, the names of their chiefs, and the different families. The Amalekites appeared before the Israelite camps and taunted the Hebrews by name to come out, to make peace with them, and to transact business. Those who took the bait and answered the call were slaughtered and their bodies horribly mutilated. Forced back into the desert, the Israelites spent 40 years before they could enter Canaan by the indirect route through the Transjordan. Settling among the Reptilians and their allies, the Hebrew tribes remained at the mercy of the Amalekites and their allies for the period of 400 years, known as the time of the Judges. The Amalekites were not just a loose confederation of nomadic tribes, as has been suggested by most biblical commentators. There are many biblical references which dispute this view. The most significant are the following. At one time, Numbers 24, it was predicted of Israel that their kings shall rise above Agag. This statement makes it clear that Agag, who was the last Amalekite king, was of such high stature that later kings of Israel would be measured against him. This would certainly not be said of just a tribal chief. Secondly, when Saul captured this Agag, he was referred to as Agag, the king of the Amalekites. 1 Samuel 15 verse 8. This Agag was not only a person of high stature, but a king as well. If Agag was such a powerful king, then it follows that he must have led a great nation. A third reference reveals that Saul besieged and defeated the Amalekites at a place called the City of Amalek, 1 Samuel 15 verse 5. Logically, such a powerful prince leading a great nation must have had a large city as his capital. This evidence does not describe a group of disorganized nomadic tribes. It shows that the Hebrew tribes were up against a very powerful nation, the rule of the Hyksos kings in Egypt. The country that the Hyksos conquered was a helpless land, one devastated by natural calamity. After the loss of the pharaoh and his army, there was no resistance in Egypt, and the invaders moved into the Delta area with no opposition. From there, they spread south, conquering the cities and nomes, and placing puppet kings to rule the provinces. Although the Old Testament attributes the destruction of the Egyptian army to their pursuit of the fleeing Hebrews, it is more probable that it was destroyed attempting to stop the inflow of the Hyksos. Occupying the Nile Valley, the Hyksos built a fortress capital city at Avaris, traditionally placed in the delta, but more probably located in the Wadi El Arish, also called the Brook of Egypt, which was the historical boundary between Egypt and Palestine. The Hyksos capital was strategically placed to defend the approaches to Egypt from the east, the direction of invasions in the past. The Hyksos are credited with introducing the war chariot to warfare, new types of swords, and the strong composite bow. With their superior weapons and their ruthless nature, they were able to impose their will on the Egyptians for 400 years, a period which equates with that of the judges in Palestine. Life in Palestine among the Amalekites. With certain native peoples as allies, the Amalekites controlled Canaan with an iron hand. The scriptures reveal that the Hebrew tribes had to settle and live among the Amalekites who inhabited and controlled the plains of Judah. In other areas, they often attacked and harassed the Hebrews, sometimes in conjunction with other people. According to the book of Judges, they joined Moab against the Israelites to capture the city of Jericho. At another time, they fought battles with the Hebrews who lived in the valley of Jezreel. Since most of the cities of Canaan were in the hands of native people, the migrating Hebrews were forced to settle in the less desirable areas between the cities. Here they were vulnerable to periodic raids from all directions. Most of the tribes expressed frustration because the cities and lands which had been assigned by Joshua were still under control of the native people. Thus, the tribe of Manasseh lived among the fortified cities of Bethshean, Dor, Ibleam, Megiddo, and Tanakh, which remained in Canaanite hands. The tribes of Ephraim, Zebulun, Asher, and Naphtali could not seize the cities in their assigned lands. Those of Gezer, Nahalal, Akko, Sidon, Helbah, Rehob, and Beth-Avith, for example. The 5 cities of the Philistines remained unconquered, as well as all the land of Lebanon from Mount Hermon to Harmath. Behind their impregnable fortifications, the Amalekites would bide their time and then periodically burst forth from their citadels and raid the land in their iron chariots. One of their favorite tactics was to wait until the crops were ripe for harvest, and then they would drive their cattle ahead of them and destroy the land's produce. They would leave no means of livelihood, sheep, ox, or donkey. They would enter the land to devastate it. So Israel became utterly destitute. For over 400 years the Amalekites and their allies ruled this way, the Hebrew tribes never knowing when the ferocious sons of the Reptilians would break out of their cities and attack the settlers. From their capital city at Avaris, they could explode into the Negev and devastate that area at will. Josephus describes the citadel of the Hyksos, which Salates built east of the delta. It was a city. He made it very strong by the walls he built around it, and by a most numerous garrison of 240,000 armed men whom he put into it to keep it. Here Salates came in summer, partly to gather corn and pay his soldiers their wages, and partly to exercise his armed men and thereby terrify foreigners. It has been somewhat puzzling to historians how the Hyksos/Amalekites could have maintained control over the lands of Egypt and Palestine for such a long time. It can be easily explained, however, by their ruthless nature and military ability, and their policy of keeping the people of the lands they occupied impoverished and weaponless. In the first book of Samuel, it explains how the Amalekites and Philistines controlled the supply and use of iron. There was no smith to be found in all the land of Israel, for the Philistines had said to themselves, "The Hebrews might make swords or spears." So all Israel would go down to the Philistines to repair any of their plowshares, mattocks, axes, or sickles. So at the time of the Battle of Michmash, neither sword nor spear was available to any of the soldiers who were with Saul and Jonathan. With their chariots, iron weapons, and composite bows, the Amalekites and Philistines were virtually unbeatable against an enemy who at best could muster Stone Age weapons. In the first battles of Saul and David against these formidable foes, the only weapons that were available to the Hebrews were clubs, stone slings, simple bow and arrow, and stone-tipped spears. It was not until much later, when they could capture and seize sufficient iron weapons, that the tide turned and the Israelites began to drive the Amalekites from the land. Revolt in Egypt and Palestine. The Egyptian puppet king Seqenenre, who ruled from Thebes, started the revolt against the Hyksos kings. At that time, they ruled from avarice and left puppet kings throughout Egypt to carry out their wishes. The revolt was carried on by his sons Chamos and Amos, who recovered the lands of Egypt. The War of Chamos against the last Hyksos king Apophis is preserved on a stele which was first erected at Karnak. It describes his attack on the river fortress Avaris and how he seized hundreds of ships, some of which contained produce of retinue. Chamos boasts that he had made Apophis see a miserable time, and then adds that the prince of retinue, weak of arms, who planned many things in his heart, but they have not come to pass for him. Retinue is usually identified as the land of Palestine. Thus the prince of retinue, who seemed to be allied with Chamos, was probably none other than Saul, who at that time was besieging the Amalekites at El-Arish. Chamos was able to reoccupy all of Egypt except their citadel at Avaris. His successor Amos completed the defeat of the Hyksos with the help of the Israelites. Amos not only drove out the Hyksos, but also pursued them to Surin, a fortress city on the border of the land of their allies, the Philistines. After a 6-year siege, Amos destroyed this stronghold and the remnants of the Hyksos. We can read a direct account of these events in the biography of one of his officers, who with Amos attacked Avaris and destroyed it, and then moved on to Surin, where he besieged the city. The scriptures also describe battles against the Amalekites at the Wadi El-Arish and other places on the border of Egypt. In the first book of Samuel, Saul was advised by the prophet Samuel to go forth and destroy the Amalekites. So Saul summoned the army and mustered it at Telaim, 200,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 men of Judah. Then Saul went to the city of Amalek and lay siege at the Wadi. Saul defeated the Amalekites from the Wadi toward Shur on the border of Egypt. He captured Agag, king of Amalek, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. The account maintains that the city was besieged from a wadi. There is only one riverbed, wadi, in southern Palestine or northern Egypt, and that is the Wadi El-Arish, which forms the traditional boundary between Egypt and Palestine. At certain times of the year, it is a full-fledged river. There is strong evidence that in ancient time it was flooded most of the year. In the scriptures, the Wadi El-Arish is often referred to as just the Wadi. Saul fought the Amalekites from the Wadi toward Shur on the border of Egypt. The wilderness of Shur is that area between the Wadi and Egypt. It was the first wilderness the Israelites entered after the Sea of Passage. Thus the city of Amalek had to be El-Arish, just as the city of the Hyksos was Avaris. It is strange that scholars have not noted the close philological association of El-Arish and Aviaris. The last Hyksos king was called Apop or Apophis, Greek. The Amalekite king captured by Saul at the Wadi was called Agag. The similarity of the two names is so remarkable as to require further elucidation. The explanation can be found in the way early Hebrew was written. Early Hebrew shows a striking resemblance between the letter G or Gimel and the letter P or Pe. No other Hebrew letters were so much alike. Each letter is an oblique line connected to a shorter, more oblique line and is similar to the number 7. The size of the angle between the two oblique lines constitutes the only difference. Since the vowels in early Hebrew are interchangeable, Agag can easily become Apop. It thus appears that the last Hyksos king and the Amalekite king Agag were one and the same person. It is a known fact that the 18th dynasty, which began the era of the new kingdom in Egypt, started with Amos and the expulsion of the Hyksos. It is also true that the first Hebrew king was Saul, who, with David, presided over the extinction of the Amalekites. Placing these monarchs in the same time period, rather than hundreds of years apart, solves many of the chronological puzzles in both Egyptian and biblical history. This alteration is necessary to understanding the history of the Middle East from the time of the Deluge to the days of the Judean kings. Comment: that is precisely the contention of Dr. Velikovsky. However, making Saul the contemporary of Ahmose automatically forces a 600-year period of historical duplication in the histories of Egypt and Assyria/Babylonia, as well as a short 20-year period of duplication in the history in the Sumerian epics. It was brought on by the caprice of the gods. The Gilgamesh epic is silent on this point and merely states that the gods and council decided it. A more detailed explanation is provided in the fragmentary Atrahasis epic, where mankind is blamed because he is noisy and deprives the gods of their rest. Enlil held a meeting. He said to the gods, his sons, "Because of their noise I am disturbed. Because of their tumult I cannot get any sleep." The inundation that engulfed the earth has been described in numerous sources. It is generally accepted that the end of the Ice Age had liberated huge quantities of water. This may also have contributed to the increased flooding of the earth. The date of the end of the Ice Age has been arbitrarily placed at various dates, generally around 10,000 BC. There is evidence, however, that it could have occurred as recently as 4000 BC. In his book Worlds in Collision, Velikovsky introduced evidence to show that Niagara Falls, which was created at the end of the Ice Age, may be only 7,000 years old or less. This was deduced by geologists studying the gradual wearing down of the rocks of the bed of the falls, creating today what is a horseshoe-shaped contour. At the rate of the yearly erosion, and even allowing for an increased rate in earlier days, they suggested that Niagara Falls were created about 4000 to 5000 BC. Comment: mystery solved. He has read Dr. Velikovsky's books. Evidence from all over the world indicates that the antediluvian sea level was much lower than it is today. Lower sea levels would mean that the old coastlines would be different. If the continental shelf had been the original coastline of the continents, world seas would have been 150 to 200 feet lower than they are today. The continental shelf is of sedimentary origin, indicating that it had existed as the coastline for a very long time. The collapse of the cloud or vapor canopy would in itself have supplied a part of this water, perhaps as much as 30 feet. But the mechanism which caused the vapor canopy to collapse and brought on the deluge may have also ended the Ice Age or glacial period as well. The melting of the glacial ice and the cloud precipitation could have raised world sea levels to what they are today. The waters over the continental shelf of eastern North America vary in depth up to 600 feet, but most of this is about 200 feet deep. A drop in the sea level of 200 feet would expose most of the continental shelf. The same is true of the Persian Gulf, where a drop of 150 to 200 feet would uncover most of the land and leave a much smaller gulf, more like a large river in width. Thus, the original Sumerian cities built in the antediluvian era would presently be under the adjacent waters of the Gulf. In other words, the cities now being excavated in Mesopotamia were actually built on virgin soil and not on the ruins of previous cities. A chronology for the period from Abraham's birth to the death of Solomon. All dates are BCE, before Common Era. 2167. Abraham is born at Ur in Mesopotamia. 2106. Terah and Abraham leave for Haran. 2099. Pact of the 5 kings of Canaan with the Eastern kings. 2092. Abraham leaves for Canaan. 2091. Abraham goes to Egypt. 2086. Abraham returns from Egypt. 2085. Invasion of the Eastern Kings. Destruction of the Transjordan citadels. Capture of Kadesh. Looting of Sodom. Abraham gives chase, rescues Lot. 2082. Ismail born of Hagar the Egyptian. 2068. Covenant with El Shaddai. 2067. Cities of the Siddim Valley destroyed. Dead Sea formed. Isaac born. 1992. Abraham dies and deeds all to Isaac. 1887. Isaac dies at 180 years old. 1877. Jacob goes to Egypt. 1860. Jacob dies in Egypt at 147 years old. 1447. Moses leads rabble out of Egypt. 1407. Joshua invades Canaan with Israelites. 1021. Saul becomes first king of Judah/Israel. 1011. David as king. 971. Solomon begins his reign. 931. Solomon dies and kingdom divided. Comment. In essence, there is nothing inherently incorrect with this chronology. However, it is slightly off here and there. For instance, the reign of Solomon actually began in the year 995 BCE, rather than 24 years later. Assuming that the rest of the chronology were fairly correct, then all dates earlier than the reign of Solomon would have to be pushed backwards by 24 years as well. That would put the date for the Exodus at 1461 BCE. The Temple of Solomon was begun in his fourth year, which was said to be the 480th year after the Exodus. 995 minus 4 is equal to 991, plus 480 is equal to 1471 BCE, which is only 10 years off from the former date. However, it is the contention of this editor that the catastrophe that set off the Exodus, the Hyksos invasion of Egypt, and the Thera/Santorini cataclysm should be correctly placed at the year 1588 to 87 BC. The date of the deluge as about 4000 BC. There have been many attempts to date the catastrophe known worldwide as the deluge, but so far none has proven to be generally acceptable. Since summer is considered to be the origin of Western civilization, archaeological evidence in the Mesopotamian plain would seem to present the best evidence in establishing the date of the deluge. The cities of ancient Sumer should provide a true and consistent record of the origin of these cities as found in the layers of silt laid down by the Great Flood. But these silt layers are not consistent. Near the ancient city of Ur, archaeologists have dug down and found a layer of 8 to 11 feet of clean silt between settlements. At Shuruppak, a 2-foot layer was found, but for a later period. The stratum of clean clay at Uruk was found to be 5 feet deep, but again for a later period. It is evident that if these several strata are actually flood deposits, they still do not represent one and the same inundation since they occur at different points in the stratigraphic sequence. It would seem, therefore, that a common stratum of virgin soil would have to be located deeper. The first cities of Sumer inhabited after the deluge were Eridu, Uruk, and Nippur. Therefore, evidence of the first settlement should be found at these sites. Eridu was considered by the Sumerians to be the oldest city in the world, and for this reason was probably the city which gave Earth its name. Its historicity is due to its being the headquarters of Enki, from where he conducted all operations to establish a civilization. Since it was the first city rebuilt after the deluge, excavations here should provide evidence to the age of the Sumerian civilization. Archaeologists digging at this site came upon a temple dedicated to Enki, which appeared to have been rebuilt many times over. Digging deeper into the strata, excavators came upon a cross-section of the beginnings of Mesopotamian civilization. At a stratum equivalent to 2500 BC, archaeologists found the rebuilt ruins of Enki's temple, then again at the level equivalent to 3000 BC. Digging further, they came upon the foundations of the first temple dedicated to Enki. It rested on virgin soil. Nothing had been built here before. Time had been rolled back to 3800 BC. It is then that civilization began in Sumer. The date of the deluge would then logically be sometime just before this date, or about 4000 BC. Artifacts found at Uruk have confirmed the origin of Sumerian culture at about this time. The earliest known text found in Mesopotamia was at the ruins of Uruk and is dated to about 3500 BC. It is a tablet with small pictures or pictographs, undecipherable, but of a type which preceded cuneiform writing, allowing for several hundred years for the plain to drain and the land to recover. In order to rebuild the cities, it also postulates a date of about 4000 BC for the deluge. The deluge is remembered worldwide as a catastrophe that wiped out civilization and started a new era for mankind. Many cultures date their beginnings from this time. The Jewish calendar counts time from an enigmatic beginning in 3671 BC, or the years that have passed since the counting of years began. It is generally accepted that the first Egyptian dynasty began about the middle of the 4th millennium BC, after a chaotic period of 350 years, which separates the human kings from the semi-divine kings of the Archaic period. Elsewhere, the 4th millennium is also marked as the beginning date from which time is reckoned, as for example, in Mesoamerica, where the Olmec calendar begins in the year 3373 BC. Scholars agree that the key to establishing the time of events in biblical times hinges on fixing the time of the Exodus. Many dates have been proposed, but they either contradict explicit statements in the Old Testament or they do not fit in with knowledge of the Egyptian dynasties of the period. Basically, the problem is correlating the Exodus with current and subsequent events in Egypt. Only a few so-called absolute dates exist for Mesopotamia and Egypt, and when these are examined closely, they are not that absolute. The main anchor for Egyptian chronology is based on the rising of the star Sirius during the reign of Sesostris III of the 12th dynasty. This astronomical event is identified as 1872 BC, and from this date predecessors and successors were given absolute, chronological identifications. Anyone writing on the ancient Middle East is like a mountain climber tethered to a whole line of climbers, at the head of which he hopes there is someone with his pick firmly anchored in rock. Unfortunately, the fixed points provided even by astronomy are not all that firm, and from time to time whole chains of carefully calculated data slither down into oblivion. On the other hand, if the dates derived from the Bible are used to erect a chronology from Abraham to the Judean kings, a period of about 1,000 years, there arises the problem that nowhere in this millennium do the events coincide with the traditional Egyptian chronology. It is as if the two civilizations lived side by side without any contact. Obviously, something is amiss in this scheme of things. It can be shown, however, that dates derived from explicit information in the Old Testament indicate that the early Judean kings existed at the same time as the 18th dynasty and that the Exodus coincided with the fall of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt. Scriptural evidence places Moses and the Exodus in the middle of the 15th century BC. Other biblical events occurring before and after the Exodus show the correctness of this date. A mid-15th century date provides a sound benchmark to establish the time of events in the days of Abraham, which relate to the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah and the other cities of the Siddim Plain, to the expulsion of the Hyksos from Egypt and the supporting role of Saul and David, and to the identification of the Queen of Sheba as Queen Hatshepsut of the 18th dynasty. Both Egyptian and Mesopotamian data can corroborate the chronology of these biblical incidents. Comment: this is straight out of Dr. Velikovsky's book Ages in Chaos. At this point in his book, Boulay presents a table of dates, comparing the chronologies of Israel, Egypt, and Phoenicia from the reign of Saul through the death of Solomon. Essentially, he is using the raw data from the Velikovskyan school, data which this editor attempted to refine in the treatise June 15, 762 BC, a mathematical analysis of ancient history, mentioned earlier in this serialization. The date of the Exodus and other events. In order to establish the date of the Exodus, one must refer to the pertinent biblical references. In 1 Kings 6, it is stated that the Exodus took place 480 years before the 4th year of Solomon's reign, when he began to build the temple. This year would be 967 BC, considering he ruled from 971 to 931 BC. The chronology may oscillate a few years due to the uncertainty of the end of Solomon's reign and the division of the kingdom. A middle date has been chosen. If the temple was built in 967 BC, one arrives at 1447 BC as the date of the Exodus, that is, 967 plus 480 years. Since the sojourn in Egypt lasted 430 years according to Exodus 12, this would place the entrance of Jacob into Egypt in the year 1877 or 1447 plus 430 years. An analysis of the information in Genesis suggests that the patriarchs were in Canaan for 215 years before entering Egypt. This figure is derived as follows. Abraham entered Canaan at the age of 75. Isaac was born to him at age 100. Isaac was 60 at Jacob's birth. Jacob was 130 when he stood before the Pharaoh. Thus, 215 years, 25 plus 60 plus 130 is equal to 215, elapsed from Abraham's entrance into Canaan and Jacob's into Egypt. Adding the 215 years to 1877 BC, one thus arrives at the date of 2092 BC as the time Abraham and Lot left Haran for the land of Canaan. The establishment of the time of the reigns of the kings of Judah is also critical to any attempt to synchronize Israelite and Egyptian chronology. Saul is believed to have ruled from 1021 to 1011 BC, David from 1011 to 971 BC, and Solomon from 971 to 931 BC. This provides a time scale for the period of over 1,200 years, which encompassed the birth of Abraham and the death of Solomon. A 15th century date also fits in well with information found in the Book of Judges. Evidence from the period of the Judges. An earlier or later date for the Exodus would contradict information in Judges. For example, one of the later judges was called Jephthah, who had to deal with a powerful Ammonite king who claimed the land of Transjordan, which had been seized and occupied by the Israelites for many years. The king wanted the land of his ancestors returned to him, because Israel seized my land when they came up from Egypt. He warns, "Return them now peaceably, and I will go." Jephthah then describes the route they took in the Exodus and how Sihon would not let them pass through his territory and attacked them. Thus, the Israelites captured the territory of the Amorites from Arnon to Jabbok, and he added, while Israel inhabited Heshbon and its dependencies, the Aroer and its dependencies, and all the cities on the banks of the Arnon, some 300 years. Why did you not liberate them within that time? Since Jephthah lived about 1100 BC, the event of the invasion of the Israelites must have been about 1400 BC, that is 1,100 plus 300 years. The invasion of Transjordan occurred after the period of wandering or 40 years from their departure from Egypt. When totaled, the figure is in agreement with the proposed date of 1447 BC. The Book of Judges also provides the reign of the various judges between the death of Joshua and the rise of Saul as the first king. When the angel brought Lot and his family and set them outside the city, he bade them run for their lives, and not to look back, lest they behold the Shekinah, which had descended to work the destruction of the cities. The Haggadah. Since the Anunnaki were an advanced civilization, able to traverse the vastness of space to reach this planet, to colonize it, and exploit its resources, and transfer these metals by freighter to their orbiting ship, surely there must be some evidence in the religious and secular literature that refers, at least obliquely, to the skyborne vehicles used by these ancient astronauts. The obvious allusion which comes to mind is the fiery chariot of Ezekiel. It is graphically described several times in the Book of Ezekiel, so that it cannot be dismissed as merely an aberration of the text or even a hallucination of the prophet. Comment. An inventor's life-size replica of the Ezekiel airship is on permanent display in Warwick's restaurant in Pittsburgh, Texas, a few miles south of Interstate Highway 30, in case you are ever passing through Northeast Texas and would wish to see it, as well as have lunch or dinner in this wonderful Cajun restaurant. The replica now on display is the second rendition. The first model actually flew for a short distance before crashing. The second model has never been flown. This sculpture looks much like a gigantic hang glider. Ezekiel is not an exception, for these aerial machines appear throughout the scriptures, although they are usually interpreted in religious and mystical terms. It is indicative of the mindset of these translators that they refuse to recognize them for what they are. Comment. It should be noted that one who did not understand the principles of air travel could not have known to interpret them in any other way than by religion or mysticism. In Ezekiel's case, it is called a fiery chariot, as if somehow this term is more acceptable, perhaps because it has mythological connotations and is the most innocuous way of dismissing a troublesome reference. Nowhere have biblical scholars translated or referred to the various appearances of these unusual vehicles as aircraft, airships, or even spaceships. Along this vein, it is interesting to note that the landlocked Hebrews referred to the airships as chariots, while the seagoing Egyptians called them boats of heaven. What is not commonly perceived is that there are numerous references to airborne craft in the scriptures, but their appearances have been masked through theological interpretation and in many cases just plain false translations. There are various names used for the vehicles of the ancient astronauts, and one shall try to identify them and separate them by function. The space capsule or personal housing of the gods is referred to as either a Shekinah or as a kabod in the scriptures. In the books of Exodus and Ezekiel, the personal craft is called a kabod, while in the works of the pseudepigrapha and the Haggadah the craft is called a Shekinah. The terms seem to be interchangeable since both rest on a larger vehicle or booster platform called cherubim. To leave the orbiting spaceship or to travel about on Earth, the composite craft or command capsule and the booster platform was sufficient, although the capsule could independently travel by itself for short distances. as seen in the case of Ezekiel. In order to leave the Earth's gravity and reach the orbiting spaceship, the command capsule was mounted on a larger booster rocket called a Shem in the Old Testament and Shumu in the Sumerian literature. The personal command capsule, the Shekinah or Kabod, has taken on a special significance among the ancient peoples of the Middle East, since it was considered to be the actual residence of the gods, and each civilization revered the cone-shaped object in different ways according to its own traditions. This cone-shaped command capsule is the Bethel of the Hebrews, the Betil of the Canaanites and Phoenicians, the Ben of the Egyptians, and the Greeks knew it as the Omphalos. As one shall see, the composite rocket vehicle of the ancients was also the source of the Egyptian legend of the phoenix bird that rose in fire out of its own ashes. The orbiting mother ship, the heavenly abode. There are many indications in the scriptures, particularly in the Hebrew book of Enoch, that the so-called heavenly abode was organized as a large city in space, or more significantly, as an orbiting mother ship. This book describes the trip of the prophet Ishmael to the heavenly abode, where he meets the patriarch Enoch, who proceeds to give him a guided tour of the ship. While this book is written in spiritualistic terms, whose purpose is to create an atmosphere of awesome majesty, when one strips away the theological verbiage, what emerges is the description of a large complex spaceship. There are 7 heavens, or decks to the spaceship. Each deck has 7 palaces arranged in concentric circles with guards stationed at the entrances of each circle of rooms. The obvious comparison would be with that of the Pentagon building in Washington. The center of the ship was called the Arabat and was the residence of the chief deity. It is here that the Shekinah, or dwelling of the deity, is located. It sits on a platform called cherubim. Various functions are assigned to managers called princes, who appear to be chiefs of various operational activities associated with the spacecraft. Rikbiel is the prince of the wheels, who is in charge of the wheels of the chariot, or Shekinah. Haliel is the prince of the holy creatures, or Hayot. Since the term is derived from Hail, meaning an army, these are presumably the soldiers or guards. Ribael is the prince of the cherubim, the platform on which rests the Shekinah. Opaniel is the prince of the Opanim, and these seem to be the mechanics, for it is their responsibility to maintain the craft. He polishes their platform, he adorns their compartments, he makes their turning smooth, and cleans their seats. When the composite craft leave the heavenly abode or spaceship, there is an impressive ceremony called Cadusa, which is apparently a syllogism for a launch countdown. The Cadusa, or rocket lift OFF. When the Shekinah leaves, the personnel of the heavenly abode participate in a ceremony called the Cadusa. In the words of the Hebrew book of Enoch, there is a cosmic commotion at the singing of the Cadusa, which sounds very much like the countdown and frantic activity which accompany the launch of a rocket vehicle. It is said that all the pillars of the heavens and their bases shake, and the gates of the palaces of the heavens of Arabat quiver. Before this spirited activity begins, brilliant starry crowns are put on the heads of the angels and princes. These are obviously protective devices or headgear for protection against the deafening noise and brilliant glare of the blastoff. The participants are warned that when the proper procedure is not followed, an accident or tragedy can happen, for they are told that when they do not follow the proper order of the Cadusa, devouring fire goes out from little fingers of the holy ones and destroys the ministering angels. They are warned that the exhaust of the rocket can be quite dangerous, for as the Shekinah moves, a fire precedes him as he goes devouring all those around him. There is an interesting reference in the Haggadah, the oral tradition of the Jews, which describes where the Shekinah went on one of its trips after leaving the spaceship. In the section which describes the destruction of the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, the Shekinah is credited with dropping out of the sky and blasting these cities. This source describes how the Shekinah of the Lord had descended to work the destruction of these cities. Josephus in his Antiquities of the Jews seems to support this, for in his description on the destruction of these cities, he states that God cast a thunderbolt upon the city and set it on fire, suggesting that the spaceship destroyed the cities with some form of missile or beam weapon. The composite spacecraft, command capsule, and booster platform. Throughout the Old Testament, the vehicle of the deity is called a kabod, occasionally kibod, kavid, or kibod, which is, as one shall see, another name for the Shekinah, the term which is used for the fiery chariot of Ezekiel. Comment. As has been stated, in linguistics the vowels don't count. Note that in the above terminology only the vowels change from one rendition of the word to the other, except for the often interchangeable consonants B and V, as is Havana or Habana de Cuba. When Ezekiel stood beside the Chebar Canal near Nippur one summer day, a tempestuous wind bore toward him an incandescent cloud. As the cloud neared, four glowing creatures became visible in the lower part, like humans in their erect posture, with legs and hands, but unlike them in having 4 faces and 4 wings. The creatures were arranged in a square and were not connected at their wingtips to each other. They gave the impression of a unity as they moved, and facing in every direction, always went in the direction they faced, without needing to turn. Amidst them was a flashing torch-like apparition. The prophet noted that below and alongside each creature was a high complex wheel, rimmed with eyes that moved in unison with the creatures. Above their heads was a dazzling ice-like expanse. As they neared, he grew aware of the terrific noise made by the wings in motion. Then, as the wings slackened and the apparition came to a halt, the prophet heard a sound from above the expanse. He saw a sapphire throne standing upon the expanse, upon which a brilliant figure sat, all bright and fiery, and encased in a rainbow-like radiance. Ezekiel realized he had seen the kabod of the Lord. A remarkable analysis of the technical details furnished by the Book of Ezekiel was made by Joseph F. Blumrich in his book The Spaceships of Ezekiel, wherein the NASA engineer graphically describes the composite vehicle as a cone-like capsule, which sat on a booster platform. He suggested that this platform was composed of 4 rocket units, with each unit having retractable rotor blades and retractable arms. The appearance of the spacecraft at the Chebar Canal at Nippur is also significant, since Nippur was the space control center before the deluge. The second appearance of the chariot to Ezekiel was at Jerusalem, and the consistency in the details concerning both appearances appears to rule out the possibility of any errors in transcription. At Jerusalem, Ezekiel is told to get up and go out to the plain, and there I shall speak to you. So I got up and went out to the plain, and there was the kabod of the Lord waiting, like the kabod I saw by the Chebar Canal. Ezekiel then describes how the kabod rose from its platform and flew over the city, then returned to the landing platform of cherubim. The kabod of the Lord went forth off the threshold of the house and halted upon the cherubim. The cherubim raised their wings and rose off the ground. I watched them depart, the kabod of the Lord above and upon them. It seems that while the personal craft or command capsule could fly independently, it needed the larger vehicle or booster platform to travel greater distances and to move freely about the earth. The kabod also appears numerous times to Moses and the Israelites during the time of the Exodus. For example, when they left the area of the Red Sea and were journeying into the wilderness of the Sinai, the people were grumbling and dissatisfied. According to Exodus 16, Moses and Aaron tried to appease them with the news that they would soon see the kabod of the Lord. By evening you shall know that it was the Lord who brought you out from the land of Egypt, and in the morning you shall behold the kabod of the Lord. Then as Aaron spoke, the people turned toward the wilderness, and there, in a cloud, appeared the kabod of the Lord. When the spacecraft stayed among the Israelites, it was kept in the tent of meeting, a sort of temporary shelter or garage. While the term kabod seems to have no antecedents and has not been identified semantically, the word Shekinah means literally a physical dwelling or resting place. In spite of this Semitic meaning, it has been translated as glory in the scriptures and given a mystical interpretation to mean a spiritual presence rather than a physical one. In fact, a complete Kabbalistic literature has arisen over this spiritual meaning. The scriptures and the pseudepigrapha do not support this meaning. However, for everywhere it is mentioned, it is described clearly as a physical dwelling or personal vehicle used by the deity. Both the kabod and Shekinah rest on a booster platform called cherubim. Cherubim is another interesting word that has received theological interpretations. The origins or roots of the word are unknown. Customarily, it is translated as a group of winged celestial beings or special kind of angel. A source in the Encyclopedia Judaica has suggested that the Hebrew word cherub or keruv could be a metathesis or inversion of the letters for chariot or rekuv. This makes much sense, and the scriptures support this view where the word cherub is sometimes equated to an aerial chariot, as in the second book of Samuel. It is also repeated in Psalm 18. He bowed the heavens and came down. Thick darkness was under his feet. He rode on a cherub, and he flew. He came swiftly upon the wings of the wind. According to the medieval philosopher Sadiya Jain of the 1st century AD, probably the greatest scholar of Babylonian Jewry, the Shekinah is identical to the Kavod Hashem, a phrase usually translated in religious terms as majesty of his name. In modern terms, Kavod Hashem would mean the chariot of the Shem, and this term, as one shall see, also has spacecraft connotations, for it is none other than the main rocket booster. The main rocket booster, the Shem of the Hebrews and Shumu of the Sumerians. Generations of scholars and translators have sought to give the reference to Shem in Genesis 11 only an allegorical meaning, for mankind wished to make a name or reputation for himself by building a tower to the sky. The biblical tale of the Tower of Babel as related in Genesis deals with events that followed the repopulation of the earth after the deluge, when some people journeyed to the east, and they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they settled there. The land of Shinar, of course, is the land of summer, and the plain is the one between the two rivers of Mesopotamia. According to Genesis, the people said, "Let us build a city and a tower whose top shall reach the heavens, and let us make us a name Shem, lest we be scattered upon the face of the earth." This project did not sit well with the deity, however, and he immediately came down to investigate. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of Adam had erected. And he said, "Behold, all are as one people and one language, and this is just the beginning of their undertakings. Now, anything which they shall scheme to do shall no longer be impossible for them." Comment: the Lord is a jealous God, you recall. One wonders what this Lord thinks of the joint American-Russian cooperation on the beleaguered space station Mir. The deity then decided to take action and informed some colleagues who are not identified. "Come, let us go down there and confound their language, so that they may not understand each other's speech." And the Lord scattered them from there, upon the face of the whole earth. And they ceased to build the city. Therefore was its name called Babel, for there did the Lord mingle the earth's tongue. This chapter in Genesis, however, raises more questions than it answers. Why did the ancient residents of Babylon exert themselves to make a name, and why was this name to be placed upon a tower or ziggurat whose top would reach the heavens? It is puzzling why the making of a name or reputation could counteract the effects of mankind's being scattered all over the world, and why the Lord was so upset over raising this name that such a feat would afterwards make anything possible for man. Obviously, something has been left out of the text. The answers to these questions become clear when one reads rocket ship instead of name for the Hebrew or Semitic word Shem. The story thus deals with the concern of man to build a tower so as to erect a rocket ship in order to fly over the people land like gods, even to try to reach the orbiting spaceship in order to meet the gods and perchance achieve immortality. This could not be tolerated by the gods. Only they were permitted to have and to operate rocket and space vehicles. The Hebrew word Shem is derived from the Akkadian Semitic term Shumu, which curiously enough is used in the Gilgamesh epic in a case that seems to parallel that of the Tower of Babel. As the king of the city of Uruk, Gilgamesh was sad and depressed over the thought of dying. He looked over the city walls and saw dead bodies floating in the river below. Gilgamesh feared that this, too, would be his fate, being part mortal. He then decided to seek immortality, and he set his sights on reaching the land of the living, or the cedar land of Lebanon. Gilgamesh confided in his companion Enkidu that he planned to enter the cedar land in order to set up his Shumu. "In the place where Shumus had been raised, I would raise my Shumu." Enkidu informed him that this land was under the sovereignty of Utu, and that he must seek his permission, which Gilgamesh proceeded to do. Utu or Shamash was the chief of the cedar land, the land where the space platform was located. It becomes clear that to translate Shumu as name or reputation makes little sense. Like in Genesis, man would imitate the gods and erect a rocket ship to reach them, since they held all the secrets, especially those of long life. A similar use of the word Shumu is seen in the tale of Adapa. After he is summoned to heaven by the chief god and a flight where he has seen the marvels of the earth and sky, The chief god wants to know who provided a shumu for him so that he could reach the heavenly abode, or orbiting spaceship. The use of the word shumu here clearly means a shuttle which took him from the earth to the heavens. The Shem was apparently the main booster that carried the Shekinah or Kabod, the command capsule, when it was necessary to leave the earth for the orbiting spaceship. Presumably, the main booster returned to Earth and stood on the launch pad at Baalbek ready for the next mission. Such a large booster was not necessary for the composite craft, Shekinah and Cherubim, to leave the spaceship and return to Earth. In such a case, only a braking capability was required to slow the re-entry of the spacecraft. The personal space capsule or command module apparently had its own propulsion system, for it could rise from the booster platform or Cherubim and move freely about for short distances, as illustrated in the incident of Ezekiel's chariot at Jerusalem. This command capsule was the personal dwelling of the ancient astronauts, and as such its design and conformation became the symbol or representation of the home of the gods throughout the Middle East, in Mesopotamia, in the Levant, and in Egypt and Greece. The command capsule or the dwelling of the gods. The victory stele erected by Naram-Sin of the Akkad dynasty of the mid-23rd century BC is supposed to represent his victory over a local people. It depicts Naram-Sin wearing the horned headdress of a god and treading triumphantly over a prostrate enemy. He faces a large conical object, which is dominated by the star symbol of Shamash. Naram-Sin had invaded a mountainous land in one of his wars of conquest. In an inscription, he boasts of destroying the cities of this mountain land. This land was Lebanon, as one shall see, chapter 16, and the conical object signified the space facilities at Baalbek. This conical object was considered to be the dwelling place of the gods and became the object of reverence throughout the Middle East. Called Betil by the Semitic peoples, a corruption of Bethel, meaning the house of the god, it appears in various forms. On a coin from Byblos, the Phoenician seaport, the cone-shaped object is set up in a sacred enclosure for veneration. A similar object was sacred to people all over the Middle East as the residence of the local god. To find the origins of the word Beatul or Betil as used as the home of the gods, one must look into the legend of the phoenix, the legendary bird that arose in flames from the sunstone at the Temple of the Sun at the city of An in the Delta in Egypt, called Heliopolis by the Greeks. Chapter 12. The phoenix bird as symbolizing a rocket launch. When it has lived 500 years, it builds itself a nest in the branches of an oak. In this it collects spices, and of these materials builds a pile on which it deposits itself, and dying, breathes out its last breath. From the body of the parent bird, a young phoenix issues forth. When this has grown up, it lifts its nest from the tree and carries it to the city of Heliopolis in Egypt and deposits it in the Temple of the Sun, Ovid in his Metamorphoses. This fabled bird, which arose from its own ashes and thus became a symbol of regeneration, first became known to Western culture through the travels of Herodotus, when that famous Greek historian visited Egypt about 455 BC. At the ancient religious center of Anu, known to the Greeks as Heliopolis, Herodotus was told of a sacred bird which came from the east bearing its father embalmed in a ball of myrrh, and buried him in the Temple of the Sun at the city of Anu. The Egyptians called it the Bennu bird, but it is better known by its Greek name of phoenix. Additional details of the phoenix were supplied by the Roman writers Tacitus, Pliny, and Ovid, who also visited Egypt and reported further that the phoenix built its nest on the sunstone at the temple, where it perished in flames. It then rose out of the ashes to leave Egypt and not to return for 500 years. Herodotus was told that the bird resembled an eagle in size and shape, with golden and red plumage. Early Egyptian depictions, as far back as the 25th century BC, show the Bennu bird as a magpie. In later dynasties, it appears as a heron with two long feathers growing from the back of its head. As is well known, legends are built around a kernel of truth that eventually becomes distorted with time. As each generation adds to the story, it becomes so encrusted that little is left of the former truth. In certain cases, however, like that of the phoenix bird, sufficient ancient sources are available to enable one to trace its origin back to prehistoric times, and to discover the core of truth which precipitated the legend. The first available Egyptian reference to the Bennu bird is from the times of the Old Kingdom, when it is first noted inscribed on the walls of the burial chamber of the Pyramid of Unas, the last king of the 5th dynasty, circa 2400 BC. Called the Pyramid Texts, these carved inscriptions are a collection of spells and directions which gave the dead king all the information he needed for the trip to the afterlife and how to achieve it. Most authorities agree that the Pyramid Texts reflect the belief in a stellar cult that would require the deceased king to journey to the stars. Often he is pictured astride a serpent heading for a star constellation. His journey is an imitation of the sun god himself, who is said to be able to traverse the sky in his boat of heaven. An inscription found on the walls of the burial chamber of this king describes the sun god as rising from the sunstone or Bin stone. It states, "O Adam, the creator, you became high in the sky. You rose up from the Bin stone in the temple of the Bennu in the city of Anu." At this time, the 25th century BC, also known as Adam Ra, Adam had become the dominant sun god and had supplemented Ra, who had dominated the pantheon in the early days of Egypt. Comment: this is a bit vague, as a result of the spelling of the word Adam. In Egypt there were Amon-Ra and Aten-Ra. One assumes that Aten-Ra is meant here, but the worship of Aten-Ra was connected with the much later reign of Akhenaten in the New Kingdom. Zacharias Sitchin equates Amon-Ra with Marduk/Baal, and it is this editor's assertion that Duke Dumuzi equals Aten-Ra. The so-called pyramid texts were later adopted by the commoners and painted on their wooden coffins. They thus came to be called the coffin texts, and eventually they were transcribed to papyrus, becoming known as the Book of the Dead. Collectively, the 3 sets of texts are usually referred to as the Book of the Dead. One might say that it was their equivalent of a do-it-yourself manual on how to reach the gods in heaven and thereby achieve immortality. The Sun Temple and the Sacred Stone. The phoenix bird has since its beginning been associated with the practice of sun worship in Egypt. This is noted in the coloring of the phoenix, its miraculous birth, and its connection with fire, all symbolic of the sun itself. These characteristics, however, lend themselves to a more interesting explanation, as one shall see. The inner sanctum of the Sun Temple at the city of Anu was the most sacred of all places. It was the home of the sun stone, which the Egyptians called the Bin. Mounted on a truncated pyramid, the Bin was a square stone platform upon which was set a pyramid-shaped stone or pyramidion, giving the appearance of stubby obelisk. It was on this stone that the phoenix or Bennu bird alighted. As far back as prehistoric times, the sunstone was revered as the dwelling of the sun god. About 2000 BC, a new version of the sunstone appeared in Egypt. The pyramidion was placed on a tall square column, and it became known as the obelisk. Obelisks were erected by all subsequent pharaohs. The capstone of the pyramids themselves were said to be pyramidions, and venerated as the physical dwelling of the sun god. The dead king buried inside the pyramid was believed thus to be under the direct protection of the god himself. This pyramidion, which was used as the capstone on obelisks and pyramids, became the most sacred fetish of the Egyptians. The strange feature of the phoenix legend is that it originated elsewhere and was assimilated into Egyptian sun worship by the priests of Anu at Heliopolis. The legends make it clear that the phoenix bird came from the direction of the east, some say Arabia, others Assyria, and that it flies to the sunstone in Egypt to repeat its flaming performance. Since the Egyptians were very parochial in their view of the world, the land of Arabia could very well be any place east of the Delta region, the Middle East home of the phoenix. In the lands of Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon, the sunstone was also revered as the swelling of the sun god. It was not only pictured as a stubby obelisk, but quite often as an upright conical stone. At Byblos, the oldest of the Phoenician cities, which dates to at least 3500 BC, the Egyptian gods were worshipped side by side with those of the Canaanite pantheon. Some of these sanctuaries contained a sacred chapel, an example of which is shown on a coin from Byblos of the Roman Emperor Macrinus, AD 217, which evidently represents a shrine many centuries old. It shows a sacred enclosure containing a conical-shaped dwelling of the sun god. The sunstone was called a Beatul or Betil by the Semitic peoples, and its functions are similar to the pyramid-shaped stone found in Egypt. Betil is a Semitic version of the Hebrew term Bethel, meaning the swelling or abode of God. In Palestine, The worship of the sunstone or betil goes as far back as the 8th millennium BC. Digging in the ancient ruins of Jericho, archaeologists found at its lowest level, carbon dated to Neolithic times of about 700 BC, a temple where at its center an oval stone stood upright on a stone pedestal. These betil stones were found all over the lands of Palestine and Syria. At Beth Shean, an altar and betil were found and dated to the mid-14th century BC. Most of these pagan shrines were destroyed by the Hebrews after the division of the Kingdom of Solomon, but many still remain in the more isolated areas, such as in southeast Palestine near Arabia, in the land of the Nabateans. Found at high places, these altars appear as stone blocks or stubby obelisks and were believed by the natives to be inhabited by their chief deity Dushra. At Madam Salih, in northwest Arabia, the Nabateans left a necropolis of family tombs, many of whom have bedels or sacred stones. In fact, the black stone at Mecca called the Kaaba, the most sacred of Islamic shrines, is believed to have fallen from the skies. It is also referred to as a betil. Comment: there are several peculiar legends circulating about the origin of the Kaaba stone. The Heliopolis in Lebanon. Besides the one in Egypt, there is another famous Heliopolis nearby, in Lebanon at a place now called Baalbek. Since antiquity, it has been a city sacred to the sun god. The Old Testament calls it Beth Shemesh, or the abode of the sun god, Shemesh or Shamash being the Semitic name for the Sumerian sun god Utu. The land of Lebanon, known to the Sumerians as the Cedar Land, was under the aegis of the Mesopotamian sun god. At Baalbek, the Greeks erected a splendid temple to their sun god Apollo, or Helios. It is also here that the Romans built a magnificent temple to their sun god Jupiter. This temple was the largest they erected anywhere in the world, including Rome, indicating the importance they attached to this location. Even today, 6 of its mighty columns still stand, each 62 feet high and 8 feet in diameter. Comment: this editor has been to Baalbek, Lebanon. It is an impressive sight indeed. But what is remarkable about this temple is that it is built on a massive 3-tier stone base that must have been here long before the Greeks and Romans. It is raised 30 feet above the ground and is paved with perfectly hewn and fitted stones ranging from 10 to 30 feet long and 6 to 9 feet wide. The base for this platform was constructed of 3 cyclopean blocks of stone 32 feet long, 13 feet wide, and 12 feet thick. Each slab of stone is estimated to weigh 500 tons. For comparison, the largest stone in the Great Pyramid is 200 tons. A 4th stone lies in the quarry nearby, readily shaped and cut except for a portion of its base. It is 72 feet long with a cross-section of 16 by 16 feet, estimated to weigh over 1,200 tons. The stone was apparently intended to extend the size of the platform, but operations seem to have suddenly ceased, and the work was never completed. Such a massive stone platform was obviously designed either to hold an immense weight or for some operation that must have applied tremendous pressure on the ground, such as that exerted by a large rocket motor. The Lebanese sun god Shamash, who made his home base at Baalbek, was in many ways similar to the Egyptian sun god. Like the Egyptian Ra, who appears with the sun disk over his head, Shamash is always shown with a sun disk, containing a 4-pointed star and 4 radiating spokes. And just like Ra, he is often depicted with the head of an eagle. Some scenes also show him holding the symbols of immortality. When Utu or Shamash left Baalbek, one of his destinations was ostensibly the city of Anu in Egypt, where his bright arrival and departure in flames became the core of the legend of the golden and red phoenix bird. For thousands of years throughout the whole Middle East, the betil or sunstone became a sacred fetish revered as the physical dwelling of the sun god. Its conical or pyramidion shape was their attempt to represent the dwelling of the sun god, that is, the command or personal capsule of the first stage of a composite rocket. In Egypt, the origin of the sunstone is partially remembered in the ancient hieroglyphic sign used to represent the city of Anu or Heliopolis. It is shown as a bolt aimed at the sky, the Greek omphalos as a betil and geodetic marker. Even the Greeks, who came much later, adopted the conical-shaped stone as a sacred dwelling of their sun god Apollo. Called an omphalos, it was the most sacred object at every oracular site. The sun god Apollo, who later became one of the most important gods of the Greek pantheon, originally came from Asia Minor, from Ionia. His cult first appeared on the island of Delos, from where it leapfrogged to Dodona on mainland Greece. In fact, the island of Delos was considered so sacred that it was inviolate in all the Greek wars. Even the Persians respected its sanctity and bypassed it. Comment. This editor has toured the island of Delos. In our times, it is invaded daily by boatloads of camera-toting tourists. In his histories, Herodotus called Dodona the oldest of Greek oracles, and archaeologists have traced it back to about 2000 BC. It was the first cult center to Apollo on the mainland. As Dodona declined in importance, Delphi replaced it as a cult center. Like Dodona, it also had a half-egg stone called an omphalos. Herodotus said that the omphalos here was wrapped with cord, one end of which was held by the Pythia or priestess as she queried the sun god in the stone. According to the Greek mythologist Robert Graves, the Greeks also called the sacred stone at Delphi Baidalos. He refers to it as a cone-shaped pillar, periodically anointed with oil and wrapped in raw wool on special occasions. It was the residence of a god and was said to have fallen from heaven. In Greek mythology, Baidalos was a son of the sky god Uranus. While the term omphalos means the human navel in Greek, its use here seems to be that of the navel of the earth. Besides being the residence of the sun god, the omphalos was also a geodetic marker. It is interesting to note, and pertinent to this subject, that if a line is drawn through the oracular sites of Dodona, Delphi, and Delos, and continued towards the mainland, it runs right through Jerusalem. Like the Greek sites, Jerusalem has often been referred to in ancient documents as the navel of the earth, such as in Jubilees 8, as well as Ezekiel. It seems that there was some sort of geodetic grid connecting sacred places in ancient times. Shamash was also known as the god of justice and measurements. He is shown in one instance with two gods overhead holding cords connected to an altar, which bears his sacred symbol. Therefore, it seems that the term omphalos was applied to the conical stone for its geodetic meaning, that is, as the geodetic point of a master grid. On the other hand, the term Baidalos was used to mean the residence of a god and referred to in use as an oracular device. In summary, the phoenix bird rising in flames became symbolic of the liftoff of the rocket craft of the ancient astronauts. Originally shown in conical configuration, an imitation of the command capsule, it later became angular-shaped under the Egyptians, who used it as a capstone on pyramids and obelisks. Baalbek in Lebanon appears to be the original home of the phoenix bird, where a gigantic stone platform is all that remains of what was probably the main base for the chariots of the gods. Chapter 13. Was Noah's Ark a saucer-shaped submersible? The ship that thou shalt build, her dimensions shall be to measure. Equal shall be her width and her length. Like the Abzu thou shalt seal her. Sumerian account of the Ark. The unusual design of Noah's Ark. The Ark of Noah is usually depicted in illustrations as an ancient seagoing ship with rounded hull, pointed prow and stern, with a keel running the full length of the ship. On its deck a cabin is shown running the length of the ship. This is pure fantasy, of course, based on current designs of the late Middle Ages in Europe. One has absolutely no idea of exactly what the Ark looked like. There are only two descriptions of the ship in ancient literature, neither of which is very satisfactory from naval engineering standards, since they are completely unseaworthy designs. The Old Testament describes it as a rectangular box with straight sides, no bow, no keel or hull. In fact, the Hebrew word used for the ship is that of a box or container. However, the Hebrews can be excused for their preposterous interpretation, since they were a landlocked people and had little, if any, experience with ships. But that is no excuse for the description of the Ark in the Sumerian account of the deluge. There it is depicted as a cube, if the translators are to be believed. This is not very convincing in view of the fact that the Mesopotamians were a seagoing nation. Sumerians and later peoples were well acquainted with the principles of shipbuilding and seaworthiness. All Sumerian cities had access to the sea, and seagoing ships are often described at anchor at these Sumerian ports. Obviously, there is something amiss in the Sumerian accounts or in the translation and interpretation of the text that is provided. For a seagoing people to describe the Ark as a cube is completely nonsensical. The Ark in Genesis. The information in the Old Testament that is available concerning the configuration of Noah's Ark is derived from Genesis 6. There are scraps of information from other religious sources. The complete text of Genesis, which provides the description of the ark, is as follows. Make yourself an ark, box, of gopher wood. Make it an ark with compartments, and cover it inside and out with pitch. This is how you shall build it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. Make a sky light for the ark, terminating it within a cubit of the top. Put the entrance in the side of the ark, which is to be made with lower, second, and third decks. The ark is called tabah, which means a box, chest, or compartment in Hebrew. It is described as a rectangular box with a flat bottom and straight sides, 300 cubits long, 50 wide, and 30 high. Since a Hebrew cubit was 18 inches, its dimensions were 450 feet long, 75 feet wide, and 45 feet high, and as such was said to displace 43,300 tons. While the Hebrews had a perfectly good word for ship, for some reason they chose to call it a box or chest. This box of Noah had 3 decks and numerous unspecified cells or compartments. It had a door on its side and an opening below the roofline to let in light. The phrase, make a sky light for the ark, terminating it within a cubit of the top, has been interpreted by many biblical scholars to mean that Noah was to construct an opening for light completely around the ark. The craft was built of gopher wood, an expression that is completely unidentified. The word has no Sumerian or Akkadian origins and is a complete mystery since it appears nowhere else in the scriptures. In view of the following evidence, it is suggested that it does not refer to a natural wood, but that it may be a treated wood, made waterproof by an impregnation process much like today's pressure-treated lumber. The problems with the design of the Sumerian ark. The oldest known story of the deluge is found in the Gilgamesh epic, where Utnapishtim is told to build a ship in order to survive the coming catastrophe. The Sumerian name of the hero is Zayastra, as it is used in the Atrahasis epic, the original account of the deluge. Utnapishtim is the Akkadian or Semitic name for the hero, and as such is the hero of the Gilgamesh epic, the better-known Semitic version of the deluge story. In the Sumerian account, the word used is Megurgur, or very great ship. In the Akkadian or Semitic version of the epic, it is also called a great ship of Ilipu Rabitu. Unlike the 3 decks of the Ark of Noah, the Ark of Utnapishtim has 7 decks and is then divided into 9 sections or compartments. It had a door and some sort of window as well. Traditional translations report the craft as being an exact cube, with the height, length, and width each being 120 cubits. Since the Akkadian cubit was 20 inches, the craft would be a perfect cube 200 feet on each side. Again, one has that nagging problem of unseaworthiness. While scholars have insisted on translating the configuration of the Ark of Utnapishtim as a perfect cube, common sense tells us that this design is completely impractical. A cube would be highly unstable and roll incessantly in stormy seas. The occupants would really be scrambled up. With its human and animal cargo, it would seem that stability would be the uppermost factor in the design and construction of the craft. In his study, The Gilgamesh Epic and Old Testament Parallels, the noted scholar Alexander Heidel brought up the problem of interpretation, where certain scholars believe that a circular design of the ark would be much more practical and that the text lends itself easily to this interpretation. Other scholars, however, have summarily dismissed their views. It is not clear in the text that the figure for the width of the ship of 200 feet applies to the diameter or the radius of the craft. If the latter is true, then the ship would be 400 feet in diameter and 200 feet in height or thickness. Furthermore, the Sumerian account does not mention a cube, but merely states that equal shall be her width and her length. This certainly applies to a circular design as well. If a circular design is postulated, then the 9-compartment would radiate like spokes from a wheel, in the form of pie-shaped sections. A streamlined ellipsoid design, such as found in modern submersibles, would certainly have made more sense and provided stability in the tempestuous seas for which it was intended. The Sumerian account also reveals that the god Shamash, Prince Utu, Nibiru's space commander, played a key but unidentified role in its construction as well as advising Utnapishtim when to launch the ship. Since Enki was the Sumerian god of shipbuilding and logically the advisor on ship construction, by all tradition, he should have been the one dealing with Utnapishtim rather than Shamash. the god and chief astronaut who was in charge of rocket and space vehicles. This divine assistance is also noted in the ancient religious document, the Ethiopic Book of Enoch, where the ark is said to have been designed by the deity and built by a group of angels, which presumably are the engineer astronauts of Shamash. The circular shape of the ark with a row of windows along the top and designed by the chief astronaut Shamash would in all probability result in an oval or saucer-shaped craft. Before the deluge, Larik in Mesopotamia had served as the main communications center. However, it was now under the waters of the Persian Gulf. Since it was decided to move the space facilities to the western lands, it became necessary to establish a main communication and administration center. Salem, later to be called Jerusalem, is referred to throughout the scriptures as the navel of the earth, attesting to its role as both a main geodetic center as well as a communications center. It broadcast throughout the western lands, providing instructions and guidance to the distant colonies of the Mesopotamian Empire. Powerful transmitters are suggested in Psalm 29, which is called Hymn to the God of Storm, a veiled reference to the god Adad. Comment. Adad equals Ishkur equals Horus equals Ares equals Mars equals Arya equals Mitra equals V equals Purin equals OG. This religious source indicates that Jerusalem broadcast instructions north to the space complex at Baalbek and south to the alternate space complex established at Kadesh, also known as Mount Sinai. It states, "The voice of the Lord is powerful. The voice of the Lord breaks the cedar. The Lord breaks the cedar of Lebanon. The voice of the Lord shakes the wilderness. The Lord shakes the wilderness of Kadesh." While Jerusalem was the central administrative center for the western lands, there were other places in the land of Canaan and Syria which were considered to be holy or sacred and where the patriarchs contacted their god. These were the regional or field stations. They also dotted the landscapes of Mesopotamia and are mentioned in their literature and seen in their artistic depictions. The reed huts and other field stations. When Abraham and Isaac sojourned in the western lands, they would halt occasionally and set up an altar where they would offer a sacrifice and communicate with Yahweh and receive further instructions. Certain places like Shechem and Bethel were considered to be sacred by the native population long before the Hebrews arrived. These were apparently the field stations or regional transmitters where communications facilities were available to the privileged few, the aristocracy. In Mesopotamia, reed huts were scattered throughout the land and appear quite often in paintings and engravings on cylinder seals and pottery. This is presumably the reed hut that was used by Utnapishtim when he was informed of the coming deluge. In the epic story of Gilgamesh, when the gods had decided to bring on the deluge and destroy mankind for his foibles, only one god remained sympathetic to man, his creator and benefactor Enki. Not wishing to see his creation destroyed, Enki decided to forewarn Utnapishtim so that he could make preparations and build a ship. In the epic, Enki addresses the wall of the reed hut. Reed wall, wall, reed wall, listen. Wall, pay attention. Man of Shuruppak, son of Ubaratitu, tear down the house. Build an ark. This verse of the epic has baffled scholars as to its meaning, of why the god would speak to the wall of a reed hut in order to pass information to the Sumerian Noah. Understandably, this was just not a pastoral reed hut. Enki would logically at this time be where the gods had just met in council to decide man's fate, probably in the orbiting spaceship. Utnapishtim was presumably listening to the broadcast at a reed hut or radio receiver below at his home city of Shuruppak in Mesopotamia. These reed huts, which were scattered all over Mesopotamia and the adjacent lands, are shown on numerous cylinder seals and paintings. They all have the strange feature in common of antenna-like projections on the roofs with round eye-like objects attached. These antennas later became stylized as gateposts with streamers and became a symbol of the goddess Ishtar, who seems to have had some association with these reed huts or radio stations. Comment. Ishtar is the Levantine equivalent of Inanna, Nibiruan air commander at Baalbek. These reed huts were also portable and could be moved from place to place when required, as shown on a cylinder seal depicting one being transported by boat. Another example of the portable or mobile radio station was the Ark of the Covenant built by Moses specifically to contact Yahweh during the days of the Exodus. The Ark of the Covenant as a portable transmitter. During the Exodus, Moses and the Israelites needed a form of communication to keep in touch with Yahweh. Comment. Keep in mind that Y was the treacherous archon of destiny who used Moses unwittingly to seize control of the planet from the other, more popular archon, resulting eventually in the plot by Prince Nanner to stage his unsuccessful coup d'etat. It was only after they had been soundly defeated at Rephidim and retreated to Mount Sinai and Kadesh to regroup under Jethro, when it was decided that, since they could not enter Canaan by the direct route, they would have to go around by a longer and more indirect route that would take them another 38 years. Comment. As has been noted elsewhere, the Hebrew expression 40-something to describe size or length was a colloquialism that meant a lot or a long time. Thus, this wandering for 40 years simply means that they wandered for a long time. Similarly, the rains that caused the flood of Noah were said to have lasted 40 days and 40 nights. Thus, they lasted a long time. Even in more modern times, this literary tradition has been employed, as in Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, obviously a reference to Ali Baba and his large gang of thieves. Meanwhile, a means of communication was needed to pass orders down when the deity was not among the Israelites in the tent of meeting. It seems that Adad, Yahweh, expected to stay at Mount Sinai and direct Moses from there. Comment. This is a careless mistake on Boulay's part. Earlier in this book, he has already equated Yahweh with Enlil. Moses was given instructions on how to build the Ark of the Covenant and schematic drawings as well. The fact that Moses built the Ark from drawings supplied by Yahweh on Mount Sinai is clearly stated in the scriptures when he is told, "Note well and follow the patterns for them that are being shown you on the mount." The box itself was of acacia wood with gold plating. The cover, however, was the key to the device. The cover was to be fashioned of solid gold with a cherub at each end facing one another. Solid gold was an excellent choice since it was a good conductor of electricity. It was also specified that the cherubs and the cover must be made in one piece, probably to ensure good electrical contact. The cherubim were to have wings outstretched, facing each other and shielding the cover with their wings, thus forming an antenna. There is no description of what these cherub looked like, but in view of the Egyptian origin of Moses and his associates, it must have looked something like a winged sphinx. The cover was to be placed on the box after depositing the tablets provided by Adad. It is significant that it was only after the ark was constructed that the tablets were provided to Moses. The tablets presumably were an integral part of the device and contained the power source necessary to activate the receiver transmitter. Moses is told then, "There I will meet you, and I will impart to you, from above the cover, from between the two cherubim that are on top of the Ark of the Pact." This was the form of communication used as they traveled through the wilderness for the next 38 years. According to Numbers 7, Moses would hear the voice addressing him from above the cover that was on top of the Ark of the Pact between the two cherubim. The power source and transmission device was incorporated into the two tablets of stone, upon which was inscribed the Ten Commandments. When Moses broke the first set of tablets upon descending Mount Sinai, because he was angry at the sight of the Israelites worshiping a golden calf, it defeated the whole purpose of the ark, and so Moses had to go back a second time in order to have another set fashioned. Perhaps this explains the 40 days he spent there. It may have taken that long to fabricate a second set or to get the replacement parts. Comment. It took him a long time, in other words. Also, remember in the New Testament that Jesus went into the wilderness and fasted for 40 days. He fasted a long time. The dangers of the ark, its power source. At first, only Moses, Aaron, and his two sons were allowed to approach the ark because of its inherent dangers. This was demonstrated when an accident killed the two sons of Aaron. They were hit by a sudden and unexpected discharge of electricity from the ark, for as Leviticus states, "And fire came forth from the Lord and consumed them. Thus they died before the Lord." The Old Testament does not give the full story, however, and one must look to the Hebrew oral tradition for further details on this event. In the Haggadah, it relates how from the Holy of Holies issued two flames of fire, as threads, then parted into four, and two each pierced the nostrils of Nadab and Abihu, whose souls were burned, although no external injury was visible. This obvious electrical discharge proved to be a real threat to anyone who dared to enter the tent in order to service the deity. Thus, in order to prevent further casualties, Moses was told in Leviticus to warn Aaron. Tell your brother Aaron that he is not to come at will into the shrine behind the curtain, in front of the cover that is upon the ark, lest he die." This statement makes it clear that it is the Ark of the Covenant that is dangerous and not something else in the tent of meeting, such as the vehicle or kabod of the deity. Due to the inherent dangers of the ark, it was decided to train a group of priests, the tribe of Levi, to care for and to handle all contacts with the Arkansas. From there on, only a fixed, clearly defined group of initiates, who wore protective clothing and followed the proper safety procedures, were allowed access to the Arkansas. The instructions for fabricating these garments is very detailed and specific, allowing for no margin of error, indicative that its protective nature was woven into the fabric of the material. The ark was extremely dangerous, and even the Levites must have approached it with trepidation and a certain fear of not returning from the tent alive. The tent of meeting containing the ark was kept at a safe distance from the Israelite camp. When traveling, the ark was carried by the Levites and preceded the body of people. In Joshua 3, they are instructed to keep a safe distance. There shall be 2,000 cubits. Do not come near it. 2,000 cubits is roughly 1 kilometer, the distance considered as a safety buffer zone. In Numbers, the story is related of how a group of 250 members of the tribe of Korah were annihilated by the destructive power of the Arkansas. When the Israelites were resting near Kadesh after their second and final defeat in Canaan, 250 members of the tribe of Korah were directed to bring copper pans for presenting incense and to appear at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Suddenly, a fire went forth from the Lord and consumed the 250 men offering incense. The victims appeared to have been completely incinerated, for the priests were told to remove the charred remains and scatter the coals. Ironically, their copper pans, which had attracted the electrical discharge, were hammered into sheets and used as plating for the altar. Since the incident happened right after their second defeat at Hormah, it may be, as the Haggadah seems to suggest, that the tribe was eliminated for showing cowardice at this battle. The ark also appears to have emitted dangerous radioactivity. Numbers 10 relates the incident when Marian, the sister of Moses, was stricken with scales at the entrance to the tent, an affliction that sounds very much like radioactive poisoning. Subsequent associations with the ark seem to confirm the radioactive character of the instrument. After the Exodus, and after the tribes had settled in Canaan, in the days of Eli the prophet, the ark was captured by the Philistines and brought to their cities in the hill country of western Palestine. The first book of Samuel describes how the Philistines suffered from plagues for 7 months. Those who came too close to the ark received sores and tumors, and their hair fell out, classic symptoms of radioactivity poisoning. It was passed from one Philistine city to another until finally, in disgust, they returned it to the nearest Israelite community and abandoned it at Kerith Jearim. 70 local people who became too curious and approached the ark were also killed. After that, the ark acquired a deadly reputation and due to its dangers remained untouched and unmoved until much later when David decided to return it to Jerusalem. In this attempt, one of the men tried to steady the ark as it began to topple from the wagon carrying it. He was killed outright by a discharge from the Arkansas. This appeared to be the last activity of the ark, and this last discharge probably neutralized the power source, for the ark remained inactive in the days that followed. Comment. One can presume it remained inactive, but one does not know for sure. King Solomon built his temple in order to have a permanent place to house the Arkansas. It remained there until about 550 BCE, when it was hurriedly removed from Jerusalem in advance of the invading Persians. It was taken to Elephantine Island in the River Nile south of the Valley of the Kings, where it was protected for about 200 years. Then it was moved down the Nile to Khartoum, and from there down the Blue Nile River to Lake Tana, Ethiopia, where it was housed on an island in the lake. Later a temple was built at Aksum, Ethiopia, home of the Queen of Sheba, to permanently house the Arkansas. Supposedly, it is still there to this day. This editor has visited the Miriam Church of the Ark of the Covenant. Then, there was nothing but a locked door preventing access to the ark and its official caretaker priest. Today, there is a chain-link fence around that church, and armed guards wielding machine guns patrol the churchyard. Perhaps this ark is still active, and as the planet Nibiru approaches once again, God is trying to communicate to the priests. Perhaps this caretaker priest at Aksum heard something, prompting the Ethiopian army to decide to start guarding the ark more carefully. It makes one wonder. The portable communication devices, the teraphim or animated idols. When the kings of Mesopotamia were away from their home city, particularly when they were afield on one of their numerous military expeditions, they required some sort of mobile or portable communications to keep in touch with their home base and to receive instructions from the gods. For this purpose, they took with them the temple images or statues of the gods. These statuettes were believed to be the active residents of the deity. They were of different size and composition. Joan Oates, in her definitive work Babylon, remarks that these animated statues, which were carried off to war by the kings and priests, were fashioned and repaired in special workshops in the city and had to undergo an elaborate and highly secret ritual of consecration, which endowed them with life and enabled them to speak. This ritual probably consisted of embedding a radio receiver and transmitter, as well as a power source, inside the statuette. Abraham and his father Terah are reported to have operated a workshop which fabricated these statuettes. Although Genesis is silent on this activity, it is fully discussed in the books of the pseudepigrapha. Terah and Abraham were described as members of the priesthood, the elite class that ruled the city of Ur. According to Jubilees, Abraham came from a family of high priests. His father Terah had learned the sciences from his father Nahor, for it was said that he, Terah, grew up and he dwelt among the Chaldeans. And his father taught him the researches of the Chaldeans in order to practice divination and astrology according to the signs of the heavens. A more explicit story emerges from the Apocalypse of Abraham, a 1st century AD document transmitted in Slavonic through Byzantine channels and therefore not available to Western scholars until the late Middle Ages. It provides much information on the early days of Abraham. Comment: to those reading this on the web, this use of the word channels undoubtedly refers to hands or sources and not to the modern concept of channeling. According to this account, Abraham's father was an idol maker as well as an astrologer. He manufactured idols for the temples and for sale to ordinary citizens and travelers. These idols were of different value and quality, depending whether they were made of stone, wood, iron, copper, silver, or gold. It was one of Abraham's assigned tasks to take some of these statuettes and sell them to merchants from Egypt at a stall just outside of town. Soon after, Abraham had a falling out with his father over these idols, and providentially, the workshop of Terah was struck by lightning and burned to the ground. When Terah and Abraham left for Haran and thence to the land of Canaan, they presumably had in their possession a number of these idols, statuettes with certain devices or power packs implanted. These were probably the teraphim or portable communicators of the Old Testament accounts. At Tepe Gora in Upper Mesopotamia, archaeologists have found dozens of so-called cult statues, which have been dated to about 3000 BC. The cult objects fit the description of the animated idols of the Sumerians. These large-eyed pagan idols, or portable statuettes, had concave eye sockets where some fist-sized objects were inserted, probably crystal-like power packs, which activated the communicators. These power packs have been described as stones, evidently the ancient word for large crystals. The teraphim, or portable radio sets. The teraphim of the Old Testament were figurines, or idols, of different size, which according to biblical accounts were used for divination. That is, they answered specific questions which were posed to them, as in Ezekiel 21, Zechariah 10, and Judges 17 and 18. The etymology of the word teraphim is obscure and its meaning is unknown. A source in the Encyclopedia Judaica has suggested that it may come from the Hittite word tarpus, which means animated spirit. In view of the Hittite influence in the land of Canaan, this derivation is probably true. The teraph plays a significant role in the life of Abraham. Its usage can be traced for 1,000 years, through the days of Isaac and Joseph, thence to Egypt where they presumably fell into the hands of Moses. References to the teraphim reappear in the days of Joshua and his successor Kenaz. By this time, about 1400 BC, they had become inactive and were considered to be merely pagan relics or curiosities. From the days of Abraham, down to the days of Moses and before the Ark of the Covenant, the teraphim were apparently used to communicate with the deity. It was by this means that El Shaddai or Adad directed Abraham to go to Canaan and thence to Egypt, and later during the days of the invasion of the Eastern kings. Comment: note that this date comes less than 200 years after the last theorized arrival of Nibiru, in 1587 BCE. The teraphim were of various sizes, small enough to hide under a saddle as in the case of Rachel, yet some were large enough to imitate a person sleeping under a blanket as in the case of David, which fooled the assassins sent by Saul. The first explicit reference to the teraphim is in Genesis 35, which deals with the incident of Rachel when she attempted to steal her father's idols. These may have been part of the cache that Abraham left at Haran with his cousin Laban just before he left for the western lands. Jacob and Rachel obviously knew of the value of the teraphim, and from the lengths that Laban went to retrieve them, he may have also guessed their purpose, although he obviously did not know how to use them. The existence and significance of these idols must have been imparted to Jacob by his grandfather Abraham before he died. This can be shown by the following calculations. Abraham died at the age of 175 in the year 1992 BC. Jacob was born of Isaac when he was 60 years old, or in the year 2007 BC. Thus, Jacob was 15 years of age when Abraham died. Abraham had sufficient time to brief his grandson Jacob of the existence and the import of these devices and their storage at Haran. Comment. Since Boulay is incorporating the Velikovskian reconstruction of history into his own overall chronology of events, it is to be assumed that the above dates are at least in the ballpark. Jacob's sojourn to Haran to live at Laban's house was probably predicated on his obtaining the devices and returning them to the control of Abraham's family. Rachel was obviously in on the plot, and it may have taken all these years that Jacob suffered at the hands of Laban to find out where the teraphim were hidden. The incident, as related in Genesis, reads like a story out of fiction. Laban had forced Jacob under one pretext or another to serve him for 20 years. Finally, Jacob and Rachel, taking advantage of Laban's absence, left secretly, taking with them the idols or teraphim of Laban. Laban made much fuss over these idols when he realized that Jacob had left. He chased after Jacob and finally caught up with the fleeing culprit. Laban was incensed over Jacob's secret departure, but seemed more concerned over the theft of his idols. "You had to leave because you were homesick for your father's house. But why did you have to steal my gods?" he complained. The account mentions only those hidden by Rachel in a camel cushion, which she was sitting on. When Laban tried to search it, she pleaded that she not be disturbed since it was that time of the month. Laban searched everywhere, but could not find the teraphim. While only this teraphim was mentioned in the account, there must have been many more in Jacob's possession, which somehow he managed to hide from the prying eyes of Laban. On the way back to Canaan, Jacob and his household stopped at Shechem, a site sacred to the indigenous people. At Shechem, he ordered all the alien gods which they had obtained at Haran to be disposed of. These must have been numerous, and they were buried at a terebinth, oak, at Shechem. Jacob must assuredly have kept his, yet he was concerned that no one else be allowed to bring one back to his homeland. Control and use of the device was a tightly held secret. It would appear that only he and Rachel were privy to the real purpose of the teraphim. Perhaps Jacob wanted to assure himself a plentiful supply of statuettes as well as their power packs. In any case, the cache remained buried at Shechem for generations and until the days of Kenaz. Many years later, these idols and their stones or power packs were unearthed by the followers of Kenaz, the successor to Joshua. When Jacob went to Egypt at the age of 130 in the year 1877 BC, he probably took along the communication devices, and these were passed down until Moses acquired them several hundred years later and used one to contact Yahweh or Adad on the first visit to Mount Sinai. Comment. Thus, when John Baines in The Stellar Man discusses the idea that Moses used an occult method from the mystery schools to contact the Archon Y, he may have been indirectly referring to the use of these primitive tricorders. The crystals of Kenaz, power packs for the teraphim. The document which relates what happened after Joshua died, and which defines the succession of leaders through Kenaz, Zebul, and finally Deborah, is the so-called the Biblical Antiquities of Pseudo-Philo, because their attribution to Philo of Alexandria in the 1st century AD is in question. Philo describes how the tribes were hard-pressed by the Philistines after the death of Joshua, and they sought a leader. Kenaz was elected and proceeded to question each tribe of its sinful behavior in the belief that their troubles were caused by their straying from the Mosaic law. The confessions ranged far afield, but the one which is most interesting for our point of view is that of the tribe of Asher, who confessed that, "We have found the 7 golden idols whom the Amorites call the sacred nymphs. And we took them along with the precious stones set upon them and hid them. And behold, now they are stored beneath the summit of Mount Shechem. Therefore send, and you will find them. Kenaz immediately sent a group of men to find them, had them removed, and brought to him. These stones were described as crystal and praise in color, that is, clear and light green. And these are the precious stones, he was told, that the Amorites had in their sanctuaries, the value of which cannot be estimated. These crystals, which had been attached to the idols, were also light-emitting. Kenaz was told that, for those entering by night, the light of a lamp was not necessary. So brightly did the stones shine forth. These clear and light green crystals had been embedded in the idols of the Amorites, Canaanites, presumably in the hollow eye sockets. The crystals were alien to the Hebrews, who presumably did not know their purpose except as adornments on the pagan idols. It is a truism that what one does not understand, one fears and destroys. Kenaz found out, however, that these stones or crystals were virtually indestructible. He tried to destroy them several ways. First by fire, but then they only quenched the flames. Then he tried to split them with an iron sword, but they only dented the blade. Finally, in desperation, they were offered on an altar to the deity, and, according to the account of Philo, they were removed mysteriously during the night by an angel. These crystals of Kenaz, which emitted light and were virtually indestructible, were embedded in the idols taken from the cache found at Shechem under an oak. Presumably, they were the ones that were buried by the household of Jacob several hundred years earlier. These crystals still emitted light after all this time, and therefore were active to a certain extent. The stones by themselves were not very useful, for they served to activate devices such as the teraphim, the biblical portable radio receiver and transmitter. By the time of the days of Kenaz, the late 15th century BC, and the beginning of the quiet period known as the Days of the Judges, the stones had become mere curiosities. Known to be associated with the idols of the native Canaanites, they were treated as merely pagan religious artifacts. The stones that illuminate. The crystals of Kenaz were also described as shining brightly at night, so that it was unnecessary to use a lamp. Such a power pack was probably used by Noah for illumination in the ark during the long period of 150 days that his sealed ship was at sea. According to the Hebrew oral tradition as revealed in the Haggadah, the ark was illuminated by a precious stone, which served to brighten the inside of the ship and made night seem like day. A similar source of power is mentioned in the Book of Mormon, the holy book of the Church of Latter-day Saints. When the tribe of Lehi left Jerusalem about 600 BC for their trip to the Promised Land, they built 8 ships for the journey. These were sealed like the Ark of Noah, and in order to see in the darkened interior, the vessels were given 16 small stones, 2 for each ship, which were white and clear, transparent as glass. These stones shone forth in the darkness during the 344 days they were at sea and before they finally reached the shore. Chapter 15. The Fabled Land of Dilmun. In Dilmun the raven utters no cry, the lion kills not. The wolf snatches not the lamb. Unknown is the grain-devouring bear. The sick-headed says not, I am sick-headed. The old woman says not, I am an old woman. The old man says not, I am an old man. Old Sumerian poem. Dilmun has probably aroused more curiosity than any other place mentioned in the cuneiform records of Mesopotamia. Many books have been written about this land of mystery, probably second only to that of it. Despite the references to Dilmun in Mesopotamian literature and myths, its location is still in dispute among scholars. One knows for sure that Dilmun was not just a literary fiction, for it is mentioned in economic texts as early as the 24th century BC and as late as the first millennium BC. Recent theories identify it as the island of Bahrain in the Persian Gulf. This was proposed by Jeffy Bibay in his study Looking for Dilmun. This identification, however, relies heavily on the inscription of Sargon of Assyria, circa 720 BC, who asserted that among the kings paying him tribute were Uperi, king of Dilmun, whose abode is situated like a fish in the midst of the sea where the sun rises. Despite the discrepancy on the sunrise, the statement of Sargon has been taken to mean that Dilmun was an island and that the sea was the Persian Gulf. Comment. Assuming that this statement is correct, then this king of Dilmun was still around at the time of Sargon. This is further proof that the planet Nibiru was still parked in orbit in the north country of Hyperborea before the last departure sequence began in earnest, culminating in the events of the year 687 BCE. The correct placement of Sargon was crucial to the completion of Dr. Velikovsky's historical reconstruction. Others like Samuel Noah Kramer, as in his book The Sumerians, have placed it in the Indus River Valley based on the references that it was located where the sun rises, that is towards the east of Sumer. This theory is based largely on the Sumerian deluge myth, which states that the Sumerian Noah was given immortality and transplanted to the mouth of the rivers and to the place where the sun rises. In both instances, the geographic placement of Dilmun seems to be contingent on the statement that it was in the west toward the rising sun. A more recent analysis by Zacharias Sitchin in his book The Stairway to Heaven identifies the Sinai Peninsula as the land of Dilmun, Tilmun. The difficulty in locating the land of Dilmun is due largely to modern translations of the Sumerian and Akkadian texts where arbitrary interpretations are given to the original texts. A major source of information on this land are the accounts of the travels of Gilgamesh. Two epics are often mentioned in this respect: the famous Gilgamesh epic, which is in 12 cuneiform tablets, and the lesser-known but complete poem called Gilgamesh and the Land of the Living, the Land of Immortality and the Garden of Eden. Dilmun was looked upon by the Sumerians as a blessed paradise that was intimately related to Sumer on a religious or spiritual level. The land of Dilmun is described in the myth Enki and Ninkersag as a bright, clear, and pure land, called the Land of the Living, where there is no illness and death does not exist. Dilmun is thus a land of immortality. The land is in charge of Enki, who orders Utu to bring up fresh water from the ground, thereby turning it into a paradise, a divine garden green with fruit-laden fields and meadows. It is a veritable Garden of Eden. Although it is not mentioned by name in the myth Gilgamesh and the Land of the Living, it obviously refers to this land where no one got sick or died. In this story, Gilgamesh sets out to a distant land to fell and bring back some of its famous cedars, and to make a name, or shumu, for himself. His friend and co-adventurer Enkidu tells him that Utu/Shamash is in charge of the land, and that Gilgamesh must first secure his permission and support. "My master, if you would enter the land, inform Utu. The land, it is Utu's charge, the land of the felled cedars, it is the valiant Utu's charge." Comment: Valiant Prince Utu was Saurian space commander, the Greek Apollo, the Roman Helios, the Hindu Rama, the Incan Temindinair, the Slavonic Varpulus. To obtain immortality, Gilgamesh would journey to this cedar land in order to set up a shumu, and for this he required the permission of Utu, the chief astronaut. "I would enter the land and would set up my shumu. In the places where the shumus have been set up, I would raise my shumu." While the Semitic term shumu is traditionally translated as name, it presents difficulties in understanding the text. As has been noted before, the term Shem, which is used in the Old Testament, is the same as the shumu of the Sumerians. In the incident of the Tower of Babel, man wanted to erect a Shem to reach the gods just as Gilgamesh wished to do. As previously discussed, the Shem of the Bible is also used in conjunction with the kabod or vehicle of the biblical god. The kabod is called the kabod Hashem, or more correctly, the chariot of the Shem or rocket. In the epic Gilgamesh and the Land of the Living, he must defeat the monster Humbaba, sometimes called Huwa, which appears to be a mechanical device that guards the cedar land from intruders. Although the land Gilgamesh journeys to is not mentioned as Dilmun, it is a paradise land, a land of cedars, and one controlled by Utu or Shamash. In the Gilgamesh epic, he also makes a journey to a distant cedar land where he hopes to achieve immortality. He meets and destroys a monster called Humbaba, who protects the cedar forest. Humbaba is described as a fearsome monster. His roaring is like that of a storm, his mouth is fire, and his breath is death. The two epics involving the adventures of Gilgamesh to a distant cedar land, under the control of Utu or Shamash, and guarded by a mechanical monster, are obviously related and may actually be part of the same story. The structure of the Gilgamesh epic. Many scholars have noted the disjointed condition of the story that is narrated in the 12 cuneiform tablets that make up the so-called Gilgamesh epic. The most complete version available is the one in Semitic Akkadian, composed in the Middle Babylonian period about the 13th century BC. Most translations follow this traditional 12-tablet format. Fragments of this epic have also been found in other forms or languages such as Old Babylonian Semitic, Hittite or Northwestern Semitic, and in the original Sumerian as well. Some of these fragments date as far back as 2000 BC, confirming the view that the exploits of Gilgamesh were well known all over the Middle East in the 3rd millennium BC. Other versions of the Gilgamesh epic and stories of the exploits of this legendary king were current in Sumerian and Akkadian literary form when the Middle Babylonians produced their form of the epic. These Semitic Babylonians considered themselves the bearer of Sumerian culture and civilization, and it appears reasonable to assume that they simply combined the contemporary texts into one continuous story, which over a period of time became an epic in itself. The fact that it is a compilation of many Gilgamesh stories is obvious in its structure. Tablet I deals with the birth of Gilgamesh, his deeds, and the creation of Enkidu as Gilgamesh's friend. Tablet 2 continues this association as they leave for the cedar forest, which is guarded by the monster Humbaba. In Tablet 3, they obtain permission from Shamash to enter the land under his control. It is continued in Tablets 4 and V, where Gilgamesh has dreams of what seems to be the glare and noise of rocket launch. They then battle the monster Humbaba. Tablet 6 appears to be a complete break in the story. That is, unless it can be related in some way to Gilgamesh's purpose of reaching the gods and requesting immortality. This tablet describes how Ishtar tries to seduce Gilgamesh and is rejected. She asks the gods for revenge and is given permission to send a divine weapon called the Bowl of Heaven to destroy Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Gilgamesh and Enkidu destroy the heaven-sent weapon. However, comment, ours is a jealous god, the Bible tells us. This just goes to show you females are the same, no matter what their planet of origin. If one tries to seduce you, watch out. It is fascinating to see how often these Saurian gods and goddesses try to take revenge on one another and various citizens of Tiamat. And lest we forget, Ishtar was a regional name for Princess Royal Inanna, Saurian air commander and incestuous lover of her brother and boss, Prince Utu. The story is continued in Tablets 7 and 8, where the gods decide that someone must pay and Enkidu is condemned to death. Gilgamesh delivers a long eulogy. Tablet 9 finds Gilgamesh on a journey to reach his grandfather Utnapishtim, the Sumerian Noah. He approaches the mountains of Mashu and meets the guards, the people with a stinging weapon. He is instantly recognized as semi-divine and allowed to pass. He passes through the mountain by tunnel and arrives at a place of bright crystal, the city of Baalbek. Shamash turns down his request. Tablet X starts with his meeting with Siduri, the so-called barmaid, who tells him how to make a journey across the seas of death, apparently a metaphor for the hazardous trip to the heavens. Here they meet the guards who are equipped with stinging-type weapons, but are allowed to pass because of Gilgamesh's semi-divine appearance. They encounter the mechanical monster Humbaba, which guards the mountain approaches and destroy it. They pass through a tunnel for 12 double hours and finally reach light and the city of Baalbek. Gilgamesh is refused a shumu or rocket by Shamash to reach the gods in the orbiting spaceship. Ishtar comes to his assistance if he will become her lover. She provides a shuttle for him, and he reaches the spaceship and meets his grandfather Utnapishtim, who relates to Gilgamesh the story of the deluge. Not to let his grandson go home empty-handed, he tells him of a magic plant that will rejuvenate Gilgamesh. The hero obtains the plant on the way home, but has it stolen by a snake, which then sheds its skin. Arriving at Uruk empty-handed, Gilgamesh reneges on his promise to Ishtar, who becomes incensed and sends a divine weapon to destroy Gilgamesh and Enkidu. They manage to disable it. The gods in council decide that someone has to pay for this and Enkidu is condemned to die. Enkidu is sent to the netherworld. Gilgamesh eulogizes his friend, and in a later story Gilgamesh manages to rescue Enkidu from the underworld. Lebanon is the land visited by Gilgamesh. There is only one cedar land in the Middle East worthy of the name. In ancient times it covered all of Lebanon as well as part of Syria. In fact, the Gilgamesh epic refers to it as the forest that runs for 10,000 leagues. When Humbaba roared, it is said that it shook the land of Syria, and Lebanon. Despite these specific references to the land of Lebanon, it has been ignored by scholars. This cedar forest where Humbaba roamed is called the home of the gods and the throne base of Urnini. Irnini is another name for the goddess Ishtar, who seems to have used Dilmun as a home base. Ishtar was also known under the name of Siduri, the so-called barmaid who helped Gilgamesh to reach the gods. In his adventures, Gilgamesh reaches the mountains whose name is Mashu, which guards the entrance to the place where Shamash comes and goes. The word Mushu has not been understood by scholars who seem to have overlooked its obvious meaning, that of the place of the space ship. Ma is the Sumerian term for boat or vehicle, as has been seen in Magar as a riverboat, and Shu applies to a geographic place or location as in the city of Shuruppak. Gilgamesh is met by the scorpion men, that is, sentries with a stinging type weapon, who immediately challenge him. Gilgamesh is instantly recognized by the sentries as one of their own kind for the one who has come to us. His body is the flesh of the gods. They notice that he is partly divine, that he has vestiges of a reptilian hide. The scorpion men who guard the Sumerian paradise correspond to the cherubim with the fiery revolving sword, who were stationed at the eastern entrance to the Garden of Eden to guard the tree of immortality and to prevent Adam and Eve from re-entering. Adam and Eve were expelled from the Garden of Eden according to Genesis and sent east of Eden, and that entrance be guarded by the cherubim. After the deluge, the land of the gods had been moved to Lebanon from the delta area of the Tigris-Euphrates. It explains why Adam and Eve were expelled east of Eden and that entrance guarded by the cherubim. It is pertinent to note that Damascus is due east of this entrance to the land of Lebanon. Damascus is the oldest continuously occupied city in the world and claims that Adam and Eve founded it after they left Eden. Gilgamesh traveled through a series of tunnels in the mountains to reach the home base of Shamash. The path he took was called Haran Shamash, or the road to Shamash. After going for 12 double hours, he saw a light at the end of the tunnel and finally broke out into the open, where he saw an area of bright crystal and colored stones. It was Baalbek, the space city. Much of the remainder of the text is missing. When Gilgamesh finally reached Utnapishtim, he related the story of the deluge and how he was made immortal and sent to live in Dilmun. In the old Babylonian version of the epic, Utnapishtim was given immortality by Enlil after the deluge and tasked with repopulating the world. In conventional translations, he was sent to a distant land, to the land of Dilmun, which was in the east and at the mouth of the rivers. The distant land at the mouth of the two rivers has been interpreted to mean the delta of the Tigris and Euphrates, the location of the antediluvian Garden of Eden. Others, notably Kramer, have suggested the delta of the Indus River as more probable. Although the delta of Mesopotamia was the Eden of the Sumerians and the Eden of the Old Testament before the deluge, it was decided after the catastrophe to move it to a more secure place, less accessible, and not subject to the caprices of nature, especially to periodic flooding. Thus, the sacred place of the gods was moved to Lebanon and the space city established there. This is clear in a more recent and accurate translation of these crucial words. A different translation of the phrase in question appears in the recent translation of the epic by John Gardner and John Meyer in their book Gilgamesh. Their suggested translation is the source of the rivers rather than the mouth of the rivers. Of course, this gives a completely different meaning to the passage, for the delta of Mesopotamia or any other delta cannot be the land of Dilmun. A search for the place in the Middle East where two rivers originate in the same area leads back again to Lebanon, particularly to Baalbek, for it is there that the Orontes and Litani rivers begin, one flowing north and the other south. A Sumerian version of the Adventures of Gilgamesh verifies this interpretation of the passage. Called Ziusadra in the early Sumerian version, Utnapishtim is sent to live in the land of Dilmun, the place where the sun, Shamash, rises. A translation of this passage states that he went to live in the land, or mountain land, of crossing, where the sun, or Shamash, rises. The land of crossing appears to refer to the place where Shamash took off and landed each day, in order words, where he crossed over from earth to the heavens. The phrase, land of crossing, can also be translated as the mountain land of crossing, since the word lends itself to either definition. Again, this rules out the flatlands of the delta regions. Dilmun, the land where the sun, Shamash, rises. Supposedly situated where the sun rises, scholars have located it in the direction of the east or dawn. The word for sun is Shamash, and the passage could also be read as where Shamash rises, thus firmly placing it in the land of the cedars. Further evidence that Dilmun should be sought in the west rather than the east is contained in the statement of Sargon the Great, who ruled about 2300 BC. Comment: this is a different Sargon than the one mentioned earlier. Sargon boasted that the sea lands 3 times I circled, Dilmun my hand captured. It indicates that Dilmun had to be near the sea lands, which was the Mesopotamian term for the Mediterranean sea coast. The cities of the sea lands were none other than the coastal cities of Lebanon, later to become the Phoenician League. Furthermore, Sargon's statement would indicate that the cities of the sea land were actually part of what he called Dilmun. Dilmun had to be near Magan, Egypt, and Melah, Africa, according to the epic where Enki conducted what appears to be an inspection trip of the lands which he controlled, that of Magan, Meluha, and Dilmun. Dilmun is, in fact, often associated commercially with the lands of Magan and Meluha, which dictates that its location had to be in the west near Egypt rather than somewhere far distant in the east. The route taken by Gilgamesh to the land of Shamash is provided in Gilgamesh and the land of the living. It also indicates a journey to Lebanon. For the trip, he had mobilized an expedition from his city of Uruk. Since they planned to depart by water, they built a Magan ship, that is, an Egyptian-type riverboat. This type of ship precludes passage by the Persian Gulf and up the coast, since it would require a more seaworthy ship able to survive the open sea. Gilgamesh and his group must have planned to sail up the Euphrates as far as possible and then take the overland trade route to the west. Mari would be the choice since it was the transfer point with the trade routes to the Mediterranean. It went to Palmyra, ancient Tadmor, and then divided, with one route going southwest to Damascus and the other west to Homs, Hims, at the northern entrance to Lebanon. Either route led to the land of Lebanon or Dilmun, for just as today they are the 2 major routes into the mountain land from the east. Comment: as a linguist and historian, Palmyra has always been one of my favorite words. Gilgamesh's expedition was ill-fated and the ship foundered in a storm in the river Euphrates, and all hands were lost except Gilgamesh and Enkidu. The heroes of the epic continued their journey on foot and finally reached the land of Shamash or the mountains of Mashu, the place of the spacecraft. Although Gilgamesh took the most direct route to Baalbek through the mountain pass near Damascus, it is noteworthy that at the northern entrance to the valley of Lebanon there sits the ruins of an ancient city known as Kadesh, which guarded this entrance. Its origin is lost in antiquity, although Kadesh is the Semitic term for sacred city, and the reason for its holy appellation has been lost. Dilmun, commercial giant of the ancient world. Dilmun was not only an earthly paradise, the famous Garden of Eden, the meeting place of the gods, the land of well-being, and the home grounds of Enki, Shamash, and Ishtar. It was also one of the richest and most powerful countries in the ancient world. To judge from the economic documents, Dilmun has a long commercial history that extended for at least 2,000 years. The ships of Dilmun anchored at the docks of the Mesopotamian cities alongside those of Egypt and Ethiopia since at least the mid-3rd millennium BC. As early as the days of the Akkad dynasty, Dilmun is mentioned as a place on the coast of the Mediterranean. Sargon the Great, circa 2300 BC, boasted that he had traversed the mountains and encircled the sea lands and captured Dilmun. Since the sea lands were on the Mediterranean, Dilmun must have been nearby, if not actually part of this complex. Much has been made of the location of Dilmun as an island, as was indicated by the account of Sargon II, the Assyrian ruler of the 8th century BC, who announced that, "I brought under my control Betaken on the shore of the bitter seas as far as the border of Dilmun." Upari, king of Dilmun, whose abode is situated, like a fish, 30 double hours away in the midst of the sea of the rising sun, heard of the might of my sovereignty and sent his gifts. Comment: it has not been made clear exactly what a double hour is. Earlier I assumed that 12 double hours meant a 24-hour period. This reference to 30 double hours would therefore indicate a period of 2.5 days. Can someone enlighten this editor in this regard? Thanks. The account of Sargon II undoubtedly refers to the western lands and to the coastal cities of Phoenicia, which were still a commercial power in the 8th century BC, although their influence had waned since their heyday from the 14th to the 9th century BC. Comment: this is quite revealing, since, as we know, the Saurian planet Nibiru was docked at Hyperborea from 1587 till 687 BCE. At that time, Tyre dominated the League of Cities and, in fact, the title King of Tyre was synonymous with that of King of Phoenicia. Located on an island offshore, as Alexander the Great was distressed to find when, to capture it, he had to build a causeway from the mainland. It exercised control over the commercial cities of Aradus, Byblos, Sidon, and Akka. Originally part of the Egyptian Empire, the Phoenician cities became independent with the fall of the Middle Kingdom in the disasters of the mid-15th century BC. Tyre retained its independence until 586 BC, at which time it fell to Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon after a siege of 13 years. Thus the account of Sargon II reveals that he claimed control over the area from Betaicon, an unlocated city but believed to be Jericho, near the Bitter Sea, which can only be the Dead Sea, as far as the borders of Lebanon or Dilmun. He had subjected the coastal cities, and particularly Tyre, which lay in the midst of the sea. Mainland Dilmun was not claimed by Sargon II for the simple reason that it had been devastated 15 centuries earlier. Comment. The next chapter of this book is titled The Space City and Facilities Destroyed. It is to be assumed here that Boulay will describe the destruction of the Sinai and Baalbek spaceports, events that transpired at the behest of Princess Royal Inanna and her lover/co-conspirator Prince Utu during their struggle with Baron Marduk and Baroness Sarpanet to recover the stolen MEs, which had precipitated the Pyramid Wars, all of which is discussed in great detail by Sitchin in The Wars of Gods and Men. The economic significance of the cities of Dilmun, especially Tyre, is revealed in the Ebla economic accounts of the late 3rd millennium, where its name served as a royal standard for gold, which is usually referred to as Jin Dilmun or Dilmun shekels. In his account of Ebla, Pettinato in the archives of Ebla reported that the shekel in the trade accounts of Ebla is always written with the Sumerian term Jin and accompanied by the word Dilmun, thus indicating that the unit of weight and purity was set by and originated in Dilmun. All kinds of products flowed from the ports of Dilmun since it was an entrepot, that is, a transshipment point for goods from Europe, Africa, and the lands of the Mediterranean. Thus the goods which arrived in Mesopotamia in the boats from Dilmun were as varied as the lands they came from: copper, gold, lapis lazuli, ivory and ivory products such as inlaid tables, figurines, combs and boxes, furniture, semi-precious stones, cedar and other timbers, and agricultural delicacies such as dates and onions. In her book Babylon, Joan Oates reports that in the ruins of Hammurabi's Babylon, circa 1780 BC, there was unearthed a house of one official called Enasir, who was an Alec Dilmun, that is, a Dilmun trader, who dealt mainly in copper and copper products. He apparently was a middleman in the trade of copper from Dilmun. While the literary evidence seems to indicate that there were two Dilmuns, they were actually part of the land today known as Lebanon. There was a mainland Dilmun, that of the Bekaa Valley and the home of the space port at Baalbek, and across the mountains the coastal plain of Dilmun with its commercial cities. The mainland of Dilmun ceased to be a paradise and space port of the gods in the reign of Naram-Sin, the demented despot of the Akkad dynasty, when he invaded and destroyed these lands in 2225 BC. Although the mainland territory was laid waste and avoided by everyone for over 1,000 years, the coastal cities continued to flourish as independent city-states under the aegis of Egypt and later as the Phoenician League. The coastal cities of Lebanon. The coastal area of Lebanon was inhabited by Canaanites who later came to be called Phoenicians by the Greeks. The first of these cities to step on the threshold of history was the city of Gubla, Byblos to the Greeks, where its history goes back to 3500 BC. Byblos and later the other cities of Tyre, Sidon, Berytus, and Aradus emerged under the control of Egypt about 2700 BC when they were noted exporting cedar wood, olive oil, and wines to Egypt. Evidence of trade with Egypt goes back to pre-dynastic times and continued uninterrupted for many centuries. The mountainous land provided wood for the palaces, temples, and boats of the pharaohs. The 60-foot funerary barge of the pharaoh Khufu or Cheops, circa 2550 BC, which was found in 1954 hermetically sealed in a limestone crypt at the foot of the Great Pyramid of Gizeh, was constructed of Lebanese cedar wood. Canaanite pottery was found in the tombs of the First Dynasty, about 2900 BC, and rich offerings to the temple at Gubla were made by the pharaohs of the Second Dynasty. Egyptian pectorals and jewelry were also found at Gubla. In his History of Lebanon, Philip K. Hitti observes that at this ancient city, the Canaanite temple of Baal stood side by side with the Egyptian temple of Isis. Canaanite princes not only took pride in decorating themselves in the Egyptian style, but also called themselves sons of Ra, the chief Egyptian solar deity. As a nation, Phoenicia emerged about 1400 BC. Sidon first dominated her sister cities, but eventually Tyre took the lead, and by the time of the Hebrew kings, the title King of Tyre began to mean King of Phoenicia. In the days of Hiram, the forests had yet to be denuded, and the lumber and agricultural products of Lebanon flowed out to the world through its numerous seaports. With the expulsion of the Hyksos or Amalekites by the joint forces of Ahmose and Saul, the land was divided between the three leaders. Egypt retained a strip of land along the coast all the way to Phoenicia, which gave her control of the coastal highway. Solomon took over Palestine, Syria, and, to a certain extent, the lands to the west. For example, he built a fortified city at Tadmor, which controlled the rich trade route across the desert from Mari on the Euphrates. The area of Lebanon, from Ugarit in the north to Philistia in the south, came under the control of Hiram, king of Tyre. Hiram also inherited the mantle of responsibility for what remained of the sacred sites of Lebanon and the city of Baalbek. Although Dilmun is not mentioned by name in the scriptures, there is much information on the literal city of Lebanon. The evidence that Hiram held a special position in the religious and political affairs of the time is reflected in the book of Ezekiel, where he is considered to be semi-divine and have special relations with the deity. In Ezekiel 28, the prophet relates in a diatribe against the enemies of Israel that no secret is hidden from him. Apparently, Ezekiel expressed the view of his day that while Hiram had been a good friend of Solomon, his descendants failed Jerusalem in her hour of need. Ezekiel begins, "Because your heart is proud, and you have said, I am a god, sit in the seat of the gods, in the heart of the seas. Yet you are but a man, and no god, though you consider yourself wise as a god. You are indeed wiser than Daniel. No secret is hidden from you. By your wisdom and understanding you have gotten wealth for yourself." Ezekiel continues his accusations and reveals Hiram's divine status and the reasons for his downfall. He is here repeating the words of the deity. "You were the signet of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering. On the day that you were created they were prepared. With an anointed guardian cherub I placed you. You were on the holy mountain of God. In the midst of the stones of fire you walked." Ezekiel is referring to the raised platform at Baalbek, the holy mountain, and the brilliant rocket exhaust, the stones of fire. It is also the land of the Garden of Eden and the guardian cherubim. Ezekiel continues, "In the abundance of your trade you were filled with violence, and you sinned. So I cast you as a profane thing from the mountain of God, and the guardian cherub drove you out from the midst of the stones of fire." It is apparent that the Garden of Eden is now located in the area controlled by Hiram. The cherubim who acted as the guardian of Hiram at the mountain of God is reminiscent of the cherubim with the fiery revolving sword or the scorpion men who guarded the cedar forest, the land of Shamash. There is also strong evidence that the land of Punt, the fabled land which the Egyptians referred to as God's land, the divine land, and the land of incense, was also the land of Lebanon. The land of Punt was intimately associated with Egyptian history and religious tradition and, when written in hieroglyphics, does not have the symbol for foreign land, which indicates that the Egyptians considered this land to be historically part of Egypt. Queen Hatshepsut of the 18th dynasty made a trip to this fabled land, which she describes in detail on the reliefs of the walls of her temple near Thebes. The reliefs state that upon her arrival to this land by ship, she is met by the royalty of the land of Punt who inquired whether she arrived by the ways of heaven or by the sea. It was legendary in the land of Punt that the gods, or those favored by the gods, could arrive to this land by either sea ship or airship. Lebanon, Garden of the Middle East. Because of its geographic location and integrated borders, Lebanon has always enjoyed a certain degree of natural protection from outside excursions. Protected by mountains on three sides and the sea in the west, It avoided much of the tribulations of invading armies from the east. Being considered as the sacred or holy land also gave it a certain modicum of protection. Its religious tradition as the land of the gods was a safeguard, but it also was the cause of her demise. Geographically, Lebanon has 4 regions: the coastal plains, the coastal mountain range, the central plateau or valley, and the interior mountain range. The coastal plain is a narrow, fertile area, at times just a ribbon where the mountains come down to the sea, widening to about 8 miles at the most. It is the site of a number of principal seaports, which became the Phoenician city-states. The coastal mountain range, called the Lebanon Mountains, runs the entire length of the country, averaging about 35 miles wide in the north and 6 miles in the south. The eastern mountain range, or Anti-Lebanon Mountains, forms the eastern boundary of the country. At its southern end it is anchored by Mount Hermon, the country's highest peak at 9,055 feet. Its name means sacred, and it is the site of the descent of the Nephilim before the deluge. The Bekaa Plateau is sandwiched between the 2 mountain ranges, and it is a fertile undulating plain about 75 miles long and from 6 to 10 miles wide. It owes its fertility mostly to the Litani River, which originates near Baalbek and flows south to empty in the Mediterranean near Sidon. Baalbek is also the watershed for the Orontes River, which flows north and exits into the Mediterranean near ancient Antioch. In the south, the plain is separated from the Jordan Valley by a range of hills, whereas in the north it opens into the Syrian plain at Homs. The Lebanon landscape is today considered to be one of the most beautiful in the world. The land is full of sparkling, gushing springs, the climate is moderate, and the lands are luxuriant. In July, normally the hottest month of the year, the daily average at Beirut is 87 degrees Fahrenheit, while in Damascus, just 50 miles away to the east, it is 96 degrees Fahrenheit. The coastal plain receives 33 inches of rain a year, twice that of the corresponding coast of California. In the past, Lebanon must have been a veritable paradise. Its mountains were covered with cedar and other hardwoods, and teeming with wildlife, like panthers, bears, and wolves. Its fabled city of Baalbek overlooked a luxuriant, fertile valley watered by the 2 rivers and numerous springs. Its wealth was enhanced by the bustling commercial seaports on the coast. Besides lumber, it exported agricultural products like wheat, olives, and incense. It was famous for its purple dye, which gave the coastal area its name. The Egyptians called it the land of incense, for it was a major source of frankincense and myrrh. Lebanon was a natural selection by the Sumerians after the deluge to be the site of the New Eden, the paradise of the gods. Its remoteness and protected borders also enhanced its value as a private resort and the location of the new spaceport. The lands were assigned to U2/Shamash, the chief astronaut, with the city of Baalbek as his headquarters. Called Beth Shemesh in the Bible, it was literally the house of Shamash. His activities in the land of Lebanon are graphically described in the myth Enki and the World Order. The hero, the bull who comes forth out of the cedar forest, who roars lion-like. The valiant U2, the bull who stands secure, who proudly displays his power. The father of the great city, the place where U2 ascends, the great herald of the Holy N. The judge, the decision-maker of the gods, who wears a lapis lazuli beard, who comes forth from the holy heaven. U2, the son born of Ningal, and Enki placed in charge of the entire universe. U2 or Shamash is described as being in charge of the entire universe. And since we know he had no administrative or political function, it presumably is assumed as a metaphor of his ability to move about at will and survey the known universe from the air. It is from Baalbek that he roars like a lion and proudly displays his power, referring to the noise and commotion of the rocket launchings at the spaceport. A short history of Dilmun. 4000 BC, the lands resettled after the deluge. 3500 BC, Lebanon becomes the new Garden of Eden, the space city established at Baalbek by Enki. The chief astronaut Shamash makes his home base here. So does Ishtar. Byblos emerges as a major port. 2900 BC, Gilgamesh makes his trip to the Cedar Land and the land of Shamash in pursuit of immortality. He reaches the space city, and Ishtar fashions a rocket for him. He reaches Utnapishtim in the orbiting spaceship. 2700 BC, Egypt has control over the coastal cities. 2500 BC, The Dilmun standard for gold is used by Ebla and other cities. 2300 BC, Sargon the Great boasts of subjecting the land of cedars and the coastal cities. 2225 BC, Naram-Sin invades Lebanon, destroys the space city at Baalbek and devastates the Bekaa Valley. The lands are poisoned by radioactivity and remain unoccupied for centuries. Space City is never rebuilt. 2085 BC, invasion of the Eastern Kings of the Third Dynasty of Ur. Lebanon is scrupulously avoided. The alternate space complex at Mount Sinai is destroyed by Ur-Nemo. 1447 BC, exodus from Egypt of Hebrew tribes under Moses. End of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt. Rise of the independent city-states of Phoenicia. 969 BC, Hiram as king of Tyre and the Phoenicians allied with Solomon and helps build the temple and the palace. 586 BC, end of the domination of the Phoenician cities as Tyre is captured and destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. Chapter 16, the space city and facilities destroyed. King Naram-Sin defied the word of Enlil, crushed those who had submitted to Enlil, mobilized his troops. Like a bandit who plunders a city, he erected large ladders against the house to destroy the Eker like a huge ship. Against the house that was not a mountain, where cedar was felled, he forged great axes, sharpened double-edged axes of destruction, leveled it down to the foundation of the land. Sumerian poem, The Curse of Agade. The next two chapters concern the activities in the western lands during the 3rd millennium BC, when repeated invasions by the eastern kings resulted in the destruction of the space facilities and the devastation of the lands of Lebanon, Palestine, Transjordan, and the Sinai. The agents of this destruction were the kings of the Akkad dynasty and the 3rd dynasty of Ur. The space complex moved to the west. Today, the climate of Palestine is harsh and dry. There are many indications that it may have been much different 5,000 years ago. Research based on pollen spectra and profiles obtained from all of Palestine reveals that rainfall was much more abundant in the 3rd millennium BC. Research at Tel Aviv University has shown that rainfall at that time had a different pattern. Rain probably originated from warm fronts pushed into Palestine by the western winds all the way from the Atlantic Ocean, whereas present-day thunderstorms originate over the eastern Mediterranean. This phenomenon would result in summer rains and subsequently a greater annual rainfall. This would explain the abundant vegetation as shown by pollen distribution and particularly the wider distribution of the deciduous oak in the past. It supports the statements in the Old Testament that refer to Palestine as a land of milk and honey. The devastation of the lands by invading armies, subsequent overpopulation and overgrazing, and shifting weather patterns probably all played a part in changing the lands of the Levant to the semi-arid land that it is today. The land of Lebanon, in particular, was lush and munificent. To this new Garden of Eden, the space facilities were moved and a city built to serve as the headquarters of the new launch platform and support facilities. It became the biblical Garden of Eden and the Sumerian land of pleasant living. The old space platform at Sippar was now under the waters of the Persian Gulf. So was Larak, the control and communications center. It was moved to Ur-Salem, later to become known as Jerusalem. An alternate launch site and control center was established at Jebel or Mount Halal in the northern Sinai, or what is known biblically as Mount Horeb or Mount Sinai. A fortified support complex was located at the group of oases near Kadesh Barnea to protect the eastern approaches to the space complex. The chief astronaut U-2, who previously had ruled Sippar, the space city, now reappeared in the land of Lebanon under his Semitic name of Shamash. References to the three main sites of the space complex are found in the Book of Jubilees, although they are couched in religious terms. According to this source, there were 3 places on earth sacred to the Lord. These all fell into the allotment of lands assigned to Shem after the deluge. Perhaps this explains why Shem was favored above all the other sons of Noah. Jubilees lists these sites as the Garden of Eden, also called the Holy of Holies, Mount Sinai in the midst of the wilderness, and Mount Zion in the midst of the navel of the earth. It is clear from this passage the 3 sites were all fairly close to each other and were not spread out over the vast expanse of the Middle East. Jubilees says that they were created as holy places one facing the other. With theological verbiage aside, the reference to the Garden of Eden is Lebanon, whose capital city of Baalbek was the dwelling of the Lord. Mount Sinai is on the border of the wilderness of the Sinai and served as the alternate space complex. Mount Zion is one of the 3 peaks that make up the city of Jerusalem. Its massive stone platform later became the location of Solomon's temple and is now occupied by the Islamic shrine called the Dome of the Rock. As the navel of the earth, Jerusalem served as the headquarters and administrative center for the Western space facilities. Salem, the space control and communications center. Long before the days of the Hebrew kings, Jerusalem had been considered to be a sacred city by the native people of the land of Canaan. Called Salem or Salem, capital city of Salem, it encompassed 3 peaks. Mount Zophim in the north, now called Mount Scopus, or literally the Mount of the Observers, Mount Zion in the south, which meant Mount of the Signal, and in the center Mount Moriah, or the Mount of Directing. Mount Zion is presently occupied by the Muslim shrine called the Dome of the Rock, and is reputedly the place where Solomon built his temple. The Muslim shrine is built on a fashioned rock 57 feet long and 44 feet wide. At present, 4 to 6 feet are above the floor, with caves and passageways reportedly underneath. In a way, the monolith stone is similar to the stone platform at Baalbek, although quite smaller. The 3 peaks of Salem were some sort of control center similar in function to that of Larak or Nippur in ancient Sumer. In the scriptures, Jerusalem has been called the center of the earth and the holy mountain. Mount Zion has been referred to as being in the midst of the navel of the earth. Remarkably, Jerusalem was not a city sacred to the Israelites before the days of David. It is only mentioned once in the Torah, the first 5 books of the Old Testament, and it is not until later in Joshua 10 that the name is encountered. Actually, Shechem, a city north of Jerusalem, was regarded by the ancient Hebrews as sacred with the shrine located at nearby Mount Gezerin. Its holy status is reflected in its use as the storage place of the teraphim, the sacred idols or communications devices. In turn, this role may also be due to some as yet unknown reason for its importance, perhaps even as a regional radio with a permanent apparatus to contact the gods. In Solomon's time, the temple was built upon the monolith rock at Zion, which was at that time considered to be sacred. By then, however, its original use as a landing and launching platform was lost in the dim past, although it retained its holy status. In the days of David, the stone was used only as a threshing floor, but David must have suspected its holy status when he purchased it to build the temple. It was also near the rock at Zion that Jacob observed the angels going up and down a ladder or stairway to the heavens. He had a dream. A stairway was set on the ground, with its top reaching to the sky, and the angels of El were going up and down on it. Jacob awoke from his sleep. Shaken, he exclaimed, "How awesome is this place! This is none other than the abode of El, and that is the gateway to heaven." Coincidentally, the phrase, gateway to heaven, is the same terminology used by Gilgamesh to describe the land of Shamash in the story about his trip to the land of cedars, where the gods took the shuttle to the orbiting mother ship. Where was Mount Sinai also known as Mount Horeb? When Moses took refuge in the land of Midian to escape the displeasure of the Pharaoh, he met Jethro and settled near Mount Horeb. The land of Midian was in northeast Arabia on the eastern shore of the Gulf of Aqaba. From here, the Midianites spread north into the Sinai and into Moab and the land west of Edom. The Midianites called themselves the sons of the serpent, and apparently were descendants of the Anunnaki, who were assigned the task of defending the installations at Mount Sinai and Kadesh. Since Jethro is clearly associated with the holy mountain and appears to be its high priest, it seems that Horeb would be in the eastern part of the Sinai, perhaps in the general area of Midian. Kadesh Barnea is also in that general area. Mount Horeb would be reasonably close to Kadesh since this was the staging area used by the Israelites for the 2 years before their trek into the wilderness. Jebel Halal, a flat-topped mountain just west of Kadesh Barnea, appears to have been the historical Mount Sinai or Horeb. The location of Mount Sinai in an area which is the conjunction of Sinai, Seir, Paran, and Kadesh is strongly indicated in Deuteronomy 33 at the time that Moses is recapitulating the events of the Exodus just before he died. The Lord came from Sinai. He shone upon his people from Seir. He appeared from Mount Paran, and he came from Meribath Kadesh, while lightning flashed from his right hand. In this remarkable statement, Moses juxtaposes these 4 locations as if they are all the same place. In this respect, It is pertinent that the goal of the invading Eastern kings some 600 years earlier was a place called El Paran in the northern Sinai. Thus, Mount Horeb, Mount Sinai, and Mount Paran appear to be names for the same mountain or perhaps complex of mountains in the northern Sinai, which served as the alternate space center after the destruction of Baalbek. Kadesh and its complex of oases were part of this network. The main evidence that Mount Sinai was fairly close to the Kadesh oasis is provided in the statement from Deuteronomy 1, where the distance between the two is stated in travel time. It is 11 days from Horeb to Kadesh Barnea by the Mount Seir route. It must be assumed that the Israelites were moving fairly slowly in their exodus from Egypt, since their rate of movement was determined by their flocks of sheep and cattle who had to forage as they traveled. In view of this restriction, it would take about 11 days to travel from Mount or Jebel Halal to the complex of oases at Kadesh, which is about 30 miles away. There is an interesting legend in the oral tradition of the Jews on how Mount Sinai was chosen as the place of the deity. Called the Contest of the Mountains, it describes how Mount Tabor, Mount Hermon, and Mount Carmel fought among each other for the honor to be the resting place of the Shekinah of the Lord. In other words, the landing place for his space vehicle. The dispute was settled by a voice from heaven, which told them, "The Shekinah shall not rest upon these high mountains that are so proud, for it is not God's will that the Shekinah should rest upon high mountains that quarrel among themselves. He prefers the low mountains, and Sinai among them, because it is the smallest and most insignificant of all. Mount Tabor is 1,938 feet high, Hermon is 9,055 feet, and Carmel is 1,791 feet. Mount Halal is 2,994 feet high. The mountains in the southern Sinai, Mount Musa and Mount Ekaterina, which are traditionally identified as Mount Sinai, are 7,497 feet and 8,668 feet respectively. This height alone would of course eliminate them from the legend. In addition, they have not been associated with the ancient religion of the Canaanites. Mount Tabor, Carmel, and Hermon were all sacred to the ancient people of Canaan. In the 2nd millennium BC, these three mountains formed a trilogy of places sacred to Baal, where ancient shrines to this god were located. The fact that these three mountains were considered by the Hebrews to be the location of their holy mountain shows the Canaanite elements in the Hebrew religion at the time. The legend states that a low mountain was selected to be the resting place of the spacecraft. Mount Halal near Kadesh is a low mountain with a flat top that not only fits the legend well, but is well suited by virtue of its shape as a launch and recovery pad. The significance of the Kadesh complex. The area around Kadesh Barnea seems to have been of major importance in ancient days. It appears to be one of the goals of the invading kings in the year 2085 BC. In the 11th month of the 40th year, Moses addressed his people from Mount Nebo just before crossing the river Jordan, as stated in Deuteronomy 2. Thus, after you had remained at Kadesh all that long time, we marched back into the wilderness towards the Red Sea, and skirted the hill country of Seir a long time. The time that we spent in travel from Kadesh Barnea until we crossed the Wadi Zerd was 38 years, until that whole generation of warriors perished from the camp. The Old Testament is strangely silent on those 38 years that the Israelites spent in the wilderness from Kadesh to the entrance to the Transjordan. It is obvious that there are some missing books to the Old Testament, such as those mentioned elsewhere, the Book of the Wars of Yahweh and the Book of Yeshur. Whether omitted on purpose by the priestly scribes or just lost in antiquity, these omissions relate to critical periods in the history of the Hebrews. Their recovery would solve many of the puzzles of the Old Testament. Western cities of the 3rd millennium BC. The commercial city of Ebla dominated the western lands during this period, and much is known about it due to the archives found at Tel Marduk. These tablets provide a history of its activities from about 2550 to 2250 BC, at which time it was utterly destroyed. In the 26th century BC, it dominated all commerce in the West, if not in the entire Middle East. At this time, weak dynasties ruled in Mesopotamia, making it possible for cities like Ebla to obtain and retain a strong sense of independence. Because of its strategic location astride the trade routes from Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean, Ebla became a commercial power with influence over most of the cities of the Middle East. It was a big plum that was not to be ignored by the rulers of Mesopotamia, who by tradition lay claim to this whole area. The archives of Ebla reveal many commercial and trading relationships as, for example, a special affinity to the city of Mari on the Euphrates, the entrepot for goods going from Mesopotamia to the west. Besides trade treaties, the two cities cooperated in various academic matters such as in the training of scribes, a very important profession at the time. Another text recovered was found to be a geographical list of cities trading with Ebla, Byblos, Sidon, Ashdod, Megiddo, Jaffa, Carchemish, and many others not located. These lists provide a catalog of viable cities of the era. Of particular significance in this commercial relationship is a list of cities mentioned in Genesis: Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and Bela. All are listed on a single tablet precisely in the same order, but with Damascus added. The repetition of the cities is found, in the same order, would seem to imply a special relationship among the 5 cities, perhaps a trading consortium or a commercial alliance. Ebla's importance in the panorama of the Middle East is attested to by the use of "in" to denote the king. It reveals a special status and close relations with Uruk insofar as only the kings of Uruk, the sacred city of En, were allowed to use this prestigious title. Other sovereigns of Mesopotamia were called Lugal. The oldest reference to Ebla in cuneiform literature of Mesopotamia dates to the period of the Akkad dynasty, 2334 to 2154 BC. Sargon the Great, the founder of the dynasty, boasts of having conquered Ebla. He did not despoil the city since it survived his reign. 100 years later, his grandson Naram-Sin was not satisfied with subjecting the cities of the west, but destroyed them as well. According to the archaeologist Pedinato, the Italian expedition of 1974, which unearthed the royal palace of Ebla, he found that there was undoubtedly trace of a huge conflagration and that Naram-Sin of Akkad was considered responsible for its fiery destruction. Generally called the Early Bronze Age, from 3000 to 2000 BC, this period came to an end by widespread destruction. The city of Ai was completely destroyed in 2200 BC and remained a pile of stones for 1,000 years. Likewise, Jericho was burned by a great conflagration at about this time. Just as Jericho protected the lower end of the Jordan Valley, Bethshan controlled the approaches in the north, dominating the valley at its widest and guarding the highway, which connected it with the seacoast. At the western end of this route, the citadel of Megiddo stood guard. The fortress of Bethshan is of more than passing interest, for it is important for another reason. The name Bethshan means the temple of the serpent god, and numerous representations of serpents were found here. It may have been the center of the serpent cult, which was widespread at that time in Palestine. In the 3rd millennium, a large population occupied Lower Transjordan near the Dead Sea. A huge cemetery found at Bab Edra reveals hundreds of shaft-type tombs used for group burial. An estimate of the size of the cemetery indicates it could contain at least 20,000 of those shaft tombs. The area suffered devastation about 2200 BC and remained a wasteland for over 1,000 years. Sargon the Great and the rise of the Akkad dynasty. Except for the exploits of Gilgamesh, one of the kings of the city of Uruk, little is known historically of the first half of the 3rd millennium BC. The city-states of Mesopotamia were ruled by a succession of weak kings, and details of the reign of these rulers are not known until the advent of Sargon, who founded what is called the Akkad dynasty about 2334 BC. Sargon was not born of a legitimate king. His antecedents are a mystery, and his name has become legendary to later generations who referred to him as Sargon the Great. It is possible that he was the son of a priestess and a Sumerian god on an escapade to Earth. His origin is described in the biographic poem, The Legend of Sargon. Sargon, the mighty king, king of Agade am I. My mother was a changeling, my father I knew not. My changeling mother conceived me, in secret she bore me. Sargon then describes how he was set adrift in the river Euphrates in a basket of reeds sealed with bitumen, and later found by a water carrier who raised him as his own son. Sargon then reveals how he worked as a gardener and came to the attention of the goddess Inanna, Ishtar, who granted him her favors and made him king of the city of Agade. The word changeling is sometimes translated as priestess because its meaning is not certain. It was the term, however, applied to the issue of a god and an earthling. Because of their divine blood, they were considered to be members of the aristocracy, and as a race of semi-divine kings and priests ruled the Sumerian Empire. Sargon first became cupbearer to the king of Kish. Then for some unknown reasons Kish fell out of favor with the gods, and Sargon became king of Agade. The transition is described in the historiographic poem, The Curse of Agade, which strongly hints that Sargon was assisted by certain gods who conveniently cleared the road for him by destroying Kish and Uruk. After the frowning forehead of Enlil had killed the people of Kish like the bull of heaven, after he had ground the house of Uruk into dust like a giant bull, after in due time, to Sargon the king of Agade from the lands above to the lands below, Enlil had given him lordship and kingship. The bull of heaven was a euphemism often used in the Sumerian legends for one of the special weapons used by the deities. It appears graphically in the legend of Gilgamesh, for example, when he and his companion Enkidu managed to destroy the bull of heaven, a weapon sent by the goddess Ishtar. He extended the borders of the empire ruthlessly, describing himself as king of the four quarters, which evidently meant lord of the whole civilized world as it was then known. He also called himself conqueror of Armun and Ebla, and boasted that he was the first to destroy these cities. The claim has a ring of truth to it, for when archaeologists unearthed Ebla in 1974, they found evidence of a huge conflagration and the city was destroyed at about this time. The ruins of Armun have yet to be located. There are three main sources which provide most of the information we know of Naram-Sin and his career. A stele, which he erected at Sippar, later found at Susa, which shows him climbing a mountain over the prostrate forms of his enemies. He faces a large conical object on top of a mountain with the star of Shamash overhead. Naram-Sin wears the horned headdress of a god. The conical object he faces is a symbolic representation of the command capsule. As previously discussed, it was the dwelling of the gods. A Sumerian composition known as the Legend of Naram-Sin, which relates of his expedition to a mountain land where he destroyed a rebellious city, but also lost his whole army in the process. A rather long, 280 lines, Sumerian historiographic poem, The Curse of Agade, the Eker Avenged, which was composed soon after his death, perhaps as an exculpation for his destructive policies and his sacrilegious behavior in the plunder of the sacred Eker, which led to the gods placing a curse on Naram-Sin and his city of Agade. All three of these sources appear to be related to the expedition of Naram-Sin to the land of Lebanon and his destruction of the space city at Baalbek. Destruction of the Ekur, or the rocket tower and assembly building at Baalbek. The narrative of the Curse of Agade begins with the rise of Sargon to power with the support of Ishtar, who made Agade her tutelary city. With Enlil's help, according to the author, the empire of Sargon flourished until the advent of Naram-Sin to the kingship. Soon after he assumed power, the gods deserted the city and Ishtar removed her sponsorship, leaving the city weak and impoverished. At first, Naram-Sin accepted his fate with humility, but after 7 years of this contrite behavior, he consulted the oracle of the Eker and apparently was repulsed. His humility turned to defiance, and he mobilized his army and attacked the Eker, desecrated its holy places, and devastated the land. According to the legend, this brought down the wrath of Enlil, who unleashed the barbaric tribes of the surrounding hills that spread devastation throughout the land of Mesopotamia. The key to understanding this story is the identification of the Eker of Enlil, whose violation was so serious as to bring down the wrath of the gods who had been called in council. The Eker has traditionally been equated to the temple of Enlil atop the ziggurat at Nippur, his sacred city, according to usual translations and interpretations. This identification, however, raises many difficulties with the text, for nowhere in the text is the city of Nippur mentioned or even suggested. The Sumerian term Ekur is composed of the letter or symbol E, meaning house or home, and Kur the word for mountain or hill. Besides being used to denote a natural land formation, it is also applied to an artificial mountain, such as a ziggurat, or to any large man-made edifice. Today's skyscraper would fit the description of the term Eker very well. There is no indication in the text that the Eker referred to is the one in the city of Nippur, and it has been assumed from the beginning that it was this temple of Enlil that was violated. The text clearly states that the Eker was located in a forested land, one of boxwoods, cypress, and cedar. There are no forests in the Mesopotamian alluvial plain, particularly near Nippur, Yet this critical fact has gone unnoticed by translators and commentators alike. The cuneiform text makes certain statements that clearly rule out Mesopotamia and rather point to the land of Lebanon and the city of Baalbek. The actions of Naram-Sin, according to the text, were as follows. He defied the word of Enlil, crushed those who had submitted to him. Enlil mobilized his troops. It is obvious that Naram-Sin is completely alienated from the Sumerian pantheon, and in particular its chief Enlil, who had blessed Sargon's conquest of Ebla and Dilmun. The poem then describes the assault of Naram-Sin on the Eker of Enlil. Like a bandit who plunders a city, he erected large ladders against the house, to destroy the Eker like a huge ship, against the house that was not a mountain, where cedar was felled. He forged great axes, sharpened double-edged axes of destruction. The so-called great axes of destruction presumably referred to some sort of large-scale destructive weapon. The destruction of the Eker was complete, and so widespread were the effects that it affected the whole land, even that of Mesopotamia. The forests of the land of the Eker were completely devastated as Naram-Sin cast into the fire cedar, cypress, zabulum tree, and box tree. Its jaguna trees he pulverized. The destruction of the land was complete, the Eker destroyed, and its content looted and sent to Agade. The structure on the stone platform at Baalbek, the artificial mountain or rocket assembly building and launch structure were destroyed. This is described further in the poem. The people now saw at Sela, the house that knew no light. The Akkadians saw the holy vessels of the gods, its great Lahama of the Dubla, who stood at the house. The terms Lahama and Dubla are unknown and left untranslated since they do not fit any known meaning. The context of their usage indicate they refer to something on the Eker itself, such as a large rocket booster that stood in the Sela or inner room of the edifice. Sela is the usual term used for the most sacred inner sanctum of a temple or palace, that is, the Holy of Holies. Although the poem is in Akkadian Semitic, it is very probable that these unknown terms are borrowed terms from the original Sumerian. In the case of Dubla, Du is the Sumerian term for bond or connection, and Bla, a form of Bl, means crossbeam, as applied to buildings or structures. Thus, Dubla may be the framework or bonded crossbeams that refer to the structure for the standing rocket vehicle, which in this case would be the Lahama. The term Lahama also lends itself to Sumerian definition. La means bright or light. Ha or Ka is the word for the mouth or to speak, and Ma is the common term used for ship or craft. Thus, Lahama probably means the ship whose mouth speaks loudly and brightly, or, in other words, a rocket vehicle. Thus, the epic poem, The Curse of Agade, actually discloses that the Eker was not just a temple atop a ziggurat at Nippur, but was the actual rocket tower building sitting on the launch platform at Baalbek. The forested lands that were devastated by Naram-Sin were those of Lebanon. In the poem, Naram-Sin had consulted an oracle, probably Ishtar herself, where he requested access to the sacred lands, much in the tradition of Gilgamesh, and was refused admission. It may be that at that time he decided to invade and seize the lands. In the legend of Naram-Sin, there is a similar situation where Naram-Sin is turned down by an oracle, so he decides to mobilize his army and invade the mountainous land and destroy the rebel city. The use of special large-scale destructive weapons is suggested by the reference to the double-edged axes of destruction. In the legend of Naram-Sin, a similar weapon called the flood wind is used, and it also causes massive damage and ends the war. According to the Curse of Agade, the weapons of Naram-Sin leveled it down to the foundation of the land. He tore up its Nesh trees. The raining dust rose sky high. He struck down its doorposts, cut off the vitality of the land. Swift retribution came to Naram-Sin. Enlil convened the gods in a special meeting. According to the poem, and the seriousness of the affair is shown by the pantheon that decided his fate. Enki, Inanna, Ishtar, Sin, Ninurta, Ishkur, Adad, and Utu, Shamash, all major gods who made the key decisions of the pantheon. It was first decided to lay waste all of Mesopotamia, but they relented and punished only the city of Agade. The destruction of the city was so thorough that even to this day the site of the city has not been found. The destruction spread to the rest of Mesopotamia, however, and it lay in a devastated and chaotic condition for 100 years. It may have been caused by a cloud of radioactive fallout from Lebanon, seeing that Mesopotamia is in the direction of the prevailing winds. The poem describes conditions of hunger and disease, and it relates how the ones who slept on the roof died on the roof, apparently as a result of exposure to the fallout from the radioactive clouds. The other Sumerian poem, called The Legend of Naram-Sin, concerns an expedition of his to a distant land where he destroyed the people of a rebel city located in a mountainous land. Naram-Sin did battle with the troops of this land, who numbered several 100,000. In 3 successive years, Naram-Sin sent out a huge army to capture the mountain land. 180,000 were sent the first year, 120,000 in the second, and 60,000 in the third year. But not one of them returned alive. The armies appear to have been destroyed by a flood wind weapon, which resembled the axes of destruction mentioned in the other poem. It is not clear who initiated the doomsday weapon, Naram-Sin or the defenders of the mountain land. In any case, the results were devastating to the land of Lebanon and apparently to the civilization of Mesopotamia as well. The lands of Lebanon were scrupulously avoided for the next 1,000 years. The legends of the hero Gilgamesh were certainly known to Naram-Sin, and in his overriding ambition, he probably tried to emulate him, as well as duplicate the achievements of his grandfather Sargon. In declaring himself a god, it showed that there was apparently no limit to the excessive ambition of the egomaniac Naram-Sin. 150 years later, another Eastern king invaded the Western lands for basically the same reasons as Naram-Sin, to seize or destroy the space facilities, which were now located in the northern Sinai in the Kadesh area, having been moved from Baalbek. Disaster struck again for the Western lands, but it also brought down the invading king as well. After the death of Naram-Sin, there were a few minor kings of the dynasty, but they ruled over a ruined land and could not stem the onslaught of the Gudian tribes, which descended from the surrounding mountains. The land stayed in the hands of the Gudian hordes for about 100 years, a time when there was no central authority in Mesopotamia. One Utu-Hegel is credited with the expulsion of Gudians and the reorganization of the cities under the third dynasty of Ur. He was overthrown by a deputy, one Ur-Nemu, who also attempted to resurrect the glory of the old empire. Chapter 17. The Mount Sinai Kadesh Space Facilities Destroyed. Unto our king, Enlil has given, the mighty Udug weapon, which reduced the enemy land to dust, which devastated the rebel lands. So also has the shepherd Ur-Nammu shattered the mountain land and overlaid it with poison, ravaged the city of the evil one, and turned it with a mighty destruction into a haunted place. So also has the shepherd Ur-Nammu caused his fiery gas to blow into the house of the rebel land. Sumerian cuneiform tablet. Of all the patriarchal narratives of the Bible, Genesis 14 is unique in being set in a context of world history. It describes an invasion from the east in the year 2085 BC and the role of Abraham in defending the land of Canaan. It is part of a vast panorama of history from the birth of Abraham in 2167 BC until 2067 BC, when Sodom and Gomorrah and the other cities of the valley of Siddim were destroyed. This ended a dispute over control of the western lands and the space facilities. This time frame coincides with the end of the early Bronze Age, surmised as between 2100 and 2000 BC, marked by large-scale destruction of the cities of the Levant. During these years, the third dynasty of Ur rose to prominence in Mesopotamia and, according to traditional chronology, ruled from 2114 BC to 2004 BC. In order to reflect the juxtaposition of the activities of Ur-Nammu and Abraham, it has been necessary to adjust these years by 10, for no other Mesopotamian king of the era fits the biblical background so well. Abraham was born in the city of Ur in Lower Mesopotamia in 2167 BC, at the time when the land was still under the control of the Gudian hordes. About the year 2109, the Gudians were overcome by Utu-Hegel of Uruk, who drove them out of Mesopotamia. One of his governors usurped the throne and seized control in 2102 BC. This was Ur-Nammu, who ruled for 18 years according to the Sumerian king list. Ur-Nammu and the subsequent kings adopted the name of the god Sin as their patron, suggesting the assistance of this deity and his priesthood. Abraham and his father Terah were high priests serving the deities of Adad at the city of Ur. The change in kingship placed them in a dangerous position, and in 2106, they wisely migrated to Haran in northern Mesopotamia, a city on the edge of the Hittite lands controlled by Adad. The first invasion of Palestine by Ur-Nammu was in 2100, soon after he consolidated his position among the cities of the Valley of Mesopotamia. The invasion is only implied in the Book of Genesis, but it is described in the Antiquities of Josephus. At this time, Ur-Nammu forced a treaty and an assurance of fealty on the cities of the Valley of Siddim, Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Seboim, and Zor. These cities were at that time located in the valley now covered by the northern part of the Dead Sea. For 12 years, as reported in Genesis, the pact held firm. In the 13th year, the cities rebelled and refused to pay tribute. In the 14th year, the eastern kings invaded the lands. The rebellion was apparently fomented by Adad, for in 2091, a few years before they rebelled, Abraham was sent to Canaan and then to Egypt, apparently to set up defenses against what was sure to be an invasion from the east. The year before the invasion, Abraham returned from Egypt with a princess as a bride and presumably a detachment of troops. Abraham went to Bethel near Ai, where he divided his forces. Lot took his troops east to defend the city of Sodom in the valley of Siddim. Abraham deployed his forces south to the Anakim fortress city of Hebron, where he gained valuable allies of the Anakim. Thus, the grand strategy of Adad was to defend the land, and particularly the space complex in the northern Sinai. The strategy was threefold. A string of fortresses of the Reptilians in the Transjordan defended the approach known as the King's Highway. They were believed to be impregnable. The approach through the Jordan Valley was protected by the armies of the 5 cities of the plain, reinforced by the army of Lot. Several major citadels like Bethshean and Jericho also blocked this approach. The third possible invasion route was through the lands west of the valley, through Jerusalem. It was protected by the forces of Abraham, supplemented with an Egyptian contingent and the Anakim, or Reptilian, allies at the fortress of Hebron. The disposition of Abraham's forces south of Jerusalem and north of the Sinai reveals that he was guarding much more than just the cities of the Valley of Siddim. His main preoccupation seemed to be the security of the space complex at Mount Sinai and Kadesh Barnea. The following year, the eastern kings under the leadership of Ur-Nammu invaded the western lands. This must have been a formidable army, revealed in the Haggadah as numbering 800,000. They easily penetrated the Transjordan and destroyed the fortifications of the Reptilians. The rapidity with which they passed through this heavily defended area strongly indicates the use of special mass-destructive weapons supplied by their deity Sin. Abraham belatedly engaged the enemy at Dan, north of the Sea of Galilee, and again near Damascus, where he liberated Lot and his men, and retrieved most of the booty from the rear train of the hastily departing army. It is puzzling why the invaders did not stop and fight the small forces at Abraham's disposal and preserve their loot and prisoners. Had the invading army stood its ground, it would easily have defeated the army of Abraham. For some unstated reason, however, the army was in a headlong flight back to its native land. Ur-Nammu is known to have gotten ill on an expedition to a foreign mountain land and died soon after his return to his capital city of Ur. It is possible that he did succumb to the effects of his own weapons, perhaps chemical toxicity or radioactive fallout. Shulgi then became king, and a quiet period seems to have come over the land of Canaan. During this interim period, Abraham apparently broke relations with Egypt, as shown in the treatment of Hagar, his Egyptian wife, and their son and heir Ishmael. The cities returned to the aegis of the eastern kings and reaffirmed their loyalty to the dynasty of Ur. Considering Adad's inability to defend them successfully against the might of the Mesopotamian power, it seems to have been a logical move. In the person of Yahweh, Adad is portrayed in the Old Testament as a vindictive and vengeful god. His revenge on the cities of the plain should have been no surprise. In 2067 BC, seeing that he could not retain their loyalty, he unleashed mass destructive weapons on the cities of the plain that also ruptured the valley floor, resulting in the formation of the inland sea. Abraham, high priest and general of AD. The family background of Abraham is given but brief mention in Genesis, which states laconically, Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, the wife of his son Abram, and they all left Ur of the Chaldeans to move to the land of Canaan. But when they reached Haran, they settled there. Obviously, Genesis is no help in obtaining information on the early life and activities of Abraham in the city of Ur, where he was born and raised. Nonetheless, there are other sources that fill in the omissions of Genesis, such as that of Josephus in his Antiquities of the Jews, the Book of Jubilees, the Book of the Apocalypse of Abraham, and the oral tradition of the Hebrews as recorded in the Haggadah. According to Jubilees, Abraham came from a long line of high priests, which served the local deities of the cities of Mesopotamia. His grandfather Nahor learned about the special priestly knowledge from his father For. Nahor grew up and dwelt in Ur among the Chaldeans, and his father taught him the researches of the Chaldeans in order to practice divination and astrology according to the signs of the heavens. Nahor's son carried on the family tradition. His grandson Abraham assisted him in turn in his priestly duties. Thus, it is recorded that at least 4 generations served in the priesthood of the city of Ur. Jubilees mentions how Abraham in his 60th year differed with his father and burned down the temple, which contained the idols. His brother Haran dashed in to save the idols, but perished in the fire. It was for destroying the temple, according to this source, that Terah and his family were forced to leave Ur. The real reason for the migration, however, lies in the political turmoil of the times, and it may be that the temple they destroyed was that of Enlil or Sin. Probably the most detailed and fascinating story of Abraham's early life is found in the Book of the Apocalypse of Abraham. The Slavonic Apocalypse of Abraham, as it is sometimes called, is dated to the 1st century AD and probably originated in Hebrew in Palestine. It was completely lost to the Western Christian Church until the 11th century AD, having been preserved in Old Slavonic. In this document, Terah is described not only as an astrologer but also an idol maker. With his son's help, Terah ran a workshop that manufactured idols for the temples of the Mesopotamian cities as well as for sale to private citizens for home use. These were made of different materials: stone, wood, iron, copper, silver, and gold, with their value determined by the substance and workmanship. These idols were presumably the teraphim of the Old Testament and the animated idols of the Sumerians that, with devices embedded in the statue and power packs inserted in the eye sockets, acted as communicator radio sets. Abraham's father was just not an ordinary priest for, according to the Haggadah, he was a prince and magnate in the house of the king. The king was presumably Utu-Hegel, and thus the fate of Terah and Abraham was intimately connected with the fortunes of this ruling house. Abraham leaves on a mission for 80 AD. Abraham left Haran for the land of Canaan when he was 75 years old. Thus, he remained in Haran for 14 years, from 2106 to 2092 BC. Although the scriptures are silent about these years, events elsewhere were rapidly moving to a conclusion. In Ur, the ambitious Ur-Nammu was consolidating his newly won position by gradually subduing the other cities of Mesopotamia. Only then did he turn his attention to the western lands. The story is narrated in Genesis. For 12 years they had served Kedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Kedorlaomer and the kings allied with him came. The pact between the Canaanite kings and the Sumerian kings, presumably led by Ur-Nammu, was therefore enacted 14 years earlier in 2098 BC. According to Josephus, this treaty was the result of an incursion by the kings of Mesopotamia, who were conquerors, and imposed a tribute on kings of the Sodomites who submitted to this slavery 12 years. The earlier invasion had occurred during the years that Abraham was at Haran. He must have witnessed these events that saw the policies of Ur-Nammu take fruition. It is known from the Sumerian king list that the Gudian hordes ruled Mesopotamia for 91 years after the destruction of Agade. Then for 7 years the kingship was established at Uruk under tutelage of Utu-Hegel. The king list then cryptically states that Uruk was smitten with weapons and its kingship carried off to Ur. Rarely does a kingship change hands in this manner in the king list. When a city or enemy is smitten with weapons, it usually refers to unusual widespread destruction such as by non-traditional weapons, that is, the special weapons of the gods. Utu-Hegel of the unfortunate city of Uruk left a memorial of his exploits on a clay tablet wherein he praises the gods Ishkur, Adad, and Utu, Shamash, for their help in defeating the Gudians and returning the kingship to Uruk. Adad and Utu were gods of the western lands, that is, Anatolia and Lebanon respectively. Were these the gods that Terah and Abraham served? If so, they were forced to leave Ur when Ur-Nimmu established his capital in their home city of Ur. Ur-Nimmu had the support of Nannar, Sin, and the whole priesthood loyal to him. This is shown in the affinity of the kings of this dynasty to attach his name to theirs, for example, Amar-Sin, Shu-Sin, and Ibi-Sin. Even from the abbreviated version of Abraham's activities as provided by Genesis, it is quite obvious that he was not just an ordinary nomadic chief. He could mobilize a sizable number of troops on short notice and engage a formidable invading horde. There must have been more to the migration than just a vague impulse to settle and populate a new land. Thus, in the year 2092, the 15th year of his stay in Haran, Abraham received his marching orders. Genesis states tersely that Yahweh appeared to Abraham and told him to take Sarah and Lot, and all the possessions that they had acquired, and all the persons they had obtained in Haran, and set out for the land of Canaan. The statement leaves open the question of the size of his contingent, and all the persons they had obtained in Haran could have been a considerable number of people. Leaving with his entourage, Abraham proceeded to the area south of Shechem, a site which plays a significant role in the later activities of the Hebrews. Abraham traveled in the land as far as the site of Shechem by the terebinth, oak, of More, says Genesis. Customarily, More is translated as a personal name, but its original meaning is guiding or oracular. In the book of Judges, the More at Shechem is referred to as the soothsayer terebinth. It was apparently a place where one could contact the gods. Abraham returns from Egypt to set up defenses. At Bethel, Adad told Abraham to go to Egypt where, according to Jubilees, he remained for 5 years. Was Abraham's visit there a mission for Adad to secure their help in the coming hostilities? Little is known of these years, although Josephus implies he moved in the highest circles since he taught the Egyptians many sciences they did not know. Abraham also took an Egyptian wife, a princess and daughter of the pharaoh, the usual practice when a treaty is struck between allies. This is not the action of a common nomad and reveals Abraham's aristocratic status and verifies the statement in the Haggadah that his father Terah was a prince and magnate in the house of the ruler of Ur. Hagar, Abraham's bride, was apparently Adad's choice to start a dynasty under Abraham in the land of Canaan. This is evident in their first child Ishmael being made the heir apparent at the time. It was not until later that a change of fortune caused Adad to initiate a new line of descent under Isaac. Abraham must have had advanced knowledge of the coming invasion from the east and sought Egyptian assistance in the form of an armed force. In the year 2086, Abraham returned to Canaan and immediately proceeded to Bethel, where he had had previous communications with Adad. This conference took place about a year before the invasion. In view of subsequent events, it seems that the cities of the plain must have abrogated their treaty with Ur at this time, probably at the instigation of Adad, with the promise to provide them with the necessary protection. Abraham was entrusted with the task of setting up defenses. At Bethel, Abraham was told to divide his forces. Lot took part of the army eastward to the valley of Siddim and deployed them before the city of Sodom to protect it from a direct assault through the Jordan Valley. Abraham led his own forces and Egyptian troops southward to Hebron, at that time a strong citadel of the Anakim, or Reptilians. Here he received support from the Anakim generals Mamre, Eshcol, and Aner. It is noteworthy that Abraham did not deploy his forces north of Jerusalem, which is the logical place to defend that city. Obviously, he was protecting some place south of Jerusalem and Hebron, and as events developed, it became evident that El Paran in the northern Sinai was the target of the invading army. The third possible approach to the Sinai was through the Transjordan. Adad and Abraham relied heavily on their formidable Reptilian allies, which controlled that mountainous region, which was the location of the main trade route known as the King's Highway. Protected by a string of fortified bastions, this area was believed to be impenetrable. Hence, as the fateful year 2085 BC approached, Abraham had strategically deployed his forces. With his Egyptian, Anakim, and Reptilian allies, his position seemed impregnable. Where was the valley of Siddim, where Sodom and Gomorrah were located, and which played a major role in the defenses of Abraham? Location of Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah and the other infamous cities of the valley of Siddim, which were destroyed in the days of Abraham, have never been physically located, although tradition places them under the waters of the shallow or southern part of the Dead Sea. A second false assumption, which we will address here, is the age of the Dead Sea, that it is hundreds of thousands of years old, and that it existed in this form since recorded time. There is no scriptural or other evidence to support both suppositions. To the contrary, all indications are that the cities were located in the northern part of the Dead Sea, and that this sea dates no further back than the days of Abraham. The 5 cities seem to have been a cohesive group. Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and Zor or Bela were often linked together geographically as though they were neighbors in the Valley of Siddim. The 5 cities were also associated commercially, as implied in Genesis when they rebelled as a group against the authority of the kings of Mesopotamia and refused to pay tribute. They are also mentioned as a group in the Ebla tablets, strongly indicative that they were a trading consortium or alliance. The area covered by the Dead Sea is an extension of the Jordan Valley, as it would have continued into the Wadi Araba were it not contained south of Jericho for an area of some 50 miles. Since the lake is a continuation of the valley, what are the characteristics of this important geographical feature, which so dominates the land of Palestine? Today, the valley, through which the Jordan River flows, extends 65 miles between the Sea of Galilee in the north and the Dead Sea in the south. The valley is between 3 and 14 miles wide, while its river bends and twists in many loops as to complete an overall run of 200 miles. The river itself is about 90 to 100 feet wide and 3 to 10 feet deep except in flood at springtime. It falls a distance of 590 feet between the two bodies of water, providing for the swift current of the river. After a tortuous descent of 200 miles, it loses itself completely in the Dead Sea from which there is no outlet. Historical evidence indicates that it was not so at the time of Abraham. The Jordan Valley at that time extended all the way from the Sea of Galilee, through what is now the Dead Sea, then called the Valley of Siddim, and exited into the Wadi Araba. It may have continued south, emptying into the Gulf of Aqaba. The valley was extremely fertile. Its lush vegetation made it a veritable Garden of Eden as suggested in Genesis, when Lot looked about and saw how thoroughly watered was the whole Jordan plain, all the way to Zor, like Yahweh's own garden, or like the land of Egypt. The Valley of Siddim is thus compared in its green luxuriance to the Garden of Eden and the Nile Valley. In biblical times, part of the Valley of the Jordan was called the thicket or jungle of the Jordan, where lions and other animals were so numerous as to be a threat to travelers and shepherds of the area. Its many advantages, abundance of water, rich vegetation, and strategic location, made the Valley of Siddim a natural site for many large and prosperous cities. The Jordan-Siddim Valley controlled the major trade route from Lebanon and the Mediterranean ports in the north, with the land of Egypt and the Red Sea ports to the south. It was probably for these reasons that the valley was so heavily defended with citadels like Jericho, Beth-Shean, Beth-Nimrah, and En-Gedi, protecting the vital approaches of the north and west. On the eastern side, a natural mountain barrier was supplemented by a number of fortified cities of the Reptilians. In the southern part of the Valley of Siddim, the bitumen pits formed a natural obstacle. The origin of the Dead Sea. Geological and historical evidence indicates that the lower Jordan Valley in the past was much different from what it is today. The Dead Sea did not exist at the time of Abraham. In fact, studies of the accumulation of the salt content of the Dead Sea place the lake no older than 6,000 years. Velikovsky discusses the subject in his Ages in Chaos. Quoting the British Geographic Journal, Velikovsky contends that if the accumulation of salt, sodium, and other sources of accretion brought in by the Jordan River were taken as a basis of computation for the age of the Dead Sea, its age would be less than 6,000 years or even 5,000 years. In the biblical story of the invasion of the 4 kings from the east, it specifically states that the area now occupied by the Dead Sea used to be called the Valley or Vale of Siddim. All the latter, that is, the defending kings, joined forces in the Valley of Siddim, now the Dead Sea. The phrase, now the Dead Sea, was apparently added by the chronicler to identify the area of conflict. The Jordan River evidently flowed through the Valley of Siddim and exited into the Wadi Araba. It watered the valley and provided for its luxuriant conditions. The Haggadah observes that the fertility of the valley was due to a network of canals, which later became the basis for the Dead Sea. It was a well-irrigated land, for according to Genesis, Lot looked about and saw how thoroughly watered was the whole Jordan plain, all the way to Zor. It is generally agreed that Zor was in the southernmost part of what is now the shallow part of the Dead Sea, somewhere near the Lisan or tongue of land, which juts out into the sea. It was to Zor that Lot retreated in order to escape from the oncoming destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Some catastrophic event must have caused the geological fault, which runs through and underlies the area to displace, the ground sinking in the process, and forming a seal to allow the accumulation of water from the inflow of the Jordan River. Josephus in his Antiquities asserts that the lake was formed after the destruction of Sodom. When the eastern kings invaded Palestine, they pitched camp at the vale called the Slime Pits, for at that time there were pits in that place. But now, upon the destruction of the city of Sodom, that vale became the Lake Asphaltitis, as it is called. Lake Asphaltitis was the Roman name for the Dead Sea. Location of the 5 cities of the Valley of Siddim. The 5 cities which were destroyed in the Valley of Siddim are given as Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and Zor or Bela. These cities were not only linked geographically, but also commercially, and seemed to be a trading consortium. Except for Zor, they were all located in the northern part of what is now the Dead Sea. When Abraham and Lot separated their forces, Genesis makes it clear that Lot took his troops to the east, that is, the northern part of the valley. As Genesis expressed it, so Lot chose for himself the whole Jordan plain, and set out eastward, and settled among the cities of the plain, pitching his tent near Sodom. Eastward could only be in the direction of Jericho, the city which marks the northern edge of the present Dead Sea. 18 years later, when the cities were destroyed in a cataclysmic explosion, Abraham observed the results from a mountaintop near Hebron, only 15 miles away. The disaster occurred at dawn. That morning Abraham hurried to the mountaintop, and as Genesis says, as he looked down towards Sodom and Gomorrah and the whole area of the plain, he could see only smoke over the land rising like the fumes from a kiln. Hebron is due west from En-Gedi and the central part of the Dead Sea. The area of destruction witnessed by Abraham must have been the area in the northern and central part of the valley. Abraham looked towards the plain, and no mention is made of a body of water. In fact, nowhere in the account of the invasion of the eastern kings, nor in the destruction of the cities, is any reference made explicitly or implied to the existence of a body of water that could be interpreted as an inland sea. Who was the actual leader of the invading army? According to Genesis, the invading kings were Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasa, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim. Persistent historical research through the years has not been able to associate these monarchs with known Mesopotamian regions either through linguistic affinities or chronological associations. Shinar, of course, is Sumer. The land of Elasa is not identified. Elam is the eastern neighbor of Sumer and traditionally its rival. Goyim is the same as the Hebrew word for nations and presumably means he led a polyglot group. According to the Genesis account, Kedorlaomer was the leader of the invading group. Although it makes Kedorlaomer the leader of the invasion, there are many uncertainties arising from the Genesis text and the writings of Josephus, the only other religious source of the invasion. He calls them Assyrian kings and lists them in the following order: Amraphel, Arioch, Kedorlaomer, and Tidal. It would seem he listed them in what he considered their rank of importance. It is also pertinent that the opening sentence of Genesis 14, which provides the account of the invasion, also lists them in the same order as Josephus, with Amraphel given first and Kedorlaomer third. With that introductory statement, Genesis adds that the cities of the valley had served Kedorlaomer for 12 years, and that Kedorlaomer and the allied kings invaded in the 14th year. Genesis gives their battle order in the valley of Siddim as Kedorlaomer, Tidal, Amraphel, and Arioch. The next reference in Genesis 14 mentions Abraham's victory over Kedorlaomer and the kings allied with him. So while the Hebrew chroniclers explicitly state that the invasion was under the leadership of the king of Elam, it is not completely clear that this was actually so, and one is forced to believe that somewhere along the line someone tampered with the text. We are faced with the fact that Amraphel, by virtue of being the king of Shinar, Sumer, would logically be the choice to head the expedition. Apparently something is amiss in the Genesis account, and it may be that the Hebrew chroniclers purposely diluted the role of the king of Sumer for reasons of their own, presumably political. The relations of the Sumerian cities with that of Elam were often tempestuous. Elam was a traditional rival and a persistent threat to the cities of Mesopotamia. By virtue of the assignment of the lands after the deluge, Elam was assigned to Ninurta, the chief military aide of Enlil. In the Sumerian king list, Elam is not listed as one of the cities receiving the kingship and stood out of the pale of legitimate cities. Only the cities of Mesopotamia that were under the aegis of Nannar/Sin were allowed to become capital cities. The only reference to Elam in the king list is not a happy one. One of the early kings of Cush is reported to have smote the weapons of the land of Elam. It is possible that Amraphel had to come to terms with the city of Elam so as not to leave this powerful adversary at his back in Mesopotamia when he took an expedition far away to the western lands. Amraphel and Chedorlaomer would thus be co-leaders of the expedition as suggested by the biblical accounts. Of the dynasties of Mesopotamia that could have produced the invasion king, the third dynasty of Ur seems the most probable. It is generally agreed that the Akkad dynasty was much too early to coincide with the days of Abraham. In the interim period after the fall of the Akkad dynasty, the land of Mesopotamia suffered severe disruptions and depredations at the hands of the Gutian hordes who had descended from the surrounding mountains. These intervening years can be eliminated as producing a candidate for our purpose since the Gutian kings were not strong enough to consolidate the cities of Mesopotamia, much less mount an invasion to the west. It was one of their puppet kings, one Utu-Hegel, who rebelled and finally rid the country of the Gutian occupation. In turn, he appointed a military governor at Ur, later to assume the throne name of Ur-Nimmu, who usurped the authority of Utu-Hegel and seized control of the Mesopotamian states, thereby founding what is known as the Third Dynasty of Ur. This dynasty was followed by the First Babylonian dynasty, and it is generally agreed that this dynasty is much too recent to be coexistent with the days of Abraham. In this respect, the Third Dynasty of Ur has been the choice of most scholars. According to the Sumerian king list, the kings which followed the defeat of the Gutians were as follows. Utu-Hegel, who ruled at Uruk for 7.5 years. The kingship was transferred to Ur, where Ur-Nimmu reigned for 18 years. His son followed and ruled for 48 years. Then his son Amar-Sin ruled for 9 years. His son Shu-Sin ruled for 9 years. Ibi-Sin then reigned for 24 years and ended the dynasty, which has lasted for 108 years according to the king list. The reign of Ur-Nimmu is believed to have begun in 2103 BC, and the dynasty ended in 1995 BC. Of these kings of the Third Dynasty of Ur, one is sought who fits the requirements based on explicit statements in Genesis 14. For 12 years they, the kings of the valley of Siddim, had served Chedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and the kings allied with him came and invaded Palestine. Therefore, our analysis requires a king who reigned at least 14 years, preferably a little longer. This would allow sufficient time for the monarch to invade the western lands, impose his will on the cities of the valley for 13 years, and invade again to subdue the rebellious cities. The second requirement is that there be a period of disintegration before his reign. He would need several years to pacify and regain control of the city-states of Mesopotamia before he could turn his attention to reclaiming the distant cities, the colonies of Sargon the Great, which had become independent during the chaotic period of the Gutian rule. The third factor concerns a king who would die on a foreign expedition and be brought back hastily by his troops, thereby aborting the invasion to a certain degree. In summary, these parameters require a king who ruled for at least 14 years, preferably a little longer, whose reign came at the end of a period of chaos and disintegration of the empire, and who died suddenly and unexpectedly while on an expedition to the distant mountain land. There is only one ruler of the Third Dynasty that meets all these requirements, and that one is Ur-Nimmu, the founder of the dynasty. The rise and fall of Ur-Nimmu. Ur-Nimmu ruled 18 years according to the king list. His short reign was due to his dying prematurely on an expedition. It is estimated that he overthrew Utu-Hegel in 2103, at which time he moved the capital city to Ur. The return of the kingship to the legitimate Sumerian kings after the 100 years of rule by the barbarian Gutians is described in a biographical poem about Utu-Hegel, wherein he describes how he went before the shrines of the gods Ishkur, Adad, and Utu, Shamash, and requested their help in dislodging the Gutians and expelling them from the lands of Mesopotamia. The moon god Nannar, Sin, is strangely absent from this poem, and his omission is quite significant. The fact that Utu-Hegel did not suffix his name with that of Sin, as did the subsequent kings of the dynasty, may be a clue to his character, his overriding ambition and supreme ego, which brought on his downfall. Subsequent rulers of the dynasty, such as Amar Sin, Shu Sin, and Ibi Sin, were careful to attach the deity's name to their own, indicating not only the continuing support of the moon god and his priesthood, but also a careful and discreet precaution not to suffer the fate of Ur-Nammu. Sumerian cities were ruled by different aristocracies and priesthoods, which owed loyalty to a tutelary deity, which supposedly protected the city from harm and supported the king in his many military ventures. Thus, the rise of a new king and the transfer to another city also meant a struggle in the ruling aristocracies, which also resulted in a major change in the pantheon. The life and actions of Abraham are set against this political background, for Terah and Abraham served the ruling king of the city of Ur, who was at that time Utu-Hegel. In 2106, when Terah and Abraham left Ur for Haran, the struggle for political control was coming to a climax. The support of Terah for Utu and Adad was becoming increasingly dangerous. A few years later they left Ur, and Ur-Nammu made his move and seized control of the government and moved his capital city to Abraham's native city. After he had subdued the other cities of Mesopotamia and consolidated his power, he turned his attention to trying to recover the lost colonies. In the year 2099, he sent or led an expedition to the cities in the west and re-established Sumerian control over the former empire that had become independent and rich during the past 100 years. He subdued the cities of the Valley of Siddim and forced a treaty on them, securing their loyalty and tribute for the next 12 years. During these quiet years, Ur-Nammu turned his attention to internal affairs. Now that the empire had been recovered and tribute was pouring in, he was able to rebuild the roads and regain some of the former glory of the empire of Sargon. In a cuneiform tablet, he boasted of his outstanding achievements during this period. The instigator was presumably Adad, whose influence over the western lands was quite strong. From Anatolia, he ruled a Hittite empire that extended as far south as Jerusalem. He certainly must have considered the cities of the Valley of Siddim as his sphere of control, although Eastern kings would certainly challenge this claim. For according to the division of the lands after the deluge, the western lands had been assigned to Sin. Thus, in the year 2085, Ur-Nammu led a mixed army of 800,000 men to the west. He had several purposes: to seize or destroy the space facilities at Mount Sinai and Kadesh, which had come under the control of Adad, to punish the cities of the valley who had rebelled, and to destroy the warrior god race, the Reptilians, who had also refuted their traditional allegiance to the east, and thus presented a serious military threat to the empire. Genesis is quite unique in that it provides a description of the expedition of Ur-Nammu to the west and delineates the route taken by the invaders. In the 14th year, Kedorlaomer and the kings allied with him came and defeated the Reptilians in Ashtaroth Karnaim, the Zuzim in Ham, the Emin in Shave Kiriathaim, and the Horites in the hill country of Seir, near El Paran, which is on the edge of the wilderness. They then swung back to En Mishpat, now Kadesh, and subdued all the territory of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites who dwelt in Hazazon Tamar. By passing the land of Lebanon and the Jordan Valley, the army took the route known as the King's Highway, which ran the length of the mountainous land of Transjordan. Josephus, who called them the offspring of the Nephilim, also describes the passage through this area. These kings laid waste all Syria and overthrew the offspring of the Nephilim. Destroying this line of fortresses, the army headed for their main target, which apparently was El Paran and Kadesh in the northern Sinai, on the edge of the wilderness. It has been generally accepted that El Paran was the main goal of the invading army, although the strategic or commercial importance of this city has not been fully explained. Swinging north through the Araba, they attacked and reduced the citadel of En-Gedi, formerly called Hazazon Tamar, which protected the southern approaches to the Valley of Siddim. The kings brought their armies south to face the oncoming threat, or in the words of Genesis, thereupon, the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, or Zor, marched forth and engaged them in the battle of the Valley of Siddim. The battle was enjoined near an area of asphalt pits. Here the kings of the cities of the valley were soundly defeated. Many escaped to the surrounding hills. Others were mired in the tar pits and cut down. Lot and his men were taken prisoner. Now the valley of Siddim was one bitumen pit after another. The kings of Sodom and Gomorrah flung themselves into these in their flight. Others escaped to the hills. The invaders seized all the possessions of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their food, and departed, taking with them Lot, the son of Abram's brother, together with his possessions. It is clear that the invaders did not intend to lay waste the rich commercial cities as they had done with the cities of the Reptilians. The cities were much too valuable as subservient commercial cities paying tribute to the city of Ur. On the other hand, the indulgence of the invaders may have been due to the haste in which they left the land of Palestine. After utterly defeating the defending troops, they looted the cities and took many prisoners, including Lot. Exiting through the Jordan River Valley, they were attacked by the forces of Abraham at Dan near the Sea of Galilee. Abraham fought them again near Damascus. As a result of these engagements, he liberated Lot and the other prisoners and recaptured the loot taken from the cities of the plain. The army of Ur at no time stopped and faced the enemy for reasons unknown, preferring to forfeit their hard-earned gains from Sodom and Gomorrah. In military travel procedure, the supply train, captured booty, and prisoners usually trail the main body of troops. It is clear that Abraham came into contact with the rear guard of the departing army, and at no time did he face the main body of troops. Why didn't Abraham confront the invaders? It is a mystery why Abraham remained at Hebron with his Egyptian and Anakim allies. Throughout the whole episode, the invasion through Transjordan, the destruction of El Paran and Kadesh, the battle of the valley of Siddim, Abraham did not engage the enemy. Military strategy would dictate that he move his army south as the invaders entered the valley. He would then have been in a position to execute a classic pincer movement, bottling the valley at both ends. Abraham plainly expected the defense line of the Reptilians to hold the invaders, or at least to slow them down. Later, he probably assumed that Lot and the armies of Sodom and Gomorrah could defend the narrow valley. It is also possible that Abraham expected a thrust up the Negev towards Jerusalem and waited at Hebron for the attack that never came. Belatedly, he may have realized his mistake and chased after the departing armies. It is more probable that the awesome power demonstrated by the invaders gave Abraham reason for pause, and he realized that he did not have the resources to meet the enemy head-on. The invaders moved quickly and resolutely up through the Jordan Valley after looting the cities. They did not tarry and apparently bypassed other fortifications in the area, such as Jericho. In fact, the exit through the Jordan Valley and up to Damascus seems more like a headlong flight to return to their homeland as rapidly as possible. Genesis observes that at this time Abraham decided to commit the troops under his command. A fugitive brought the news to Abram the Hebrew, who was camping at the terebinths of Mamre the Amorite, kinsman of Eshcol and Aner, these being confederates of Abram. When Abram learned that his kinsman Lot had been captured, he called up his retainers, born into his household, in the number of 318, and gave chase as far as Dan. The size of Abraham's pursuing army of 318 is unreasonably small, and the number may actually refer to the leaders or chieftains of armed groups or tribes. Hebron was a stronghold of the Anakim, and while the assistance of these confederates or allies is not clear, their inclusion in the text would suggest that they supported Abraham in his pursuit of the invaders. These were large and fearsome warriors and presumably equipped with iron chariots. Abraham and his Anakim cavalry caught up with the rear guard of the army of Ur at Dan. A second skirmish was fought near the city of Damascus, and they managed to recover most of the booty and prisoners. It is strange that Ur did not stand and fight. They would easily have defeated the small force of Abraham, yet they allowed him to seize their war prizes without a strong stand. Evidently, they were in no mood to fight and were in a precipitous haste to leave these lands and return home. It may be that the reason for their rush home was to convey the ill Ur back to his capital. The translation of a cuneiform tablet provided by J. V. Kinnear Wilson in his book The Rebel Lands provides the story of the expedition of Ur and his death in a foreign land. The tablet describes how he fell ill in the mountain land and was swiftly taken back to Ur, where he was laid on a funeral bier at his palace in Ur. The The people of Mesopotamia were in shock, for this was not supposed to happen in the cosmic scheme of things. The tablet complains how the king had been abandoned on the battlefield like a crushed vessel. Although he had served the gods well, so went the complaint, they failed to stand by him in his time of need. Uarnemu may have been the victim of his own ambition. In a tablet commemorating the death of Uarnemu, it is implied that he used mass destructive weapons whose use may have backfired and caused his death. He boasts of using the mighty Udug weapon, which is said to have reduced the enemy land to dust, and to have overlaid it with poison. There are references to a fiery gas, which blew into the house of the rebel lands. These are all symptoms and consequences of nuclear and chemical warfare weapons. Uarnemu not only caused his own sickness and death, but devastated the lands of Transjordan and the northern Sinai, which caused them to remain unoccupied for hundreds of years. The cities of the Valley of Siddim had a short respite. The death of Uarnemu and the change of kingship, with the resultant disorganization, probably allowed them to continue their independent ways. But their doom was sealed. 18 years later, the cities were destroyed in a cataclysmic explosion that also ruptured the geological fault that underlies the Jordan Valley, causing the ground to sink and seal off the effluents of the Jordan River. Thus, the Dead Sea was formed. The quiet years 2084 to 2067, and the coming storm. With the death of Uarnemu, his son Shulgi became king of Uar. He ruled for 48 years, bringing in a period of relative peace and prosperity for Sumer. Shulgi relentlessly expanded the limits of the empire over Elam and Anshan to the east and the Zagros Mountains to the north. Shulgi assumed divine status and used the dinger or star symbol before his name, just as Uarnemu had done. Having subdued the land to the east and north, a ruler of Shulgi's ambition would certainly not have left the western provinces unsubordinated. The scriptures do not reveal any political or military activity for this period, and it appears that the cities of the Valley of Siddim had returned to the aegis of the Mesopotamian kings and enjoyed prosperity under the tutelage of Shulgi. After the events of 2085, Abraham and his retinue settled among the Reptilians at Mamre near Hebron. Here he complained in an exchange with Yahweh or Adad that he had no offspring to continue the family line. Adad promised him a male heir, and soon Ishmael was born of his Egyptian wife in the year 2082, 3 years after the invasion of Uarnemu. At this time, Adad had apparently planned to perpetuate the line of Abraham through the Egyptian side, thereby indicating continued cordial relations with Egypt. 14 years later, Isaac was born of Sarah, his second wife. Hagar was abruptly banished with the heir apparent Ishmael to the wilderness. In the intervening years, Adad must have changed his attitude and relations towards Egypt. The year before the destruction of Sodom, Adad made a new covenant with Abraham, this time choosing Isaac to perpetuate the line of Abraham. There is also a strong indication that Adad himself was the sire of Isaac. What caused the rift with Egypt and the start of a new dynasty under Isaac is not known, but the actions presumably were associated with the destruction of the cities of the valley the following year. The shift from Ishmael to Isaac is described in Genesis, where the change of heart of Adad is described in his announcement to Sarah, that at the age of 90, she is to conceive and bear a son who will be the new heir. It is apparent that Adad wishes to make a new start without the aid of his Egyptian allies. Of this arrangement, Adad informs Abraham, "I will bless her. Moreover, I will give you a son by her, and, when I have blessed her, she shall give rise to nations." Taken literally, it means that Adad will be the sire of the son by Sarah. It was the policy of the Sumerian deities to mate with human women for the specific purpose of providing trusted personnel to run the empire, the aristocracy of kings, generals, priests, and other important functionaries. It was their way of assuring a race of demigods they could trust to carry out their wishes and be a barrier between them and ordinary humans. Adad was merely following the usual practice of the gods of Sumer. It explains Yahweh's special concern for Isaac and his son Jacob in the Old Testament. As a sign of loyalty and a way to identify his supporters, and to remind them that they are directly descended from a reptilian god, the shedding of the foreskin, in the rite of circumcision, was introduced at this time. Symbolically, it represented the reptile's sloughing of his skin and the act of renewing his life. It is also perhaps significant that at the time that Adad was telling Abraham of his new son and heir, he also disclosed his plans to destroy the cities of the valley. The destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. In the Genesis account, 3 angels appeared to Abraham at Mamre to bring the news personally from Adad. The cities, they warned, would be destroyed unless Abraham could provide sufficient reason for not doing so. The angels flew over the cities in reconnaissance. The men set out from there and looked down upon the face of Sodom. The messengers conducted an aerial survey of the cities, presumably to warn any friends and allies of Abraham. Later, 2 of them went to Sodom to retrieve Lot and his family. These were brought out and deposited outside the city and warned to flee to the hills lest they be caught in the coming destruction. Lot and his family retreated to Zoar in the southern part of the valley, but warned that they were not safe even there, decided to head for the mountains. Genesis and some added details provide the description of the destruction from Josephus and the Haggadah. Genesis says, "The sun rose upon the earth as Lot entered Zoar." Adad is the prime suspect as the culprit who destroyed the valley of Siddim. The kings of the 3rd dynasty considered these cities too valuable to destroy and preferred to bring them under their control and to collect tribute. On the other hand, Adad had good reason to destroy the cities. He had failed in his attempt to protect the cities from the depredation of the eastern kings. He also failed to secure the space complex at Mount Sinai and the support complex at Kadesh, or to prevent their destruction. Seeing that they could not depend upon Adad or his resources to protect them from the eastern kings, and being practical commercial entities, the cities apparently decided to revert to the aegis of the eastern monarchs. Adad and Abraham had broken relations with Egypt, or perhaps it was the reverse, the Egyptians backing down from what they considered to be a bad alliance. Adad, or Yahweh, was known throughout the Old Testament as a vindictive and vengeful God. This appears to have been his last great act of vengeance. It also appears that U2 deserted Adad at this time. At first occupying Lebanon, U2 presumably shifted his space activities to the Mount Sinai complex after the destructive expedition of Naram Sin. Now, with both space complexes destroyed, he had no base of operations in the west and presumably returned to his home in Mesopotamia. This is indicated in the Haggadah, where it comments that one of the reasons that the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed was because they worshipped the sun and moon gods. It thus appears that these cities had transferred their allegiance to Sin, the moon god, and Shamash, the sun god, from that of Adad, known as the thunder god of the western lands. The ruin of the valley of Siddim was the last of much devastation in the lands of the Levant. Earlier, the cities of Ebla and Arman and the land of Lebanon had been destroyed. Then the cities of the Reptilians in the Transjordan, the Mount Sinai/Kadesh complex, and the defensive citadels of southern Palestine. Now the 5 cities of the valley of Siddim disappeared in a fiery cloud, and the land eventually flooded to become the Dead Sea. There was little of value left in the western lands. Epilogue. Is there really a missing link? Man is a puzzle in the evolutionary chain. The scientific theories of evolution explain the general course of events that cause life forms to develop on Earth, but evolution cannot account for the emergence of Homo sapiens or modern man. For almost 100 years, anthropologists and other scientists have been searching for the so-called missing link in order to bridge the enormous evolutionary gap that exists between the ape man or Neanderthal man and modern man or Cro-Magnon man. The appearance of Homo sapiens happened virtually overnight in terms of the millions of years that evolution required. There is no evidence of intermediate stages that would indicate a gradual change from Homo erectus, the ape man, to modern Homo sapiens. While the hominid of the genus Homo is a product of evolution, Homo sapiens is the product of a sudden revolutionary event. The first being considered to be truly manlike is Australopithecus, who existed in Africa some 5 million years ago. Then it took eons to produce the first primitive man, or Homo erectus. About 1 million years ago he appears on the scene and is called Neanderthal man. Then suddenly and inexplicably some 35,000 years ago, a new race of men appeared from nowhere, Homo sapiens, or thinking man, which we call Cro-Magnon man. He looked very much like modern man, so much so, in fact, that if he were dressed properly, he could pass unnoticed on the street of any city in America. The Sumerians, who arrived here before Homo sapiens existed, provide the explanation of the sudden appearance of modern man. He seems to have been developed through 2 creative stages. Man was first conceived as a slave worker. At this time, He was mostly reptilian in appearance and nature, probably only one-third mammal. The second change increased his mammal nature, so that he lost his scaly skin and hide and could reproduce himself. He developed soft skin and hair and now required the use of clothing for comfort and protection. This is metaphorically called the fall of man in biblical terms. The reptilian appearance of the ancients. The patriarchs of the Old Testament and the Sumerian antediluvian kings and priests were all part saurian, being the children of the mating of a reptile god and an earthling. This was also true after the deluge when the kings were also semi-divine. Probably the best illustration of this duality is found in the person of Gilgamesh. At the beginning of the epic, Gilgamesh is created by the mother goddess as two-thirds divine, being the son of a male earthling and a female goddess. Sargon the Great was also a changeling, as they were called, and was the son of a god and a priestess. They would definitely have had a reptilian appearance and, in certain respects, visibly reveal vestiges of their origin. This is shown in the adventures of Gilgamesh when, in his venture to the land of Shamash, the guards at the gates of the mountain stronghold challenge him. Gilgamesh is instantly recognized by the Saurian guards as one of us, since he has the flesh of the gods. He is allowed to pass unhindered since he is one of the aristocracy. It is also manifest in the myth Gilgamesh and Aga. In this story, Aga, the ruler of Kish, attacked the city of Uruk. Aga's envoy requested Gilgamesh to surrender his city with his army. However, when Gilgamesh presented himself atop the city wall for Aga and his army to see him in person, Aga calls off the siege for no apparent reason, and Aga's army is put to flight. Obviously, there is something in the appearance of Gilgamesh that has satisfied Aga and frightened his army. Like Aga, Gilgamesh was part Saurian, and apparently the code of chivalry of the day prevented further action against another member of the aristocracy. What it is about Gilgamesh that is recognizable as Saurian is never stated. Ostensibly, his appearance is described in the first part of the poem where the details of his birth are provided. The tablet begins with the statement that Gilgamesh is two-thirds divine, being the progeny of a goddess and a priest. The next 4 lines seem to be devoted to describing his appearance. For some reason, however, they have been mutilated. Did later officials and priests deliberately deface these lines in order to hide the true appearance of Gilgamesh? Perhaps it is these reptilian traits that caused such consternation in Genesis when his sons see Noah naked. The reaction is so completely illogical and baffling that it can only be assumed that Noah was hiding something about his appearance from his sons. Perhaps it was a badge of priesthood, such as was on his brother Ner, or other traces of reptilian ancestry, such as patches of scaly hide. The crossover of reptiles and mammals. When the spacemen arrived here, they found conditions much to their liking and very similar to those of the mother planet. The reptiles were the dominant forms of life on land, and of these, dinosaurs represented the culmination of their evolution. These creatures were far from being slow, stupid, and maladapted beasts. Many were fleet of foot, all were highly evolved, and in their time each of them was adapted supremely well to the conditions in which they lived. They dominated the Cretaceous period mainly because the climate was benign all over the world, and, what is more important, it was stable. It provided conditions that were ideal for the reptiles for the simple reason that these were the very conditions into which the reptiles had evolved. Had the climate not changed and cooled, mammal forms may not have emerged as the dominant form. In their book, The Great Extinction, Allaby and Lovelock contend that if the climate had remained unchanged until the present day, there is no reason to suppose that the reptiles would have declined. And if intelligent beings had evolved, that is, beings with advanced technologies, they suggest that these beings might well have had scaly skins and long tails. When the desiccation of the earth made conditions difficult to perform essential functions such as food gathering, construction, and mining, the alien astronauts naturally turned to an established Earth form, one that could be modified and given some of their characteristics. Was such a crossbreeding of 2 species an impossible feat in genetic engineering? Probably not, since nature seems to have handled the problem without much difficulty. Scientists today are convinced that there were indeed crossover creatures in existence at the end of the Cretaceous period, such as warm-blooded reptiles and cold-blooded mammals. At this time, dinosaurs seem to have evolved into warm-blooded creatures. In the hot-blooded dinosaurs, Adrian Desmond, makes the argument that dinosaurs had to be warm-blooded to survive. The nervous system of dinosaurs had to be complex to account for their agility, speed, and balancing ability. The intricate manipulation of the fingers alone required a well-developed center of coordination, as well as huge eyes, to oversee the operation. In order to maintain a high-energy output for long periods, the dinosaurs required a high-energy metabolism to provide them with the sustained energy needed to remain on their feet, carrying such enormous bulk weight. The origin of the stories of Genesis. It is often expressed by biblical commentators that the Hebrew legends of the story of creation of man and his downfall are original, since they have yet to be discovered in Mesopotamian or other ancient literature or legend. It has been seen, however, that the fall of man or the achieving of knowing or sexual knowledge by Adam and Eve is a more recent version of the tale of Enkidu in the Gilgamesh epic. Enkidu was first created from clay by the gods as a wild man, and then, in order to make him more suitable as a companion for Gilgamesh, was put through a civilizing process where he engaged in a sexual orgy with a reptile goddess. This process made him into a complete or modern man. Thus, in both the Sumerian and the biblical accounts, one finds that sexual metaphor, where obtaining sexual knowledge changes primitive man into a modern man. The tale of Adapa is also related to the story of Adam in another way, that of immortality lost. Just as the guardian angel with the flaming sword kept Adam from approaching and partaking of the fruit of the tree of life or immortality, so Adapa knowingly refused the food and drink of long life when he was offered immortality by the chief Sumerian god. It is echoed in the story of Gilgamesh, who was thwarted in his attempt to achieve immortality in the Cedar Land. Like the angel with the flaming sword, Gilgamesh encountered guards with a stinging weapon at the entrance to the land of immortality. The priestly sources that compiled the books of the Old Testament had many legends and stories at their disposal to choose from, and what was selected and included in the scriptures was a composite of the legends of their day, but modified to suit their priestly purposes. It is also evident that, to enhance and perpetuate their grasp on the Hebrew tribes, they riddled the stories with the concept of sin and guilt. Evidence of man's origin in the serpent gods was expurgated wherever possible. But where the priesthood had no control over the content of the material, evidence of man's origin comes through clearly. Elsewhere in world mythology and history, the origin of man is not lost, nor is it discounted. In China, the most ancient of books relates how dragons were the benevolent ancestors of mankind and taught him all the arts of civilization. In Hindu literature, the serpent gods are explicitly mentioned as man's true ancestors. Elsewhere, the flying serpents, dragons, and the feathered snakes are recorded as our beneficent creator. The real story of man's evolution and history is his alienation or estrangement from these origins. Recorded history is the story of the struggle of man to rid himself from the bondage of the children and the descendants of these serpent gods, who plagued man from the time of the deluge, about 4000 BC, down to the days of the Hebrew kings, or 1000 BC. What did the ancient gods look like? The space travelers found our antediluvian Earth much to their liking because it approximated conditions on their home planet. The climate was warm and stable, and more importantly, there was little cyclonic activity. The carbon dioxide and the moisture level of the atmosphere was high within the cloud canopy. These conditions led to luxurious plant growth and giant animal forms. It was the era of the vegetarian dinosaurs. The coming of the Anunnaki coincided with the end of this period as the Earth began to dry out, and the meat-eating dinosaurs and small mammals appeared. The reptile gods needed moisture and warmth, and it was probably the reason why civilizations were founded at the mouth of great river systems, the Nile Delta, the Indus River Valley, and the Tigris-Euphrates system. The steady drying out of the climate brought discomfort to the Anunnaki, and they were forced more and more to live in an artificial environment, their orbiting spaceship. While on Earth, they lived a great deal of the time in a personal capsule, which simulated this artificial environment. The home planet of our ancestors was probably also covered with a vapor layer of clouds. On such a rather steamy planet, it would be necessary to keep cool. An intelligent life there would likely evolve as amphibious and be at home in water as well as on land. It explains the Babylonian legend of Oannes coming from the sea. It also explains Enki's residence in a water palace, which appears to have been submersible as well. Their spaceships would probably contain giant water tanks both for ease of living conditions and for protection from radiation on long space flights. Their form was remarkably adapted to space travel. Scientists have theorized that the reptile form would be ideal for travel through space on long voyages. Able to hibernate or slow down their metabolism for long periods and immersed in a water or liquid environment, they could thereby survive the perils of space travel, which have a deleterious effect on mammal forms. Radiation has been the major obstacle of space travel for man. Doses of radiation emitted by solar flares would be fatal to space travelers. For one solar flare could emit 800 to 1,000 rems, a measurement of radiation, over a 24-hour period. Man would receive a fatal dose all at once since the lifetime limit for exposure by humans to radiation is 300 rems. Space scientists have proposed that for protection against these immense doses of radiation, the astronauts would retreat to large tanks of water or liquids during solar storms. In appearance, the serpent gods were tall, at least 8 to 10 feet, and walked on 2 feet. They had a tail like a reptile and a tough hide somewhat like a lizard, but with a large amount of horny or scaly skin. Their hide was generally lustrous and smooth, somewhat like a chameleon, and probably varied in different hues of green and gray. Their natural condition was to go around naked, but they wore clothing such as cloaks as a sign of rank or godship. Because of their need for moisture, they could not stand the direct sun, which made their skin dry and uncomfortable. Their face was somewhat flat with chin whiskers or a goatee somewhat like a walrus or ibex. They had short horns on their heads, which they considered to be a sign of divinity. Humans were repulsive to them because they were hairy, had soft skins, and bony limbs. They were particularly upset by man's pungent smells and excretions. The gods did not eat cooked foods at first, but later depended on man to supply these needs. They did not need fires or stoves to keep warm. Early man, or Adam, was not too dissimilar from his creator, except he was smaller, had neither facial hair nor horns. He was more agile and dexterous with his hands. He too ate raw food and ran around naked. The sons of the serpent gods, the Nephilim of the Bible, which descended before the deluge and mated with human women, also dabbled in genetic engineering. Many strange and monstrous forms were produced and gave rise to the ancient legends of centaurs, griffins, satyrs, and all the ogres and fabulous creatures of mythology. The deluge destroyed all these, but their memory lingers on in the ancient legends of mankind. The patriarchs, god-kings, priests, generals, and other members of the aristocracy, which ruled man before the deluge and after as well, were also part saurian. They displayed certain characteristics, which set them apart from ordinary people. Large patches of scaly skin referred to as the badge of priesthood, and probably had horns and chin whiskers. The Reptilian or warrior gods, the descendants of the antediluvian Nephilim, who protected the Middle East later, were large and fearsome warriors and probably exhibited many of the characteristics of their forebears. As they intermarried with humans, the saurian traits diminished, although they seem to have retained their huge size. When did the serpent gods leave, or are they still here? The period before the deluge was the heyday of the gods. World mythology refers to this period as the Golden Age when the gods are said to have ruled on Earth. The deluge is a watershed in the history of mankind. It ended the Golden Age and started the rule of man. The junior gods seem to have remained for some time after the deluge and directed the activities of mankind. Man was used as a tool in their family squabbles. It led to widespread destruction all over the world. The sightings of strange saucer-like objects, UFOs, throughout the centuries would indicate either their spaceships have reappeared at intervals or that they may have been here all this time, but hidden from human eyes. If they have been here for centuries, where would they find a place that is secure, away from prying eyes, and far from population centers? It is also possible that seas and lakes hide the entrance to these underground bases, which may be more widespread than realized. For example, the strange activities in the Atlantic Ocean in the area known as the Bermuda Triangle with the reported sighting of underwater saucers may be related to the entrance of such an underwater base. A great cultural shock. Mankind is probably not yet ready for the truth. The average man and woman need their fantasies, the myths and religious stories that make life so simple and uncomplicated. Perhaps one of these days they will be shocked into accepting the truth, when their ancestors return to see how their children are faring. Man has been conditioned for millennia to deny the truth of his ancestry and, as a palliative, has developed a convenient form of amnesia. Mankind has accepted the interpretation of history propagated by a self-perpetuating priesthood and academia. Nonetheless, the truth can only be delayed so long. Eventually, mankind will have to learn the truth about his origins and face the fact that his gods and ancestors were reptiles, truly monsters by any current definitions. There will be a great cultural shock, as has never been seen before. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening.